Chapter 526 A Blessing in Disguise? Du Sheng was a little surprised and asked. Zhujiang Studio, a joint venture film. Wang Jinhua said straight to the point. Yes, it is preparing a new action movie with Century Warner and Mia Entertainment, and it is rumored to have invested more than 100 million yuan. The director is Li Rengong, who has filmed Black Heroes, Star and Moon Fairy Tales, and Ahu. A drama with an investment of over 100 million yuan is quite rare in this era. You can talk, but don't rush to answer. Du Sheng was thinking about it and almost guessed which film it was. In particular, Wang Jinhua also named Black Hero, which is Li Lianjie's last work in Zhengdong. He also gained the attention of international film manufacturers with this film, so he was qualified to go to Hollywood to develop. Speaking of which, this film was not only a joint venture between Xiangzhong and mainland China, but also a distributor from Germany and Singapore. It is precisely because of this that I dared to invest more than 100 million yuan. In addition, in order to advance to the international market, it will also invite new generation actors such as the Taiwan Strait and the Three Regions, the Lighthouse Country, the Kimchi Country, and the Neon Country. When Wang Jinhua and Du Sheng were communicating, the director and producer were also communicating. Xiangzhong, a cafe. Li Rengong put down the drink cup, looked at the opposite side and asked. Stephen, who do you think is more appropriate to be the male lead? His appearance is relatively ordinary, but his eyes reveal a kind of self-confidence that is different from ordinary people. Even with framed glasses, this confidence is still clear and sensible. Sitting opposite him was Steven Seagal, who was as famous as Stallone, currently serving as the producer. I think Du is good. His popularity in Asia has soared recently, and his boxing champion's image is quite suitable for the role. Steven invested a lot of energy in this movie and invested $10 million in his personal life. Obviously, I have high hopes for the performance of this movie in the Asian market. Du Sheng from the mainland. Li Rengong was a little confused. Du Sheng has always been a gentle idle actor. If he was asked to play a cold role, the effect might not be good. Because the protagonist is still a rich child, his temperament is very picky. Du Sheng is a grassroots person and has only become popular in the past 2 years. Before Infernal Affairs 2 was released last year, he had never even heard of this character. Yes, he has been very popular in Asia recently. Although Steven heard that the other party had a potential candidate, he still insisted. If you choose him, the box office of the movie in the Asian market will be very ideal. No, I think Ling Zhiying and Wu Jianhao are more suitable. Compared to Du Sheng, who has never worked with and even knows nothing, Li Rengong prefers actors he has worked with before. The two he mentioned are not necessarily less famous in Hong Kong and Taiwan than Du Sheng. And to be honest, he has never used a mainland artist as a starring actor for so many years in filming. You can talk to Du first, you don't have to ask him, just be an alternative. The other funds for this film were brought by Li Rengong. In order not to make a fuss, Steven simply made a compromise suggestion. Since that's the case, then ask, others may not be available yet. Although Li Rengong is very confident in this film, he is not easy to be a dictator. If neither he nor Ling Zhiying have a schedule, then just use Wu Jianhao. This is a Sino-US cooperation film, combining popcorn elements. The style of the whole film is closer to that of Hollywood action movies, and the plot is simpler and more direct. The name is Raptor's SWAT Team. When Du Sheng received a call from Li Rengong, he had already learned about the relevant situation. He pondered for a moment and said slightly tactfully, Li sir, I am currently filming The Legend of Condor Heroes. It is expected that it may take 2 months, and the schedule may not be quite right. The Return of the Condor Heroes has just started filming. Although Li Rengong called to give Steven face, he did not expect that the other party would refuse so directly. Do you think a TV series can be more influential than our international blockbuster? And this movie will be collected by the Oriental Museum and is also the only movie to enter the National Museum. Du Sheng smiled and said, "Thank you, sir, for paying attention to it. To be honest, I'm also very moved. But the Chinese people value credibility first, so I signed a contract, so it was not good to renege on the verge of repentance. Of course, if he really wants to act, there is actually no way. This is just an alternative euphemism. After all, there are also domestic artists who sign contracts and repent. For example, Huang, the star girl in Kung Fu, will unilaterally announce the termination of the contract next year. There was also a 10 million yuan pay for Yang, who took over the TV series Xian Yuan Sword, Han Yun, and asked to double the pay for the film. The drama party agreed after considering it, but he refused to act again when the filming was started. The reason why I don't want to act in this movie is very simple. Too bad. Invested 120 million Hong Kong dollars, but the box office barely exceeded 2 million 11 days after its release in Hong Kong. The mainland is probably a little better, but it has not exceeded 3 million. This is more than just a bad thing, it's just a pit. The investor was so mean that he had no temper and ran away with a bucket overnight. It is worth mentioning that this movie is the representative work of star girl Huang, who plays the heroine. It is also a stain that he does not want to mention. There are 3 most likely reasons for this. First, the motivation and background explanation of the villain in the film are vague. For example, the lack of key information on why the robbers had to oppose Duan's group and how they formed a team of agents, which made the audience confused. Second, the plot is too sudden and lacks reasonable preparation, giving people a feeling of being a thief. Third, the acting skills of the protagonist team are not outstanding enough, resulting in the character image not being full enough. For example, an artist in Wanchinj couldn't even pronounce the lines accurately and spoke whisperingly. Huang was even more exaggerated. He opened his eyes while shooting in a gun battle scene, which was a joke. Faced with such teammates, even if Du Sheng can lead the show, he can't help these great gods. However, if you don't want to act, you can't offend others rashly. After all, Zhejiang Film Factory, one of the investors in this film, is an old friend to cooperate with. The reason why Li Rengong called was probably because he spoke there. When Stephen saw Li Rengong hanging up the phone, he asked in confusion, "Li, what do Du Sheng say?" He refused, saying that the trip was too busy. Li Rengong habitually complained in Cantonese. For a costume drama that invested 30 million yuan, it turned down an international blockbuster that exceeded 100 million yuan. This is a pure fool. Stephen couldn't understand Chinese, nor Cantonese. What are you talking about? His itinerary is too busy, and Ling Zhiying has not given a reply yet. According to my opinion, Wu Jianhao can be directly played. Li Rengong replied in English. This is his best candidate in his mind. Du Sheng and Ling Zhiying can breathe a sigh of relief if they don't play. Otherwise, if you ask 2 great masters to come, you won't obey his command, you'll be shooting the yarn. Wu Jianhao is also a good candidate, so use him. Stephen hesitated for a moment and nodded. Li Rengong ignored these things, his eyes flashed. If you think you are not popular enough, I think you can take advantage of the situation and hype it up. On the other side, Wang Jinhua looked at Du Sheng in a little surprised. Why should I turn this movie off? Time is not a conflict, right? This movie is about to be included in the National Museum's collection, which is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and even if the box office is not good, it can be considered an achievement. Du Sheng did not express his inner thoughts directly, but just chuckled. I'm busy enough now, and this movie isn't very suitable for me. Although I trust your judgment, the quality of such a high-cost movie is definitely guaranteed. You can use it as a springboard to enter Hollywood. Besides, the producer is Stephen, who is as famous as Stallone, which is also a good opportunity to expand his connections. Wang Jinhua felt a little regretful, with a hint of helplessness. It's nothing if you push it, I'm afraid that someone will take advantage of the problem. As expected, news about this matter began to circulate the next day. It's useless for Du Sheng to refuse the Hollywood invitation and Stephen to appear in person. The top lineup between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions, the Raptors Special Police, was first introduced to the National Museum before it was released. Du Sheng, the Little King of mainland China, gave up the film contract of the Raptors Special Police and focused on the return of the Condor Heroes. After the failure of the promise, the Raptors SWAT team was favored by the National Museum. Renren.com, the headline news is even more quarrel. What's going on in Du Sheng? Some time ago, he politely rejected the popular Wuji, and now he rejected the Raptors SWAT team designated by the National Museum. I understand. This movie does not have the beauty he likes. To be honest, Du Sheng gave up the top film appointment to praise Girls' Generation, and this treatment is no one else. The four beautiful girls are so pleasing to the eye. If the lineup of fairy sorts is combined, the popularity may not be low. I think Liu Yifei and Du Sheng are very good, and I am also looking forward to The Legend of Condor Heroes. It takes a lot of courage to give up blockbusters and switch to martial arts dramas, and I have to say that it takes a lot of courage to make such a decision. The most common thing is a bad movie, and the design style is neon. It is normal not to be selected into the National Museum. Major media reported that Du Sheng refused Raptors SWAT team. At this time, Du Sheng was busy with the shooting work of Yandang Mountain, so he just laughed it off. Brother Sheng, this matter has spread. Do you want the public opinion department to guide you? After reading the report, female assistant Kui Yi couldn't help asking. It doesn't matter, just treat it as a way to invest in Zhejiang Film Factory, and we will benefit the ultimately. Du Sheng's words are not false. The big production involving Sino-US co-production is where the popularity lies. Although the other party may have intentionally created a topic, what the public is more curious about is why Du Sheng refused. In addition, he has not had any explosive points in his recent shooting, and his popularity will inevitably decline. This kind of report can increase his attention. In addition, social platforms such as Renren and YY Voice are in urgent need of hot news, which is also good news for them. Especially since Renren is in a critical period of preparation for listing, this topic is timely. Will you make wedding dresses for others in vain if you let it go like this? Kui Yi was still a little puzzled. Du Sheng didn't care about this and said with a smile. Just let the public opinion department pay attention. If the other party continues to attack, it will not be too late to come forward. Although Li Rengong is a bit arrogant and weird, he is able to attract investment from China and the United States and let the collection library be protected. He doesn't believe it will be so stupid. Even if Li Rengong really wants to make himself popular, would Zhejiang Studio and Stephen be all crazy? After offending interstellar media, the consequences of Huai Media and Bata Media are not far from the bottom of their experience. As for the statement that you can achieve great success by directly entering Hollywood with the help of this movie, that's too ideal. Let's not talk about how high the probability of the Raptors SWAT completing a major reversal in this life. Apart from Cheng Long, is there any Asian artist who can successfully enter Hollywood? Li Lianjia? A little bit inferior. Especially after the latest work Danny Wolf Dog failed, it was almost abandoned by the extremely realistic Hollywood. In addition, as the entertainment industry in Hong Kong and Taiwan gradually declines, the mainland is rising rapidly, neon is closed and conservative, and the situation where the kimchi country is rampant in Asia, it is even more difficult for anyone to enter Hollywood and achieve remarkable results. Cheng Long is indeed a legendary figure. No. He is not just a legend, he is a legend that won all this with his own strength. This is also the reason why he was able to endorse the web game legend. Anyone can defeat the city and the village. Kui Yi nodded thoughtfully and said. This time it was indeed a blessing in disguise. I wonder if Steven's interview attracted international attention or if Sony promoted your new special sales exceeded 3 million, Time magazine noticed you. They are releasing a special Asian star cover, and they are choosing between you and Takeya Kimura. After the evening shooting, a few girls who returned to the hotel were browsing today's entertainment news online. Seeing those comments saying that Du Sheng became a little love-brained in order to praise them, subtle joy couldn't help but feel in his heart. But to be honest, this really seems to lose the big picture because of a small loss. They all have this view. At this critical moment, a large-scale investment film jointly produced by China and the United States is far better than a domestic drama like The Legend of Condor Heroes in terms of scale and market prospects. This is really puzzling. Since Du Sheng had not come back yet, several girls had to sit together and chatter and discuss. Tang Yan gently patted Lu Yifei's head and said with a smile, "Brother Sheng must have his own plans. If he really gave up such a big production because of us, wouldn't that mean something?" "What does it mean?" Lu Shishi gently tapped Lu Yifei's forehead with her fingertips and said softly, "It's probably because he puts us in a very important position, and even thinks that shooting with us is more meaningful than participating in a co-produced film between China and the United States." Well, she was bored and guessed. "Haha, that cousin is so conscientious." The girls were having a happy conversation, and the atmosphere was very happy. Yang Mi even kissed Lu Shishi's cheek twice intimately, exclaiming, She is worthy of being a top student, with reasonable and well-founded." "Lu Shishi, haven't you always been very smart? You believe it?" Tang Yan smiled slightly and reminded, "This is just a possibility. Don't be happy too early. Who can guess the man's mind thoroughly? The more handsome and capable a man is, the more variety it is." This time, Lu Yifei was surprisingly consistent with Yang Mi's views, with a bit of silence. "I don't care. It's not very reasonable for my cousin to choose us." Tang Yan laughed and brought some jokes. "Ling Zhiying and Chen Kun have worked with you a lot before. When I saw their news, why didn't I see you so much heart? How can my cousin be the same as my friend? Okay, you're invincible." At this moment, Du Sheng has actually returned from taking pictures of the outdoor scene. It was only Wang Jinhua who sent a notice saying that Time magazine made a choice and asked him to take time to be interviewed and film the cover the day after tomorrow. As one of the 3 major current affairs publications in the Lighthouse country, Time magazine was founded in 1923. It has a wide influence around the world and is known as the World History Library. The red border and the cover of the character portrait are the iconic brand features of Time magazine. It is regarded as an important recognition and honor by many people. The reason why Du Sheng was chosen this time was probably due to multiple considerations. First, Yi Sheng with You was released for 4 months and its sales in Asia exceeded 3 million. It ranks in the top 50 in sales of Chinese albums in the world. Secondly, the influence of Sword of Fairy plus Full House is not only sieging cities and land in Asia, but also radiating faintly to the Americas. According to Wang Jinhua, Full House has been favored by Lighthouse countries, Maple Leaves, and Australia, and is negotiating copyright. And this year, except for one movie 2046, Kimura Takeya is not as good as Du Sheng in all aspects. Although it is only an Asian version, only Cheng Long, Zhou Runfa, Li Lianjia, Zhou Xingqi, Gong Li, Wang Fei, Zhou Zhelun, and others have appeared since its founding. It can be said that this amount is absolutely great. On this day, Time magazine went to the beautiful Yandang Mountain scenic area and conducted an exclusive interview with Du Sheng at a local hotel. The cover of the magazine was completed in a professional studio. On that day, Du Sheng was wearing a simple white ancient costume, with long hair draped over her shoulders and fluttering clothes, looking particularly elegant and handsome. That's right, this is Yang Guo's outfit. In order to promote this drama, he did not bring dressings. But I have to say that it is indeed chic and unruly, very charming. The reporter from Times magazine who came to interview was lit up and asked the first question. Mr. Du, what do you think you have gained such high popularity in Asia? Du Sheng replied with a smile. I think this is mainly due to the support of fans, as well as their own persistence and unremitting efforts. I have always believed that as long as I work hard, I can usher in a better future. At the same time, I also hope that people all over the world can see high-quality films and TV series from China. The reporter then asked. I heard that you gave up the opportunity to star in the movie Raptors SWAT and chose to shoot the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes. What are the considerations? I think the mainland has many cultural heritages to be proud of, such as martial arts dramas, which are one of them. Du Sheng said truthfully. The production level of these works is quite high, but unfortunately they are not well known abroad. I hope that through my influence, more overseas audiences can understand and fall in love with mainland dramas, and at the same time, they can also pay attention to our excellent local actors. It's rumored that Tyson's successor is going to cross-border challenge you. Will you accept this? It has not been implemented yet, but I personally look forward to it and welcome the challenge of top boxing champions from all walks of life. Subsequently, the host mentioned the current decline in the influence of Hong Kong and Taiwan entertainment circles in Asia. Do you think you are qualified to replace the Four Kings, or are you worried that new competitors will surpass you? Du Sheng smiled faintly and replied. I believe that with the continuous development of the entire entertainment industry, the mainland market will catch up. As for whether it can replace the status of the Four Heavenly Kings, I have never considered this kind of thing. Of course, it would be a gratifying thing if there were really latecomers who could surpass me. Replaced by later generations? This international joke is not very funny. I really haven't thought about it. As for replacing the Four Heavenly Kings, this is hard to say. But the pace of catching up has never stopped. It is rumored that several well-known daughters in North America will participate in the production of your new English version of the MV. Is this true? So you can say that. Please pay attention to the fact that my new specialty will be launched at that time in January next year. Chapter 527 Shut up, you ignorant woman. Thanks for the bad temper reward. Finally, when asked about his music career, Du Sheng said modestly. Actually, I prefer to develop as an actor, and music is just a hobby for me. Although my album sales are good, I think I still have a lot to learn in this regard. Reporter. If all these are called ordinary by you, wouldn't other people be even more difficult to reach? After all, even Zhou Zhelun, who was named the Little King of Music, is not as good as you in all aspects. Not long after, this issue of Time magazine quickly arranged for publication. As a global magazine with wide influence, Times has always been keen on issuing various bands. For example, when Zhou Zhelun debuted for 3 years, he was awarded the title of King of Asian Pop Music by Times Asian Edition. However, it was not until 2011 that Zhou appeared on Time magazine's list of the 100 most influential people in the world for the first time. This time, Du Sheng not only accepted an exclusive interview with Time's Asian edition, but also became the cover character. This value is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The title of the magazine is straightforward. Du Sheng, a world superstar from the East. Discussions on the internet have heated up rapidly, and netizens have expressed their opinions. It's so cool. Cover image. Cover Du Sheng's white ancient costume.jpg. Damn it! Is this the new version of Yang Guo? Is it licking the screen? In just over 2 years of debut, Du Sheng won 2 movie stars and world boxing champions. The album Yi Sheng With You released 4 months ago not only swept the major music charts of both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 regions, but also set off a craze in the entire Asia. After such an influential international magazine, Du Sheng's status as the King of Asia is undisputed. What are you excited about? It's just the mainland version of Time magazine. She and Zhou Zhelun have both been on the list. What's so strange about Du Sheng being on the list? Who told you that this is the mainland version? This is the Asian version. Ah? Has any mainland artists on the cover of the Asian version before? Why haven't I heard of it? Of course you haven't heard of it, because there hasn't been one since last year. Last time a fan played an Asian version cover, and I almost got cheated, smiley face. I was in the lighthouse country and just boarded the plane and confirmed that Du Sheng was on Times magazine. Despite the mixed responses on the internet, many people are skeptical of the news that Du Sheng appeared on the cover of Time magazine's Asian version. Because such a thing is too unexpected. Who has achieved this before? Who is not a super first-tier player who has made his debut for more than 5 years? Although Du Sheng is very popular this year, his status is still a little short, right? However, as domestic mainstream media reported on this matter one after another, the people who were on the gossip had to suppress their shock. Du Sheng becomes the first mainland artist to appear in the Asian version of Time Asia Express. The leader in Chinese pop culture, Du Sheng successfully appeared on the Asian edition of Time's weekly Oriental Daily. Public doubts were gradually subsided by facts. But one wave has not yet subsided and another wave has started again. Not long after, all kinds of people who were suspected of taking advantage of the popularity came. One of the 4 little kings of Hong Kong and Taiwan, Chen Wangzai, will release the new album Haunty. Who will tell me what's going on with Chen Wangzai's album cover? Speaking of Chen Wangzai, his fans have always been looking forward to him. Especially for his new album Haimi. However, when the album's trailer was released, it immediately caused an uproar on the internet. It even caused widespread controversy. Even his loyal fans felt a little unacceptable. Is this look a little familiar? A fan wrote on social media and attached a comparison picture. The preview photo of Chen Wangzai was compared with Du Sheng's cover image on Time magazine. Originally, everyone thought Chen Wangzai was quite handsome, but when she put the photos with Du Sheng, it immediately looked a little weird. Damn it! Isn't this Du Sheng's costume look in Time magazine? Tisk tisk, the 4 little kings, is it really appropriate to mess with the car like this? And if you wear earrings on a buzz head, what white ancient costume should you wear? Damn, why did Brother Guangzai imitate Du Sheng's look? Looking at this picture, the accessories are almost the same. Is the company behind Chen Wangzai crazy? Sisters, I'm speechless now. It's okay for Chen Wangzai to wear earrings, but her rebellious temperament is like Du Sheng's elegant style, which makes her laugh a little. Although this storm cannot be entirely attributed to Chen Wangzai himself, there are obviously problems with the company's packaging strategy. If you imitate, just imitate. Don't you see that LV bags and skirts copy our ancient ones? Don't talk about whether to imitate or not, the popularity of this album will come. Soon, Chen Wangzai was surrounded by various negative comments and jokes. Although he had experienced a lot of criticism for beating people and being rebellious before, the scale of this time was unprecedented. Major social networking sites in both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 places were also overwhelmed by gossip and mellow-kneading people. However, this storm also has an unexpected benefit. That is, fans feel more sorry for their idol. Our brother was raped online. We must support my brother's new album. Many fans have expressed their desire to buy new albums in large quantities, which is also a good marketing method. With high popularity, media interviews were conducted as scheduled. Your first solo album is about to be released, but there have been constant online controversy recently. Many people say that you imitated Du Sheng's costume look in Time magazine. What do you think about this? Although Chen Wangzai knew that she had been trapped by the company, she didn't care. I don't think it's an imitation. These stylings were specially invited by the Nordic fashion designer to customize them for me, and there is no possibility of imitation. Even if it is really an imitation, Chen Wangzai will not admit it. What's more, this album was created for him by the well-known music producer Chen Huanren. All aspects are considered perfectly. Although it is more or less suspected of riding on the popularity, the effect it brings is indeed explosive. I don't think everything can be defined as imitation. I have been preparing for this album for more than a year. At that time, Time had not been released yet, so how could I imitate it? This is just a different style attempt. The reporter then asked. It's so popular now. What do you expect from this album? Chen Wangzai replied. In Asia, I hope it can sell millions of copies. Of course, I have to thank every fan who supports me for whether it can be achieved or not. In fact, even if this hip-hop style album is just shoddy, with Chen Wangzai's fan base, sales should not be a problem. As one of the 4 little kings in Hong Kong and Taiwan, Chen Wangzai is still very popular. However, his agency considered that he had no representative works recently and his popularity declined a little quickly, so he had an idea and changed the album cover style to something similar to Du Sheng. Being scolded was also expected by the agency. They clearly adopted a strategy of the more you scold, the more you become, the more you scold. Taking the typical black and red route. After all, Chen Wangzai's style is rebellious and unyielding. And this is also what he pursues to do his own thing. It can be said that this wave of money is irrelevant. On the other side, Bay City, Firebird film. Present on the cover of Time magazine. Is this guy developing too fast, right? General Manager Wu Yifeng looked at the latest industry trends and was a little surprised. As a talent that Qian Yao personally discovered and promoted, she is not a fledgling novice. He is in charge of such a large film and television company, so he naturally knows the huge influence behind the covers of the 3 major magazines in the world. Although these covers may not directly bring substantial changes, Time magazine's choice of Du Sheng as the cover character will undoubtedly attract more attention on the international stage. For an artist, exposure and influence are important indicators to measure his success. The great sage invested by Firebird Pictures plus Yinghuang Entertainment. I learned that Zhang de Hunter took advantage of Du Sheng's popularity, and said that I wanted to use Du Sheng and the women around him to star in it. For example, Du Sheng plays Tang Santang, Zhang Beizi plays the heroine, Fan Ou plays the princess, etc. Especially Du Sheng's press releases are overwhelming. But in fact, this movie is about Xie Tingfeng and Chen Bai. Most of them are artists under Yinghuang Entertainment and Firebird Pictures. Du Sheng did not make any negative comments on the matter in public, considering that Cai Nayan and Fan Ou did participate in the performance. At this moment, Wu Yifeng felt that the hype was very wise. When The Great Sage of Love is released, we will take advantage of Du Sheng's popularity to promote it. After all, both actresses are Du Sheng's rumored object. They can definitely attract more attention when they use a love triangle with Xie Tingfeng and Chen Bolanian. At present, The Great Sage of Love is in the preparation stage and is expected to be released in the summer next year. As a movie based on the classic novel Journey to the West with an investment of up to 40 million yuan and directed by Lu Jinwei, Wu Yifeng has high hopes for it. However, before that, she was more concerned about how to increase the popularity of her artists. After thinking about it, Wu Yifeng called Chen Beila an Mozi. This person is one of the company's key training targets. He has gained high popularity with works such as Blue Gate and 1000 Machine Changes too. He has now become one of the 4 big and small students in Bay City mentioned by the media. Is Bai Feng busy now? Sister Feng, I'm preparing to have a meal. Okay. Don't rush to get a look. Come to the company and discuss something if you have something to do. When Chen Beila held the island rake, Wu Yifeng took him directly to the dressing room. According to Du Sheng's image in Full House, he gave Bai Wuvong Huanju's brain to stop, but he had to retain his own characteristics and could not be completely imitated. The stylist looked puzzled. Chen Bo Lai Mu Chengtong is suitable for medium-length bangs hairstyle, and short hair is more suitable. Although Du Sheng's look in Full House is very three-dimensional and layered, which is imitated by countless people, it is not suitable for everyone. For example, a boy with a high forehead will make his face look long. Chen Bai Huang can travel. Sister Feng, I'm quite satisfied with my current look. Why did I suddenly need to modify it? Didn't you like to imitate his looks before? That's different. I just think long hair is more popular, like the 5566 combination. Didn't you see that they also imitated Du Sheng? Faced with such a rebuttal, Chen Bai and Huang Pai Shi. Listen to me, Chen Wangzai imitates Du Sheng. Are you more popular than him? Chen Wangzai's popularity with Du Sheng is there, can Wu Yifeng not be jealous? Next, I'll prepare a publicity notice for you. This time, I will follow the company's arrangements, so don't ask too much. Although Wu Yifeng's tone was stern, Chen Bai, Huang, Cai, had the expectations and cultivation. In the highly competitive entertainment industry, only by constantly adapting to changes can we seize every possible opportunity. Chen Bai, the simplified and vulgar. Wu Yifeng said while supervising the work of the stylist. In the future, we will refer to Du Sheng's standards, and it is best to create an image similar to a little Du Sheng. Wu Yifeng has always liked this method of combining imitation and innovation. For example, she once portrayed an artist as little Zhang Beizi. Even if I can't sign after Du Sheng, can't you try to transform your artist into his appearance? Isn't the entertainment industry just a place for continuous reference and learning? Chen Wangzai, one of the 4 little kings in Hong Kong and Taiwan, all imitated Du Sheng. Why is our Firebird pictures not allowed? Stylist. Although she showed a look of not making things difficult for me, Fat Tiger, she still did it silently. Looking at Chen Bai's straight long hair, it has now become very similar to Du Sheng's hairstyle in Full House, and the effect is surprisingly good. Seeing that the stylist was still silent, Wu Yifeng asked. Look at what else should be changed. Sister Feng, I think the event is different after all. In addition, the clothes Du Sheng wears when attending events are not cheap. For example, the last time I participated in the Neon International Film Festival, I heard from the sponsor that my outfit was more than 600,000 yuan. The price of that Cartier watch alone is more than 80,000 yuan. Should we do what we can? Moss? You underestimate us too much, right? I can still afford this little money by Firebird Pictures. It's a US knife. Listening to this conversation, Chen Baila planned to go to the scene and seals. The price of a watch is even more than what you earn when you work hard on filming. This is indeed a bit unacceptable. Wu Yifeng also realized that her bold words just now were a bit too much. Although the company is able to bear this cost, if the entire look is really based on Du Sheng's standards, the investment will be too great. She herself didn't have so many expensive accessories, and both sides tacitly exposed this topic. But one thing is certain, Chen Bailamu is a wise man. It doesn't have to be high-end, it's also good to have low-end. Even if you can't eat a lot of popularity like Chen Wangzai, half of it is worth it. It seemed that he could see Chen Baile's tomb temple, and Wu Yifeng smiled and comforted. Do you think others will complain about you because you imitated Du Sheng? Don't worry, it's not your turn to have people like Chen Wangzai in front. To be honest, I hope they do this, that is to make the weather hot. You have to learn how to deal with negative things. When the great sage of love is broadcast, I will create an image of little Du Sheng. Chen Bai is a good and has a good quality and a good teacher. Could it be that I would make myself quarrel with Fan Ou and Cai Nayan rather than swearing about scandals? This not only imitates the shape, but also includes imitating Du Sheng's personality and relationship network. But he had learned to remain silent, but he complained. Jess Feng, you are so outrageous, can you do it? However, the contract is in the hands of the company, and the penalty for liquidated contract is not a small amount, so I can only listen to it. He comforted himself, wondering whether King Guo and Wang Yonghua were famous for imitating Jackson. Du Sheng really wants to have that influence, and he will not lose. Du Sheng naturally didn't know anything about these popular imitations. Even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. What's more, I'm busy shooting day and night at this moment, so I don't have time to pay attention to these things. Today, Yang Guo was filmed about Guo Fu's thoughts about Guo Fu for the Duanyu brothers. He lied that Guo Fu would marry him, but unexpectedly caused the latter to be angry and questioned. It happened that Yang Guo was poisoned by love, and then accidentally triggered the subsequent broken arm. The shooting scene was busy and the staff came and went. There is a desolate grassland outside the city, surrounded by trees, and the outline of the city wall can be vaguely seen in the distance. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and occasionally the wind blows, bringing a hint of coolness. In the studio, the staff were busy arranging props and lights, striving to restore the scenes in the original work. Director Zhu Zhuoyang stood behind the monitor, staring at the scene to be filmed, and the sound of him giving orders from the walkie-talkie in his hand was occasionally heard. Du Sheng has already put on makeup, and his blue shirt makes his figure stand tall. He is handsome and elegant, showing a bit of arrogance and unruly. He stood aside, and from time to time he communicated with Zhu Zhuoliang, or arranged the things needed for the fight. Lu Shishi was wearing a gorgeous pink brocade dress with a cold face, holding a prop sword in her hand, brewing emotional changes. Yang Mi and Lu Yifei beside them spoke from time to time, as if they were communicating their shooting experience. This scene was filmed just now, because Lu Shishi was not angry enough. Zhu Zhuoliang looked around and saw that he was almost ready. Each department prepares, lights, cameras, props, everyone takes their place. With the director's order, the set instantly became quiet and everyone took their place. Lu Shishi took a deep breath, and according to Du Sheng's words, he was trying hard to recall the anger and unhappy things in his mind, and began to accumulate anger. After a while, she rushed forward angrily, pointing at Du Sheng with her eyebrows raised. "Yang Guo, how dare you talk nonsense outside and say that I want to marry you? You are so brave." Du Sheng frowned slightly, and a hint of mockery flashed in his eyes. "Miss Guo, I just want the two fools in the Wu family to stop thinking about you. Are you still blaming me?" Lu Shishi's face was so angry that her face turned red, and she stamped her feet and said, "Why do you care about my business? Also, was Xiang'er taken away by that witch?" Du Sheng's face darkened and his voice was cold. "Miss Guo, if you dare to slander my aunt again, don't blame me for being polite." Lu Shishi sneered. "You are still protecting her? She and the stinky Taoist priest are not clear about it and do not act properly. Do you still think she is a good person?" Du Sheng's eyes were filled with anger. He burned, his figure flashed, and he raised his hand and slapped Lu Shishi hard. "Stop it! You ignorant woman!" The slap was crisp and loud, and Lu Shishi seemed to be stunned by the beating. She widened her eyes, full of anger and disbelief. When did she suffer such anger from childhood to adulthood? You dare to hit me!" Lu Shishi roared angrily. In a rage, she picked up the lady's sword on the table next to her and chopped towards Du Sheng without hesitation. She originally wanted to scare Du Sheng, but she didn't expect that Yang Guo's love flower poison happened to attack, and she didn't expect that the lady's sword was extremely sharp. Du Sheng couldn't avoid it while staggering, and pressed the blood treasure with force on his right arm, and blood splashed out instantly. He stared at his right arm with a weak break, his face full of shock and pain. The staff next to him threw out the blood-stained prop and rolled on the ground twice. "Ah!" When Lu Shishi saw this scene, she screamed in fear, and the sword in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. I didn't mean it." She covered her mouth in horror, her face turned pale, and her eyes were so panicked that she tried her best to show. Click. Zhu Zhuoliang passed the walkie-talkie. "Very good. This section was shot very well, thank you for your hard work." Du Sheng breathed a sigh of relief and wiped away the plasma from his hands. Shi, your anger just now is good and powerful. Lu Shishi felt a little relieved, but still felt a little uneasy. Thank you, Brother Sheng, did I cut it a bit heavy just now? Chapter 528, Make a big difference with a small one. It's okay, your strength can't hurt me. Du Sheng smiled and walked forward, gently rubbing her cheeks a few times. It doesn't hurt, but it's not swollen. Lu Shishi smiled well. You just used tricks, it doesn't hurt. Zhu Zhuoliang walked over, gave a thumbs up and said. You performed well just now, a Sheng is very emotional and very contagious. She is not bad either, and she interprets Guo Fu's anger and regret quite well. Lu Shishi is in a good mood. Thank you, Director, I will continue to work hard. The crew re-entered the busy state, and the subsequent filming was still quite smooth. Especially after Du Sheng's personal tutoring, several girls made progress in acting and crane boxing skills again, and their performance in the crew was better. It feels like I've been enlightened and I've been enlightened. In view of this, by November 12, the scenes on Yandang Mountain ended early in just 22 days after filming. The crew began to pack up all the props and prepare to go to Xiangshan Film and Television City. This time there are 2 days off, Du Sheng and Girls' Generation go their separate ways. The former has to participate in the promotion of Kung Fu Roadshow, while the latter is more busy. For example, Lu Yifei, in addition to memorizing the lines and the lyrics of the ending song, also has to run the promotion of The Little Winner of Love. The youth film Shi and Ling Zhiying will be released at the end of the month. Although this movie has not changed much compared to its previous life, with her current popularity, it will surely bring a big increase in the box office. Besides, Du Sheng and a few young sisters helped out online, so they would never be described. Yang Mi answered an advertisement and needed to go back to the capital. In addition, after all, she just started studying in Beijing Film Academy and was not as capable as Du Sheng, so she had to go back and look at her face. As for Tang Yan and Lu Shishi, they are also very busy. After all, their Blood Romance and Water Moon Cave will be aired this month. Especially the former, after its premiere on Lizzie Channel at the beginning of the month, it achieved the highest ratings this year. It was subsequently broadcast on local channels such as FO, Wuchen, Hui Hot, etc., which attracted widespread attention. Especially the topic of educated youth in TV series and the ups and downs of the fate of young people in the capital city once became the focus of social attention. As one of the main actors, Tang Yan had to take time to run variety shows everywhere even during filming. The same is true for Lu Shishi. Shuya Cave Heaven will be broadcast together in Hangzhou and Shenzhen next week. This novel and fantasy drama has long attracted the attention of countless people inside and outside the circle, and the industry expects that the ratings will generally not be lower than 9%. The entire crew naturally cannot hold back, so there should be promotion and promotion and promotion. Du Sheng is also quite confident in this drama. Because in the early stage of shooting, he went there specifically to point out the problems of secondary 2 settings and costumes and props that were criticized in his previous life. Especially in terms of wild hairstyles and cheap clothing, I spent money to make corrections. 10% viewership on the premiere. This is Du Sheng's prediction. He also greeted Zhong Zhen and handed the sequel script to the production department. In view of this, Legend of Spiritual Realm has entered the preparation stage ahead of schedule. While leading the promotion team, the 2 directors Liang Shifo did not forget to take the time to see the scenery. Although Du Sheng was just a guest star in Kung Fu, he had previously agreed to help Zhou Xingqi help promote twice in the mainland. In return, it is the other party's naming and linkage of the Kung Fu program. At the same time, many performance companies have come to visit each other. I hope to negotiate with him about holding a solo concert. There is no way, his popularity is really enviable. Du Sheng has more than 20 songs so far, which is enough to support a concert. Even if the tracks are not enough, you can add them, include some covers or collaborative repertoire. You can even invite well-known artists such as Liu Yingxi and Zhang Beizi as guests. However, Du Sheng was still hesitant about whether to choose to hold a single concert or a national tour. After all, the next year will be very busy, and it is impossible for him to devote all his energy to his music career. Film and television drama shooting, song recording, commercial endorsement, personal investment and private life. Every item requires him to invest time and energy. The first concert is scheduled to be held at the Shenzhen City Sports Center, with a planned venue of 10,000 people. Ye Jingzi informed the latest progress by phone. We are currently discussing specific cost and risk assessments, and results are expected in the near future. Normally, the concert is held by either the record company in full responsibility or the agency outsources the project to a professional performance company. There are two reasons. First, most brokerage companies lack experience in holding large-scale events and are prone to mistakes when operating on their own. Second, if the concert is not held locally, the organizer needs to bear additional risks. Unless you are a top singer, it is difficult to guarantee box office. However, Du Sheng's situation is special, and Miracle Records is fully capable of organizing such concerts independently. Once the risk assessment is completed, he only needs to focus on choreography and program design, and he can perform on stage for 2 hours. When you are done with the filming, if you are sure to hold a concert, you may be busy in the next few months. Ye Jingzi added. Du Sheng is currently very popular. Even if the company does not actively promote it, he can frequently be on the hot search list. The publicity department creates millions of exposure opportunities for him every week. The total number of fans on Du Sheng's 4 major social platforms has exceeded 40 million. It can be said that if he doesn't bring a bodyguard when he goes out now, he will almost be unable to move forward. This is the influence that real traffic stars have. In addition, Ye also mentioned the acquisition of Phoenix TV, and the three parties basically agreed. Let Du Sheng take advantage of the promotion to go to Xiangjiang to sign a contract with the other party. He will naturally care about such a big deal. At this time, the Star Media office. Du Sheng, who had been to promote the business, returned to the company along the way. Sitting opposite was Ning Jianyang, the manager of Guangfa Bank, and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Mr. Du, not only has he become an internationally renowned movie star, but he has also won the Best Actor award twice in a row. I believe that it won't take long before the 4 heavenly kings are not worth mentioning in front of you." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "Manager Ning, it's over reputation. Regarding the loan matter, I wonder how it is progressing?" When it comes to this, Ning Jianyang's expression becomes a little solemn. "Mr. Du, it's not that I don't want to help, but that the amount of more than 300 million yuan you applied for this time is huge, which is beyond my personal decision-making scope. In yesterday's meeting, someone refuted my proposal." Du Sheng continued without comment. "Did you mention that I plan to use half of Phoenix TV's shares as a guarantee?" "I have mentioned it, but the current situation of Phoenix TV is not ideal. Its competition with TVB has been at a disadvantage for a long time, and Star Media revealed that it intends to sell Phoenix TV, which has led to the loss of internal talents, and the situation is chaotic. Therefore, some senior executives of our bank believe that the risk of this loan is higher." Du Sheng smiled, pushed a cup of tea in front of him, and suddenly said, "Manager Ning, how many years have you been in this position?" Although Ning Jianyang is almost 1 round older than Du Sheng, he did not feel uncomfortable when he heard this. Because everyone knows that Du Sheng is not only the actual controller of Interstellar Media, but also has strong financial resources. "Mr. Du, it's been 5 years. Manager Ning, have you never considered moving your position?" Ning Jianyang was stunned for a moment, and his eyes changed a few times. "Mr. Du, I..." Of course he was eager to go to the next level, but with his existing ability, it was difficult to achieve it. "You can go back and communicate to the board that as long as the loan is approved, Miracle Studios' account will be transferred to Guangfa Bank. The annual transaction volume is expected to be no less than 500 million yuan." After hearing this, Ning Jianyang showed a look of joy on his face. Miracle Studio is just laying eggs. Take its miracle records as an example. The average selling price of an EP genuine album is 12 yuan. The album Yi Sheng With You has sold 3 million copies, and Star Media can get half of the profits from it. This is just part of the album itself. If the share of ringtones of the 3 major telecom operators and the subsequent continuous income will be even more considerable. In addition, the albums, advertising endorsements, and event expenses of singers such as Girls' Generation, Jo Hwimin, and Zhang Beizi are also quite a source of income. Although these funds are accounts receivable and have a long recovery period, this does not include daily cash flow. If Ning Jianyang can win over such high-quality big customers, with his relationship network in the industry, promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. Mr. Du, please rest assured that I will definitely bring good news and strive for the best loan discount. Ning Jianyang said confidently. Taking this big water throat in front of you is like a new parent. Even thankful for the watch only after the introduction of the sister Zhongzhen can we get to know Du Sheng's noble man. Du Sheng nodded and had a few more carefully conversations. No matter how Ning Jianyang is, it is good to be useful as long as it can come in handy. After he left, several senior company executives, Zhongzhen, Ho Hongliang, and Su Xiao, also came to the office. Ho Hongliang smiled and said, Mr. Du, are there any important matters to hand over to us? Since entering the industry 12 years ago, he has worked in camera, director, and other work, and later changed to a career as a producer. He is currently the director of the production department at Star Media. In his previous life, he was the core figure of Noon Sunshine Film and Television. He has created masterpieces such as Lanja Bang, The Pretender, Ode to Joy, and The Great River. Zhongzhen was moved and seemed to have thought of something. Unlike Ho Hongliang, who is in charge of the production department, she is busy all the time and naturally knows a lot of things. However, both sides had a premonition that what they were going to say next was crucial, so they listened silently. Su Xiao also thoughtfully and asked, Mr. Du, are there any special arrangements? It's a good thing. I promised to let you play on the big stage, and now the opportunity is here. He has nearly 10 years of experience in television media. He has served as Deputy Director of Moda TV and is currently the Director of the Film and Television Distribution Department. As for his previous life, he was the founder of Ningmeng Pictures, who produced popular dramas such as Little Farewell, Little Joy and 30 Only. Du Sheng asked them to sit down. Tomorrow I will acquire 35% of Phoenix TV's equity and become the second largest shareholder. The management team left by the Murdoch family will also be fully adjusted at that time. Who are you interested in the position of executive president of Phoenix TV? Jared Murdoch had only a little shares left, so he took the initiative to give up important positions such as vice chairman and executive president. Speaking of which, Star Media only sells 30% of its shares. The rest of the matter was collected by Du Sheng from the third shareholder and the secondary market. All costs are less than HK $1.3 billion. However, he didn't have to pay most of the money, but signed a contract with Wang Qianjin, and the other party would advance it. Hearing this, Ho Hongliang and Su Xiao were both surprised. An artist who has emerged in just 2 years is going to take over Phoenix TV. This change shocked them. And Zhongzhen understood it. After all, she is one of the 3 carriages of Star Media, and many things have been discussed long ago. Besides, I have been paying close attention to the development of all this. Du Sheng glanced at several right-hand assistants and smiled at the corner of his mouth. The opportunity is already in front of you. As for how to choose, it depends on your own decision. Hearing this, Ho Hongliang's breathing was a little disordered. For him, Phoenix TV is not only a giant in the entertainment industry, but also a symbol of power. Becoming its president means standing at the top of the Xiangjiang entertainment industry. Have the ability to change countless life trajectories. Who would have thought that a year ago, he was just a middle-level manager who was not well known. And today, this opportunity for leap appears in front of you. Ho Hongliang and Su Xiao exchanged a look, showing their enthusiasm for seeing both sides. They are all people with strong career aspirations. This time's choice will undoubtedly affect the entire future career. If you can't make up your mind for the time being, you can give me a reply later. Du Sheng said slowly, continuing to taste the tea in his hand. The two nodded slightly excitedly, and were still a little confused when they went out, obviously still digesting this sudden surprise. Zhong Zhen smiled and looked at the man and asked, "A Sheng, it seems that you haven't been to my place for a long time, right?" Du Sheng raised his lips and said with a smile, "When you have time, then let's go tonight." At night, he followed Zhong Zhen to the nearby mansion. After not coming for a while, the living room was completely renewed, and the sofa, table, chair, and chandeliers were all replaced with new ones. Zhong Zhen stood up gracefully in an off-shoulder dress, her hair pouring down like a waterfall, showing her charming lateral neckline and collarbone. The whole person exudes a mature style. Du Sheng's eyes were instantly attracted and praised. "Sister Zhen, you are so beautiful tonight." Under the soft light, Zhong Zhen's eyes were as bright as water, and the corners of his mouth were gently raised. "Can't you attract you before? It's different, your beauty tonight will last very long." Zhong Zhen chuckled, opened the bottle, and poured a glass for both parties. "Don't dislike it when cooking for the first time." The two of them gently flirted with glasses, and Du Sheng recalled every bit of their acquaintance. "A car accident made us meet, and fate is indeed wonderful." Zhong Zhen smiled and said, "Do you know what I thought of you at that time?" Du Sheng joked. "Are you fascinated by my handsomeness?" Zhong Zhen rolled his eyes lightly. "No, I haven't seen any handsome guy in the entertainment industry before. If I were so easily fascinated, I would have been completely eaten up. At that time, in order to vent your adoptive father, you deliberately bumped into and stopped my vehicle. I really thought you were quite interesting." Du Sheng couldn't help laughing when he remembered that past. "Is this still the same view now?" Zhong Zhen nodded. "Yes, from the moment you founded Interstellar Media, I have looked at you with admiration. Although you are young, you are brave enough to act and take responsibility." "That's fine, I thought you didn't like men," Du Sheng said half-jokingly. At that time, Zhong Zhen had no opposite sex and did not have a boyfriend, which was considered strange. "I really don't like ordinary men." Since then, Zhong Zhen has witnessed Du Sheng's dream realization step by step. In less than 2 years, Interstellar Media was built into a top-tier position. Whenever she recalls this experience, she always feels indescribable excitement in her heart. Now, Du Sheng is even more ready to join Phoenix TV and become the seconding command. This is undoubtedly a man who keeps creating miracles. He is outstanding, confident, and handsome. Even a proud woman like Zhong Zhen is gradually attracted by his charm. As for flirting, this has long been common in the entertainment industry. In this tempting world, it is already valuable to maintain a relatively pure character. "Sister Zhen, I liberated your nature, how do you plan to thank me?" Du Sheng's eyes circulated on her concave figure and said with a slightly playful smile. "I have to say that women who practice yoga every day have beautiful and tight skin." Zhong Zhen asked him to see it openly and said with a smile, "What new tricks do you have? Let's make a promise first. Then what if I change the script of the heroine?" Du Sheng smiled, his body leaned forward involuntarily, and lowered his head and went down. Zhong Zhen responded with a chuckle and took the initiative to fight back. "Sister Zhen, you have been busy for more than a month during this period, but your skills have not fallen behind." Du Sheng pulled up Zhong Zhen, who was soft in his arms, and said with a smile, "Do you want to check the progress?" Zhong Zhen's voice was low and tempting. Du Sheng didn't say much, and picked her up the princess. After a long time, Zhong Zhen breathed a sigh of relief, his cheeks flushed. "So, Practicing yoga with crane fist can have such an effect. Du Sheng gently stroked her pink skin. You seem to like this kind of practice. Then I will practice with you every day in the future. Humph. I'm afraid you don't have enough time, so many women are waiting for you. Although Zhongzhen said that, a smile flashed in his eyes. Du Sheng leaned into her ear and whispered. Sister Zhen, isn't the office very spacious? His newly moved headquarters office has specially added acoustic panels. I mentioned it once before, it seems that you have already made this idea. Zhongzhen gave him a blank look, obviously still a little unpretentious. Du Sheng rubbed her hair with a smile. Sister Zhen, you look very charming when wearing a professional dress, really. Zhongzhen's combination of appearance and presidential temperament makes every man have the idea of conquering. That purple professional dress, in the wardrobe on the left. Zhongzhen is very clear about men's strange interests. After practicing a set of yoga routines, he said with some breath. It's laborious and sweaty to practice like this, but it feels so good. After a moment of rest, the two changed into new clothes and started another form of role-playing game. Zhongzhen revisited the classic roles she created in the past, while Du Sheng played a creative villain who interacted with her using various novel techniques. Half an hour later, Zhongzhen's delicate skin, which was as delicate as snow, had a blush, and fine beads of sweat oozing out from his smooth neck. At this moment, she was half leaning in Du Sheng's arms, allowing the other party to gently wipe off her sweat and enjoy the tranquility and beauty of this moment. Chapter 529. A lot of money has been spent. Sister Zhen, do you want to be the executive president of Phoenix TV? Du Sheng asked suddenly. Zhongzhen calmed down his ups and downs, thought for a while and said. Sheng, your next focus is on Star Media or Phoenix TV? Of course it's Interstellar Media. Du Sheng answered without hesitation. And you? Zhongzhen wanted to speak but stopped. You want to ask me why I have to spend so much effort to win Phoenix TV? Du Sheng asked. Zhongzhen was indeed a little puzzled. After all, the competition among TV stations is getting bigger and bigger, and online videos are about to be released. I want to build a media empire that belongs to us. In the future, Star Media will form a group operation, and its subsidiaries will cover multiple fields such as film and television production, music production, star training, and brokerage. Whether it is an actor or a singer, these businesses have the potential to develop sustainably. Not only must we lead the aesthetics and trends in Asia and even the world. It is also necessary to ensure that there is a stable display and publicity channel to avoid being controlled by others. In the next decade, television stations will remain an important media for communication. If you don't want to be taken by others, Star Media must have its own platform to build a complete industrial chain. Phoenix TV is rooted in Xinjiang and radiates to both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the four regions. Before the Internet era reached its peak, such a platform was very important for cultural communication. In the future, Interstellar Media will not be limited to the mainland market. We will look at the entire Asia and even the broader world to explore and conquer more markets. After hearing Du Sheng's words, Zhongzhen's beautiful eyes were beautiful. It is this unfulfilled and energetic self-confidence that makes her even more fascinated. Zhongzhen hugged Du Sheng tightly and gave another long and affectionate kiss. She was determined to accompany him and rushed into the clouds together, so she said firmly. Sheng, I won't go to Phoenix TV anymore, I'll stay here Star Media. Then don't think it's hard in the future. Du Sheng chuckled. However, Zhongzhen worked tirelessly and turned over again to prove it with his actions. On the other hand, Ho Hongliang was also talking with Kong, a friend and director. Kong is also surprised when he learned that Du Sheng was about to become the second shareholder of Phoenix TV. Ah, how about you help me? Ho Hongliang's tone was filled with a hint of joy. This opportunity is quite rare, and he doesn't want to miss any possibility. However, Zhongzhen did not mention the founder's identity, and everyone was tacit about his relationship with Du Sheng. To win in this competition, he must find more ways to increase his own chips. If you can bring such a talented person, I believe that the speed of gaining a foothold on Phoenix TV will be greatly accelerated. Kong shook his head. Old Ho, are you doing this? Ho Hongliang looked at Kong. What's the meaning? I am now the project planning director of Star Media. How much chance of winning can you increase if you take me away? You mean, don't he value Phoenix TV very much? One is his hard work, and the other is holding. Moreover, you have to consider his current star identity. I have never seen money accumulate to this level, and I am willing to appear in the public eye as frequently as him. To be honest, I can't figure out his ideas. Ho Hongliang understood Kong's concerns. Indeed, most successful people tend to manipulate everything behind the scenes. But Du Sheng chose to continue to be active on the entertainment front line, which is really difficult to understand. Either he really cares about this halo or has deeper considerations. In any case, it is necessary to figure out its true intention before it can be decided. I understand, thank you for the reminder. Ho Hongliang took a deep breath and nodded and said. The next day, on the corridor of Interstellar Media. On the third day, Ho Hongliang happened to meet Zhongzhen and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Zhong, I am so energetic today. It seems that I have encountered something good. Zhongzhen knew that Ho Hongliang was judging the wind, but just smiled and said. Mr. Ho, I should be saying this. I will treat you at that time. Mr. Zhong, you are. Ho Hongliang was stunned and pondered the deep meaning of it. Zhongzhen smiled generously. I know that Phoenix TV has limited ability and cannot be competent for it. Mr. Ho, you are outstanding in your talent and will definitely lead Phoenix TV to the top. This is not a congratulations. Ho Hongliang was happy, but then he became suspicious again. How could Zhongzhen give up this opportunity so easily? There must be inside information that he doesn't know. Afterwards, Ho Hongliang walked into the conference room, and Du Sheng asked with a smile. Mr. Ho, you should have an idea. Boss, aren't you going to take charge of Phoenix TV in person? Ho Hongliang tentatively said. Du Sheng shook his head and said with a smile. My journey to stardom has not reached its peak yet. I will only be named as the vice chairman at that time, and the others will be left to the president. Then you are not afraid that Phoenix TV will do this? Ho Hongliang asked worriedly. Don't worry, I've already talked to Lu Changle. I won't be the one who led the news and information department. Du Sheng explained calmly. On the contrary, he also felt that the level of the TV production department was too poor and he had to seek change, so he would be left to us. Ho Hongliang nodded, knowing that Lu Changle was the first shareholder, and continued to ask. Boss, will you never give up your identity as a celebrity in the future? Before winning the Oscar, it should be. Du Sheng joked with himself and said. Of course, since you have chosen you will not be replaced in the middle. I will try my best to ensure the ratings and give you enough time to get a bunch of people. Through this brief conversation, Ho Hongliang understood Du Sheng's true intention. This is to master more content, production, and broadcast channels through Phoenix TV. The president who was entrusted with important tasks is mainly responsible for duties and management matters. This is somewhat inconsistent with his initial wish to focus on the film and television business. More importantly, judging from Du Sheng's strategic layout, Phoenix TV's position in his heart is not the first level. If you leave Star Media and go to Phoenix TV now, you may lose more valuable opportunities. Even if you come back then, the influence you have established before will be greatly reduced. In the end, Ho Hongliang made a decision. Boss, I'd better stay at Star Media. Du Sheng was a little surprised. Originally, he had already selected several replacements for Ho Hongliang after leaving. The other party's choice was somewhat unexpected. Mr. Ho, if you feel that there are many obstacles to joining Phoenix TV, I can give you some convenience and rights. Du Sheng knew that Ho Hongliang had the ability to do these things well, so he pushed him. Boss, I still feel that I am suitable for the production department, especially in the production. Since Ho Hongliang had already figured it out, he made his attitude straightforward. Du Sheng no longer forced himself, just shook his head and smiled. You don't cherish such a good opportunity, I really don't know what to say. Fortunately, there are alternatives. Su Xiao is a good choice. He has a working background on the TV station. It's just that the upgrade is a bit fast and you need to put it in a little pressure. Ho Hongliang and Zhong Zhen looked at each other, as if they both understood Du Sheng's thoughts. What preparation projects are there in the production department in addition to the Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer and the Legend of Spirit Mirror? Ho Hongliang returned to his job and directly asked about the company's follow-up plan. Do you want to prepare for the sequel to Blood Romance? Now the highest rating has reached 9.8%, and the audience is very satisfied. This drama is the producer he is, so of course he has to fight for some things. Du Sheng knew what he meant, shook his head and smiled. It is possible to shoot, but it can only be a prequel. After all, its story has been told. Then there are other projects next. Ho Hongliang obviously still had the idea of being a producer, so he asked. Du Sheng knew that his ability was there, and thought for a while and said. You don't need to follow the bright sword you were responsible for before, right? Then the struggle I gave you before can be prepared in advance, and it is expected to be filmed in the beginning of next spring. This script was obtained from a lottery before, and he also bought the copyright of the novel of the same name. It was broadcast in 2007 and was selected as one of the top 10 viewing classics of that year, which is quite good. Ho Hongliang's eyes lit up and he nodded. Okay, I'll make arrangements now. I don't know if it was influenced by Du Sheng's hero, Jewelry/Blue, but he and Su Xiao had no idea of being independent at this moment, just wanted to climb to a high position. After all, interstellar media is about to grow into a towering tree, and being able to participate in it is definitely a beautiful resume. Du Sheng knocked on the table and continued. Mr. Yao from Ruan Seeing Technology has contacted us twice. Sword of Fairy 3 should be launched next year, and the game adaptation will also be on the agenda. In this regard, Mr. Ho, you can also communicate with him. In addition, Lai Shuoxi Jiatudi co-produced a film called The Unruly Princess, which can also be discussed. As for the adaptations of novels such as The Hidden that you had previously been optimistic about, I will buy them first. Ho Hongliang carefully wrote down these tasks, and then left the office to handle them with satisfaction. Seeing that Su Xiao had not arrived yet, Zhong Zhen asked curiously. Sheng, did you agree to director Lai to act? Du Sheng shook his head with a smile. It's not me, it's for me, I'm preparing it for me, I'm Wen, Yuan and others. The drama The Unruly Princess was very popular back then, which made Zhang Nara, the actress in the country of kimchi, become popular like a rocket in the mainland, and also made Su Yupeng recover his popularity and reputation. Of course Du Sheng would not look down on him. But the same thing is true, time is a matter of time. According to the schedule and plan, in addition to the concert, there will be Sword of Fairy 3, Fuse, Wanted Order and so on to be filmed. In addition, K1 and UFC have major events at the end of the year, and these have to be taken into account. The clone is too skillful. Then what are the next arrangements after you finish filming the Godly Condor Heroes? Prepare the concerts and movies first. Du Sheng's answer was very straightforward. He has a very clear plan for himself. He will shoot a TV series every year to consolidate his popularity, and focus on movies at other times. As for Girls' Generation, if you don't have a suitable work for the time being, you can focus on music first. However, next year, Sword of Fairy 3 will be waiting for them, and they will not be idle. Xiangzhong, Tsiungquan-o Film and Television City. At noon that day, Liang Jiashu returned home and saw his wife sitting on the sofa in a daze. He smiled and said, "Wife, aren't you going to Phoenix TV? Why did you come back so early?" As the leader of the Liang faction, one of the two major camps within TVB, Liang Jiashu has a considerable influence in the Xiangjiang film and television industry. His team includes many well-known artists such as Lin Feng, Wu Naoxi, Guo Qiang and Hu Xing'er. In contrast, Phoenix TV's TV series production department performed mediocrely and had been at a disadvantage in the competition and was completely unable to compete with TVB. But the Shantu culture within TVB is extremely fierce, especially the contest between the Liang faction and the Zheng faction. The leader of the Zheng school is naturally Zheng Lichhen, the producer of the production department. At the same time, she is also Zheng Jiwei's cousin. The latter was promoted to TVB general manager more than 10 years later, which is closely related to her support. The competition between the two factions has lasted for many years, not only for the competition between creativity and projects, but even in daily work, they never interact with each other. These are no longer a secret in the Hong Kong circle. As Liang Jiashu's wife, Xiao Xiaoming is also the manager of TVB's artist department. Her existence gives the Liang faction a slight advantage in internal struggles. "Do you know who made an appointment with me today?" Hearing his wife's sudden question, Liang Jiashu was stunned for a moment and said, "Isn't it to arrange for artists to attend Lu Yu's appointment?" Lu Yu appointment is a variety show that Phoenix TV can be seen in addition to news and information. Xiao Xiaoming shook his head. "I see Phoenix TV's new owner." Liang Jiashu said in surprise. "Is it true that it is rumored that Phoenix TV's change of boss? Who is the new owner?" As a rising star, Phoenix TV will certainly pay attention. And unlike Asian TV, which has been competing for decades, TVB still has some cooperation with it. Xiao Xiaoming showed a mysterious smile. "You will definitely not guess who it is. You will know when it is officially announced." Liang Jiashu did not continue to ask questions, but instead thought, "Are you going to change jobs?" Xiao Xiaoming knew that this kind of thing could not be concealed, so he nodded and confirmed. "Do you think I should go?" Liang Jiashu pondered silently. Speaking of which, because the couple worked together, the senior management was worried that the Liang faction was too strong, so they had not given Xiao Xiaoming the opportunity to be promoted for many years. Although Xiao Xiaoming never questioned anything and still worked thrifty, he felt regretful about his wife's career development. Because if there is no change in the future, Xiao Xiaoming will not be able to go further even if he works until retirement. However, what he didn't know was that next year, Xiao Xiaoming was fired by General Manager Fang Yuhua and supported the third faction Le School Le Yuling to take office. "What kind of position will the new owner offer you?" "Deputy General Manager, responsible for artist management and human resources," Xiao Xiaoming replied. Liang Jiashu nodded, knowing it in his heart. This position not only means a higher level, but also represents better salary and development space. Similarly, Phoenix TV poaches people like this, which means it is even more of a big deal. "So, who is the executive president? Is it that new boss?" "No, it's our old friend, Su Xiao." Liang Jiashu was stunned for a moment. "So it's him. It seems that he hasn't given up on his dream." Su Xiao was once a member of the management of Star Media, but due to some controversy and the questioning of the prodigal son Jared Murdoch, he returned to the mainland to work sadly. This time his return and serving as the executive president of Phoenix TV will undoubtedly bring new changes. "Who do Su Xiao plan to poach this time?" Liang Jiashu asked curiously. "Lin Feng is not one of the list, right? Phoenix TV is headquartered in Xiangjiang, and the TV production department needs some local artists to support the scene. There are not many other TVB, but there are many artists. Lin Feng is a new TVB student, and his father is still a big water throat and is about to be praised as the top player. In addition, the popularity of the legend of the two dragons of the Tang dynasty is still high, which is easy for people to remember. Xiao Xiaoming shook his head and smiled. The new owner doesn't seem to be very interested in these things, and only mentioned a few people a little. They are Ma Qiuming, Yang Yi, and our daughter Liang Jingqi, but they don't come at will. Hearing this, Liang Jiashi relaxed a little. Liang Jingqi is not a TVB contracted artist, but a member of the girls' dormitory group, and her development is average. If there is a big tree called interstellar media, it will probably be able to improve. The other party probably only took advantage of his wife's job change. Although Yang Yi has become a little famous in the legend of the two dragons of the Tang dynasty, she has the lowest starting point. She has neither defected to the Liang school nor favored the Zheng school. She is currently a marginal role. Ma Qiuming is Xiao Xiaoming's loyal supporter. If Xiao Xiaoming leaves, he is very likely to follow him. Liang Jiashu also guessed why Du Sheng only chose these small characters. Phoenix TV's move this time may be to test market reactions, rather than directly confronting TVB. After all, the two sides still have cooperation, so they won't have to have a stumble with TVB. However, as long as Phoenix TV is willing to spend money, competition is destined to be inevitable. This is also good. If Phoenix TV can successfully rise, it will mean more opportunities and a better working environment. After all, TVB is so stingy. People who work here know that even if the company has high ratings and generous advertising revenue, the benefits and salary growth of ordinary employees is very small. At present, some artists cannot even maintain their daily expenses. Even some third-tier artists have to work part-time to have a decent life. If Phoenix TV rises to fight, it will be beneficial to the entire industry. Let everything go with the flow. Liang Jiashi finally said. If Phoenix TV can really bring about changes, it may be a good thing for those of us who work. Since Star Media announced that it would list Phoenix TV for sale, the internal situation has been in unprecedented turmoil. All TV series and new variety shows under production have been urgently temporarily suspended. Since Jared Murdoch decided to sell, he naturally would not continue to invest. Today, all the employees of the TV production department were called to the conference room. Everyone was mixed with feelings and seemed to have a premonition of the changes that were about to happen. At 9 o'clock in the morning, everyone took their seats one after another. Some people have anxiety on their faces, while others seem quite calm and are ready to meet an unknown fate. Suddenly, the door was slowly pushed open, and a pretty girl and a handsome young student appeared on both sides of the door. Isn't this a new popular artist from TVB, Yang Yi and Ma Qiuming? Damn, they actually changed jobs, it will cost a lot of money, right? The employees in the conference room started to talk. Although Yang Yi and Ma Qiuming are not on TVB yet, their popularity is far beyond the existing cast on Phoenix TV. Because on Phoenix TV, the most famous person is actually a host, how dare you believe this? Immediately afterwards, a young man in a black suit and a white shirt inside walked into the conference room. He has a slender figure and outstanding temperament, with a majesty that cannot be ignored. Damn it! Du Sheng is here too. The new boss actually, yes, please invite him as the pillar. It's really a lot of money. The crowd couldn't help but feel an uproar. Du Sheng is a popular star on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the Three Lands, and is dazzling throughout Asia. Seeing this, the people from Phoenix TV's production department were even more motivated. Being able to invite top stars like Du Sheng gives them confidence in the ambitions of their new bosses. Chapter 530 Bombshell. Behind Du Sheng are two well-dressed middle-aged men. And a group of all kinds of men and women. There was a sharp-eyed person at the scene and said in surprise. That's Su Xiao, our former production director. Yang Yi was actually dug up too. She has just been promoted to a young flower. Lu Jiahao and Mei Xiaoqing. These two couples' supervisors were actually invited back. In his previous life, This couple created series of hits such as Forensic Pioneer and Heart and Greed. Even if you don't leave TVB now, you will leave the nest in a few years. Even big-name producers and directors like Xiao Xiaoming and Chi Yi are here. Seeing these people coming, the producers and screenwriters of Phoenix TV became a little nervous. Although Xiao Xiaoming is good at management, the others are recognized by the industry as gold medal producers and screenwriters. This has made many people feel stressed. On the stage, artists such as Yang Yi and Ma Qiuming, screenwriters and producers sat down one after another. At the center of the rostrum, Du Sheng, Su Xiao, Lu Jiahao, and Xiao Xiaoming sat down one by one. After the conference room gradually calmed down, Du Sheng picked up the microphone and said lightly, "From today, I will be in charge of Phoenix TV's production department. Does anyone have any opinions?" In order to attend today's meeting, Du Sheng deliberately pulled himself out of the busy crew. He looked around with awesome eyes. As soon as these words came out, the conference room fell into a cold silence. Whether it is middle-aged and senior executives or ordinary employees, it is a bit difficult to believe all of this. The most profound label Du Sheng gave them is the stars. Although he has been in full swing recently, he has won the belt of the double actor and the double boxing champion, and even the single released in Europe and the United States has been very successful. But this does not prove that he has the ability to manage a production department of a TV station. After a moment, whispers began to come from the crowd, and some managers even expressed their dissatisfaction directly. Do you really understand TV series production, post-editing, and TV station operation? Du Sheng smiled slightly and looked at the person who was talking carefully. He has seen this person. It should be an executive promoted by Murdoch. No wonder the reaction was so fierce. I will answer these questions with practical actions. As Du Sheng spoke, his eyes fell on him. But before that, you can go through the resignation procedures. I have worked diligently on Phoenix TV for so many years, and even if I have no credit, I will work hard. I will never accept this kind of treatment. I want to appeal. The executive looked resentful, as if he believed Du Sheng was just a decoration. Bang! Suddenly, Su Xiao slapped the conference table hard and said in a deep voice, "Su Yaoxiang, what's your position here to shout? How much public funds have you occupied after so many years in the production department? How dare you be so domineering with a black sheep like you? It won't take long before the Independent Commission Against Corruption will invite you to drink coffee. There are also Ma Ziyi and Zhao Yinlin. None of you can escape responsibility." Su Yaoxiang immediately felt weak in his legs and fell on the chair, his face turning pale. Others mentioned also became dissatisfied. Unexpectedly, the new management team became serious as soon as they took office. Immediately someone started begging for mercy. "Mr. Su, we know we are wrong. For the sake of our hard work for many years, let's give us a chance to correct us." Su Xiao responded coldly. "It's too late to repent." The atmosphere in the conference room was instantly overwhelmed by Su Xiao's momentum. Du Sheng observed all this with a smile. The reason why he invited Su Xiao out was because he was interested in his past resume and courage, and was able to quickly stabilize the situation in the production department. Now it seems that the effect is quite significant. Su Xiao picked up the microphone and announced with a serious expression. The board of directors has completed its reorganization, and the current shareholders are composed of Lu Chang'e, Du Sheng, and He Shaoxiang. Jared Murdoch and Chen Yongqi have resigned as vice chairman and executive president respectively. From today on, Du Sheng will become the new vice chairman and executive director of Phoenix TV, and he will serve as the executive president. Now, the four major shareholders of Phoenix TV are Du Sheng Co., Limited, 36.8%, Lu Chang'e has not changed 45%, He Shaoxiang has 12.6%, and Star Media has only 3% left. As for Chen Yongqi's part, he took advantage of the situation and sold it to Du Sheng. At the same time, they will spend a total of 50 million yuan in proportion to strengthen the operation of the program department. After hearing this news, the employees truly realized the seriousness of the situation. As the daughter of King He Shaoxiang, her background is naturally self-evident. Lu Changel is not only the chairman and largest shareholder of Phoenix TV, but also enjoys a high reputation in the media industry. But Du Sheng was able to stand shoulder to shoulder with them, which means that his status have once again set a new high. There were no stupid people at the scene, and warm applause came out. Su Yaoxiang, who just dared to challenge the situation publicly, has been quickly deprived of it. Who dares to have any objections? As the applause slowly dissipated, Du Sheng said slowly. Dear colleagues, although I am a new member, Phoenix TV is not only a shareholder, but also every employee here. But today I was very disappointed when I saw everyone's mental outlook. Because I can't see any hope or dream from you, and this department even needs to rely on the support of the news department to maintain it. You guys touch your conscience and say, are you really worthy of the salary you have? Du Sheng's eyes slowly swept across the entire conference room with majesty. Many people involuntarily lowered their heads and showed shame on their faces. From now on, Phoenix TV will no longer tolerate any misbehavior. People with ability will be promoted directly, while people with mediocre people will be eliminated. We only look at the talents and results. As long as the programs and episodes you produce can attract enough viewers, you can get corresponding rewards and dividends. Currently, the production department of Interstellar Media can only produce up to 3 independent dramas every year. Other projects need to rely on cooperation with other companies. But according to the development trend, such output is obviously not enough. Therefore, Phoenix TV's production department can not only serve as a supplement, but also have the opportunity to play a greater role rather than doing nothing. In addition, Phoenix TV currently has 4 channels radiating Southeast Asia, Europe, and the United States, and can use this to expand the copyright of TV to sell. Du Sheng's words were like spring thunder, which shocked everyone present. Could it be that these behind-the-scenes workers will also have the opportunity to participate in dividend distribution in the future? This is an unprecedented big deal. Du Sheng's decision undoubtedly gave everyone a shot of a heart attack. Thunderous applause broke out at the scene, almost overturning the ceiling. Du Sheng raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Next, I will announce several important personnel adjustments. Su Xiao will serve as the executive president of Phoenix TV, Ms. Xiao Xiaoming will serve as the deputy general manager of administration, and Mr. Lu Jiahao will serve as the director of the production department. At the same time, Su Yaoxiang no longer serves as director, and Lu Yilin no longer serves as department manager. Since he has become the vice chairman and executive director of Phoenix TV, it is inevitable to make some personnel changes. As the names were announced, some people's faces were filled with joy. Some people seem very disappointed, while others have already anticipated all of this. For example, Lu Yilin, as a member of the Murdoch family, knew her stay or not, so she simply did not attend. Not long after, Su Xiao made his statement of taking office and emphasized the concept of only talent is to promote proposed by Du Sheng. The production department is in a critical period of transformation, and anyone with talent has the opportunity to stand up. As long as you have the ability, I am willing to give you a chance. These words ignited hope in many people's hearts. After all, the removal of the personnel just now provides them with more opportunities for promotion. After the conference, most people left the conference room with satisfied smiles. And some core members were kept. Du Sheng looked around at the producers and screenwriters present and said in a serious tone, "To be honest, I'm not satisfied with the performance of some of you. As the core department of Phoenix TV, you must at least assume most of the responsibility for the company's performance decline in recent years. Therefore, I decided to temporarily revoke part of the authority of the production department." This sentence was like a bombshell, shocking everyone present. But seeing that Lu Jiahao and Mei Xiaoqing and his wife had no objection, the others had to bear it. Du Sheng continued. In the next 10 months, all new project proposals will need to be submitted to me and will be reviewed and approved by me. I understand that you may be dissatisfied with this, but dramas such as Goddess Dragon, The Legend of the Sky, and The Sword of Immortality are all made by my own works. Who can guarantee that your works can surpass them? Hearing this, the producers who had originally wanted to refute were silent. After all, most of the TV series on Phoenix TV in recent years have not exceeded double digits. Many Diabay viewers don't even know that Phoenix TV Chinese channel will broadcast TV series. This is really embarrassing. 10 months later, the production department will set up a project review meeting, and the proposal can only be approved by more than 70% of the support. If you feel that your work is being treated unfairly, every producer has the opportunity to submit a proposal directly to me once a year. As long as I can impress me, I can pass directly. Du Sheng hopes to establish a more scientific and reasonable management mechanism through this method to ensure that Phoenix TV can develop stably in the long run. The dramas of interstellar media, coupled with the popularity of its own news, can stir up a pool of stagnant water. Mr. Du, what should we do next? All the series that were being produced before were stopped. If only old dramas were played for a long time, not only would the audience be lost, but the advertisers would also leave us. A member of the production department couldn't help but raise his concerns. Du Sheng smiled slightly. Don't worry, I've selected several upcoming series from Star Media. If the ratings do not reach double digits, you can criticize me at will. After hearing this, everyone understood what Du Sheng meant, which was to give them 10 months to prepare new works. At the same time, they are also full of the dramas chosen by Du Sheng curious. I want to know what kind of work can make him so confident. They did not discriminate against mainland dramas. In fact, people in the Xiangjiang circle were amazed at the scene of dramas like The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Tang Dynasty and The Sword of Immortality. Many people could not film them at all. What Du Sheng said is of course The Kiss of a Prank and The Legend of Woolen that Interstellar Media has not yet released. These two works that have proved their popularity in their previous lives will naturally not disappoint. In addition, previous popular dramas such as The Legend of the Sky, The Legend of the Immortal Sword, The Water Moon Cave, etc. can also be replayed on Phoenix TV to fill the gaps in the content. Mr. Du, I have a project under preparation. This is my preliminary story summary, I hope you can get your guidance. The person who spoke was Lu Jiahao, who had just been promoted to director. Everyone around was surprised. Unexpectedly, Lu Jiahao submitted the script so quickly. Du Sheng took the pages handed by Lu Jiahao and saw that Forensic Pioneer was written on it. Good guy, he took the big move as soon as he came up. Forensic Pioneer is an iconic work on TVB and is deeply loved by audiences from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions. From the first season to the 6th season of 2024, each season has achieved extremely high ratings and has become a rare classic series. After Du Sheng finished reading it, a faint smile appeared on his face. This is a very creative modern detective drama. From the perspective of forensics, I think it has quite potential. Mr. Lu, you can start preparing. If your work is of high quality enough, you can put it on air during prime time. Lu Jiahao nodded gratefully, with a hearty smile on his face. He had already started planning this project when he was on TVB. There are also candidates for the choice of the second male and female characters in the play. Ma Qiuming and Yang Yi. Since you have been attracted by it, you naturally cannot be neglected. Especially when Ma Qiuming was introduced by Deputy General Manager Xiao Xiaoming, Lu Jiahao naturally had to make some statements. As for the male lead, he is expected to be led by the popular artist of Interstellar Media. And the heroine, if not specially designated. His eyes swept over the women present and finally fell on Charmaine Chet. Last year, she was named one of the 6 major actresses officially announced by TVB, and recently she only signed a first appointment. In the first half of the year, she played the casual policewoman in The Unknown Angel, and performed very well. Seeing that Lu Jiahao's project was recognized so smoothly, the other producers felt much more relaxed. They even felt that Du Sheng's requirements were not so difficult to meet. At this time, Charmaine Shet, who was proposed to be the heroine by Lu Jiahao, was staring at Du Sheng enthusiastically. If you can make friends with such a young, promising, and powerful handsome guy, it will definitely be a great help in your career. Du Sheng didn't pay attention to these things yet, and encouraged several senior executives. I'll leave the future of Phoenix TV to you. Mr. Du, you are so polite. If you choose us, you are the greatest trust in us and will definitely not disappoint you. Su Xiao replied, his tone full of firmness. In fact, Su Xiao was forced to resign 6 years ago due to pressure from Jared's son, and he always felt a little unwilling to do so. Nowadays, Phoenix TV's ratings have dropped to less than Onet heard of TVB, and the situation is worrying. Du Sheng gave him great power this time, so he naturally wanted to do something. As the director of the production department, Lu Jiahao has no choice but to coordinate the corresponding matters. Artist training and development, acting improvement, etc. were handed over to Xiao Xiaoming. Subsequently, Du Sheng decided to put the new drama Shuya Cave on Phoenix TV. From today, we will fully launch the publicity offensive of this drama and will be broadcast in prime time with Shenzhen City TV next week. At the same time, let the marketing department renegotiate with the advertiser. If the ratings of the show are less than 10%, we will not charge any fees and will be considered as free advertising. However, every 4 percentage points exceeding, the quotation must be increased accordingly and a step-by-step charging shall be implemented. Su Xiao nodded seriously and accepted the task. Then, Du Sheng said to Xiao Xiaoming, Mr. Xiao, please give me your advice on the artist's affairs. Any enterprising artist deserves our opportunity. However, there is one thing I must emphasize, that although every artist on Phoenix TV does not force them to join Star Media, nor does it have to speak fluent Mandarin, regional discrimination is never allowed. Once discovered, terminate the contract immediately. Du Sheng's requirements for Phoenix TV are relatively relaxed. After all, many actors here are mainly active in Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan. But at Interstellar Media, these are standard requirements. Xiao Xiaoming knew his boss's intentions well and decided to do better based on his boss's requirements. Ensure that artists actively join Star Media and improve their Mandarin skills, while adopting a zero-tolerance attitude towards any form of regional discrimination. Du Sheng smiled at Lu Jiahao again. Mr. Lu, please be in charge of the production department. In fact, since Du Sheng took back the production rights, Lu Jiahao's power as the director of the production department no longer exists. Like Ni Kuang, Lu Jiahao came to Xiangjiang from the mainland to develop. But unlike Ni Kuang, Lu Jiahao never slandered the mainland, but was regarded as a neutral person. Du Sheng naturally wants to make full use of such an industry veteran who has both prestige and firm stance. Lu Jiahao responded with a smile. Mr. Du, don't say that, I can see that you are really thinking about Phoenix TV. As an insider, I feel very sad when I see the current situation of the film and television industry in Xiangjiang. Du Sheng made some polite decisions, and when he saw that the time was about the same, he stood up. Chairman Lu Changel held a friendship banquet tonight, you all come. Shocked. The new chairman of Phoenix TV announced that he was a popular superstar. Du Sheng's gorgeous turn, from screen superstar to media giant. Exclusive secret, the first appearance of Du Sheng, the new leader of Phoenix TV. Su Xiao returns to the Xiangjiang media industry, and Phoenix TV ushers in a reform storm. TVB talents are lost, and stars such as Charmaine Shet and Mama have turned to Phoenix TV. Hong Kong media always responded quickly, and major news like the replacement of the head of Phoenix TV immediately became the headlines of major newspapers. Next to the newspaper booth, people stopped and talked about the news. The new chairman of Phoenix TV is Du Sheng from the mainland. Boss, is this news reliable? Young man, can't you recognize such a big picture? Isn't he the one who sings, acts, and boxing? Why did he suddenly become the chairman of Phoenix TV? You ask me, who will I go? Just buy a few more newspapers and read them. The owner of the newspaper booth was also confused. The TV series starring Du Sheng was still popular on TVB last month, and in a blink of an eye he became the chairman of his competitors. Is it that I don't understand, or is the world getting too fast? Not only the newspaper booth owners, everyone was confused. Du Sheng was only featured in Time magazine not long ago. Why is the span of such a large span? However, fans of Star Media's artists were very excited. Phoenix TV chairman. See who dares to say that Brother Sheng's Full House is fake in the future. Brother Sheng is obviously even better than the protagonist of Full House. Wow! Brother Sheng is really synonymous with handsome, mysterious, and awesome. I'm worthy of being my idol. It's so awesome. In this media storm, Du Sheng's image was once again pushed to the forefront and became the focus of public attention. From a versatile artist to a giant who controls the media empire, such changes will undoubtedly bring new shocks to the entertainment industry. Whether he can lead Phoenix TV to new glory has also become a hot topic of attention. Chapter 531 What is a big brand? As the saying goes, if you gain something, you will lose something. TVB, General Manager's Office. Fang Yuhua sat there expressionlessly. Zhang Lichen and Liang Jiashu stood aside, silent. Director Liang, your wife is amazing. Not only did we pass Phoenix TV without saying a word, but we also brought a group of core talents from our TVB. Is this considered selling one and getting more free? Although Fang Yuhua's tone was neither salty nor light, it was somewhat interesting. Liang Jiashu's face was helpless. Miss Fang, she really didn't tell me about this. You also know that we are all busy with things, and I just saw the news before I learned about it. Enough, don't be careless with me. Fang Yuhua was secretly annoyed. When your wife was fighting for resources for the Liang faction in the past, why didn't she see you so fair? Although she didn't want to see the Liang faction dominant and often divided and suppressed her, if she changed jobs for personal reasons, it would be another matter. However, TVB and Star Media are currently working well, and it is impossible to make a fuss over this matter. Therefore, she could only vent her dissatisfaction on them. After Zhang Lichen listened aside, she felt secretly glad. Xiao Xiaoming's departure undoubtedly weakened the Liang sect's background, and also angered the powerful general manager. The days ahead will probably be difficult for the Liang faction. And you, Ajahn? But her idea was not finished yet. Fang Yuhua turned her head and said, I just awarded the Best Supporting Actress award to Yang Yi, and she turned around and threw herself elsewhere. How did you manage the team? Is this going to make everyone in Xiangjiang laugh at us for TVB? Miss Fang, Yang Yi, and Ma Qiuming did not notify me in advance, but directly asked the agent to pay the liquidated damages. Zhang Lichen quickly explained. I just called and scolded them. This behavior is really unrelated and completely disregards the TVB's training of them. I only know how to criticize and report all day long, and I haven't even done my own business well. Let's see what it's like to make a fuss. Please reflect on your salary deduction this month. When Liang Jiashu and Zhang Lichen heard this, their faces immediately showed a look of dismay, but they did not dare to say more and left one after another. Fang Yuhua pondered for a while and left the office. In the sanatorium, Xiao Yufa was sitting in the VIP garden basking in the sun. After listening to the report, he sighed a little. I really didn't expect that Phoenix TV would fall into the hands of that young man. According to the other party's momentum of daring to fight, Lu Changel, a conservative, will sooner or later have to abdicate and even sell his equity. Master, are you not worried at all? Fang Yuhua asked in confusion. She would not doubt that Du Sheng could become famous quickly, because as long as she had enough resources and was excellent, this situation could be replicated. But becoming the big boss of Phoenix TV, that's it, not something that ordinary abilities can do. Xiao Yufa shook his head slightly, not caring about it. The overall revenue of the media industry continues to decline. As long as TVB does not commit suicide, it will be difficult for other TV stations to shake our position. What's more, Phoenix TV focuses on news and information. There is a saying that he hasn't said yet, then TVB occupies the dominant position in the Xiangjiang TV market and has almost reached a monopoly level. Zhenfo has already complained about this. Xiao Yufa did not continue this topic, but turned to inquire. What's going on with those who left? Xiao Yufa didn't care about the loss of talents, nor did he think it was because the salary was not attractive enough. Retaining people with high salaries is like raising a tiger. He is known for his frugality, and this will never change. In his opinion, artists are always greedy and fickle, and must never be satisfied. As for those artists, they can just go as long as they are not promoted. He also thought that he had too many people, which made the company bloated. I heard that Phoenix TV intends to distribute profits to the creative department, and I am worried that this may cause some people's thoughts. Fang Yuhua expressed a hint of hidden worries. Although only 2 artists left this time with liquidated damages, which would have little impact on the huge TVB, once a precedent is set, the consequences are unpredictable. Give dividends? Haha, today is different from the past. Xiao Yufa shook his head and smiled, not even more concerned. How risky is to produce the crew now? If you can't even make money, see what they can share. Fang Yuhua also thinks so, but she can't help but be rich. But she did not continue the topic, but said, given our good cooperative relationship with Star Media, should we attend Du Sheng's friendship banquet tonight? Xiao Yufa thought for a while and said, I won't go. If you don't want to go, you can let Liang Jiashu and Zhang Lichhen be representatives. Even without Du Sheng taking over, their TVB and Phoenix TV still coexist with cooperation and competition. In the future, it will be a major trend to be co-productive with the mainland. Therefore, this relationship still needs to be maintained. That night, the Hilton Hotel. Du Sheng stood in the middle of the hall to welcome the guests who came to congratulate him one by one. Wu walked forward, hugged Du Sheng gently, and joked. Why should I call you Movie Emperor Du or Du Sheng now? Du Sheng responded with a smile. Don't tease me, just call me whatever you want. Wu certainly understood the importance of the occasion. The two could tease each other in private, but he would not go too far in public. Since he finished Shapa Wolf last time, thanks to Du Sheng's introduction, he finally got a role in Du Kefeng's new drama society. Although he only plays the role of Big D's subordinate, this is a world of difference compared to the waiting years. So, he was very grateful to Du Sheng, a fellow villager. After learning that Du Sheng was in charge of Phoenix TV today, although he was as surprised as everyone else, he did not hesitate to put down his affairs and come to celebrate. After the two had a few brief conversations, Wu saw that the crowd was getting closer, so he realized the tactfulness and stepped aside. At this time, Lu Dihua walked over with a smile. Sheng, congratulations! Brother Hua, you are actually half of my noble person. I should thank you. Du Sheng replied with a smile. In the movie industry, if I hadn't received the other party's kindness, I wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Haha, if you are so outstanding, don't be humble. Lu Yingzhou took his shoulders and said. And popularity is mutually successful. For example, the success of the Tenside Ambush is also helpful to my upcoming film. Brother Hua, there are so many people in the circle to support the game tonight, so you should help me stand up. Don't be polite. Okay, you have to attend the premiere of The World Without Thieves. I didn't say anything, even if I'm busy, I'll definitely come. Lu Dihua greeted and was filled with emotion. 2 years ago, the other party was still an insignificant little actor. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, he would have already had such a big foundation. The ability of Star Media plus Phoenix TV. Now anyone who sees him has to cling to him or bow his head. After some politeness, many well-known people including Du Kefeng, Zhuang Wenqiang, Yuan Bin, Hong Bao also came to pay their respects. There is more or less complexity in the words. From then on, they said they would have to ask for work in each other's hands. This identity change is not bad. At this time, a charming woman walked into her sight with a smile. She was wearing a black off-shoulder evening dress, and her retro bun set off her classic beauty. She paired with black lace gloves, and her slightly back design showed her charming collarbone lines, showing her noble and elegant appearance. The white strapless vaguely visible under the v-neck adds a bit of mysterious charm. I don't know if it's thanks to Du Sheng's nourishment, Zhou Huimin is getting younger and younger, and her skin is as delicate and smooth as a newborn baby, without any trace of time. Du Sheng apologized with the people around him, and smiled and stepped forward to greet the beautiful woman who attracted many eyes. Zhou Huimin stretched out her hand gracefully, with a smile on her face. Sheng, are there too many guests tonight, and you are dazzled by the sight? Du Sheng held her hand and smiled. In front of a beautiful beauty like Huimin, who can be dazzling? Zhou Huimin covered her mouth and chuckled, holding Du Sheng's hand tightly without letting go. It's a pity that Cecilia Chung is shooting outside the country and she was unable to come back in time, otherwise she would definitely be joining in the fun. She is now a good sister to Zhang Baji and often goes out to match her. When I am bored, I will also exchange my experience in practicing boxing and yoga. The promise is at the moment of filming, and she is unlikely to have free time. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. But it doesn't matter if she is not here. We have more opportunities to discuss and communicate well. Seeing that no one was paying attention, he leaned into the woman's ears and smiled and said in a low voice. This evening dress is very beautiful. Remember to wear this outfit tonight. I will teach you a few tricks. Zhou Huimin knew what this guy was thinking without guessing, so she gave him a slight look. You are busy tonight, let's deal with it first. After saying that, she turned around gracefully and walked towards Gu Zhuji. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth, and he was obviously in a very happy mood. Looking back on the scenes when I returned from Neon last time, how long has it been past, but I didn't expect that the man would have another president of Phoenix TV. I have to say that the other party gave her so many surprises. As night fell, celebrities from all walks of life from both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three places arrived one after another. There were even many Bay City artists who came here to join in the fun. At this time, Du Sheng's eyes fell on a man in tang suit, and he was stunned and smiled and greeted him. Brother Long, I didn't expect you to come back in your busy schedule. Sheng, congratulations on your career going further. When I was running for promotion at Neon, I heard that Phoenix TV was taken over by mainland artists. I knew it was you when I guessed. It was amazing. The person in front of me is Cheng Long, whose famous name is resounding throughout Asia. Du Sheng did invite him. It was just that when I heard that Cheng Long was promoting the movie New Police Story, I didn't have much hope. Unexpectedly, the other party actually rushed back. Speaking of which, Cheng Long is also one of the actors Du Sheng admires the most. The other party not only brings glory to Chinese people internationally, but also has a much more influence than people imagined. For example, in some wartime areas in Africa and the Middle East, Cheng Long's name is even more useful than any passport. In Neon, many celebrities are loyal fans of Cheng Long. Because his action scenes are performed with life and no one can match them. Someone in Singapore said it well, if there are superheroes in Asia, it must be Cheng Long. He not only broke the stereotypes of foreigners about the East, but also always adhered to patriotism and actively maintained the national image. As for private life, no one is perfect, who can guarantee that he can still maintain a pure and weak position after reaching his position. To put it bluntly, many people on the scene may not be able to do better in this regard. Brother Long, I'm sorry, you came from abroad for a special trip. Haha, this time you join Phoenix TV, it is a great thing for all our artists. Of course I want to support you. Cheng Long responded with a smile. In the banquet hall, as more and more celebrities arrived, the employees of Phoenix TV were amazed. Damn, 3 of the 4 heavenly kings are here. Cheng Long has made a special trip back, which shows that this change of ownership has a lot of impact. Yes, Brother Sheng's reputation is probably going to soar again. Look at that, even the Nanyang artists are here to support you. Although it is not clear how Du Sheng did it, this is indeed a big scene that Phoenix TV has never had in many years. All the employees were extremely excited. At this time, the 2 beauties walked towards Du Sheng slowly with wine glasses. But they are the 2 new leading actresses of Phoenix TV, Yang Yi and Charmaine Shet. Brother Sheng, let's give you a cup. I wish the Phoenix spread its wings and to a higher level. Tonight's banquet was more formal, with both beauties dressed up carefully and wearing gorgeous dresses. Charmaine Shet wore a long red dress, beautiful and charming. The popularity of The Legend of the Golden Branch some time ago made her a hot first-line actress. Yang Yi showed her fresh and refined image, and her slender legs were even more eye-catching. Du Sheng gently touched the glass with them, took a sip and smiled. The development of Phoenix TV in the future is inseparable from everyone's efforts, come on. Charmaine Shet felt his gaze and felt a little happy. After becoming a first-line actress in Xiangjiang, her mentality has undergone subtle changes. How can a silver gun wax bullet like Chen Haoman compare to the one in front of him? Previously, she wanted to find an opportunity to work with Du Sheng once to see if she was as brave as the rumors. This time there seems to be some hope. In fact, it is not unreasonable that she was named Gossip Queen. Unfortunately, a perfect man like Du Sheng, who is both young, handsome, rich, and talented, has never been exposed to it. Du Sheng's strong and powerful body and energetic mental state made her feel even more moved. At this moment, her pursuit of fame and money is no longer so strong. The freshness and experience of hunting are what you want most. Du Sheng smiled and said, "We can talk if we have time." A trace of expectation flashed in Yang Yi's eyes. She knew that the production department was about to launch a new drama and was very likely to be launched as a New Year drama. Sure enough, Du Sheng added, "I made some tweaks to director Lu Jiahao's script. I think you two are very suitable for characters in the play." Yang Yi immediately breathed a sigh of relief and agreed happily. As the night darkened, the banquet gradually came to an end. Seeing that Zhou Huimin was pulled away by her agent, Du Sheng would not come back so soon, so he simply moved to the hotel's high-rise suite first. 1 hour later, on the hotel bed. After experiencing a high-intensity yoga exercise, the mature and beautiful Yang Yi was breathing heavily at this moment. The white and greasy face was as red as fire, and the snow-white thighs were still on Du Sheng at this moment, allowing the other party to wipe the fragrant sweat. Yang Yi snuggled in his arms like this, her voice becoming a little hoarse. "Brother Sheng, you are so awesome. This is just the beginning, aren't you going to stick to the show? Come on, I will let you see what real acting skills are." Du Sheng smiled, picked up Charmaine Shet and came to the floor-to-ceiling window. Charmaine Shet's eyes were flowing, and she tried hard to hang her pink arm around his neck. I have to say that this person is indeed well known. At this moment, no matter what drama Du Sheng wants to play, she can accept it and try it. It seems difficult to refuse any request, as if he is possessed. Not to mention role-playing, it is okay to revisit all the classic roles you have played in the past. In terms of acting skills, he was crushed by various strange new routines by the villain Du Sheng. The very ruthless kind, there is no room for resistance at all. However, it is worth it to be able to play the leading actress of Phoenix TV's forensic pioneer. The next morning, when the sun shone through the curtains on the large bed of the quilt, Charmaine slowly woke up and felt as if her whole body had been broken up. Yang Yi also had this feeling, and she couldn't even open her eyes. In a trance, she remembered that before Du Sheng left in the early morning of last night, she carefully carried him into the bathroom to wash and then went out. Hey, it's so embarrassing that they are suppressed by the other party's acting skills. It seems that you need to practice and cooperate more, and find an opportunity next time. Not to mention her resentment, on the other side. Du Sheng got up early and even returned after punching. Although he was drunk last night and had a few games, he had a strong recovery and was completely like nothing happened. But Zhou Huimin, who was lying beside him at this moment, couldn't do it. Seeing that she was still sleeping soundly, she knew how tired she was last night. Looking at Zhou Huimin's graceful figure, Du Sheng couldn't help but exclaim. There is an old saying that women are made of water, which is very appropriate for Zhou Huimin. After a while, Zhou Huimin's eyelashes trembled slightly, and she felt something strange on her body, and opened her eyes in a daze. She couldn't help but let out a coquettish voice, but Du Sheng gently kissed her lips. After some lingering relationship, the two of them separated reluctantly. Seeing that Du Sheng seemed to be ready to pick her up, Zhou Huimin frowned slightly and said with a little coquettish look. Sheng, no, I haven't washed up yet. Du Sheng chuckled. Who shouted last night that he didn't stop and insisted on punishing me? Zhou Huimin's cheeks instantly flushed and she gently patted Du Sheng. Of course she knew how much wine Du Sheng drank last night and where he went, but she really didn't expect that the other party would be so terrified. It's simply incredible. Thinking of the retreating exchanges and discussions last night, she couldn't help but sigh. Du Sheng smiled and picked up the woman and walked into the bathroom. Even if you don't have enough energy, you still have the strength to play and sing. In the bathroom, the two of them felt warm again. After a long time, Du Sheng cooked a few dishes in person, and the two of them ate and chatted. The atmosphere was warm and sweet. After the meal, Zhou Huimin snuggled in his arms, enjoying a moment of tranquility. But not long after, she blushed and patted her paws. Why are you not full yet? You're going to be over. Hee, Huimin, you are so charming, no matter how many you are, it's not enough. Zhou Huimin felt sweet after hearing this, and no matter how nice the love words were, they could not resist the tenderness and sweetness at this moment. Du Sheng felt that Zhou Huimin's figure was indeed the best, with her tall and long legs, large size, and even more charming. Zhou Huimin didn't care about the claw anymore, hugged him and said. After handling the matter here, you have to rush back to film, right? We have to leave in the afternoon. Do you want to go to the mainland together? I just received an endorsement and can't leave the past 2 days. Zhou Huimin felt a little regretful and said. When I finish my work, I'll visit you and Bai Ji at that time. Du Sheng laughed and picked her up with her backhand. With the time left, let's review the way the crane fist is used to operate with its power, shaking and impact. Zhou Huimin only had time to exclaim, and then was beaten. Chapter 532, Punish Your Mother. Do you call this crushing? After returning to Xiangshan Film and Television City, Du Sheng was busy filming again. At this moment, the follow-up caused by Yang Guo's right arm being cut off. Next is the plot of the antidote in Zhueqing Valley and the 3 separations between Yang Guo and Zai Longnu. This is an important plot clue in the play. Every separation made Yang Guo very sad and made him more determined in his relationship with Zai Longnu. However, these experiences have continuously tempered Yang Guo's will, and gradually grew from a bohemian boy to an affectionate and determined man. At the same time, this love is also the legend of Condor heroes. The most touching part of must be immersed in layers, and even watched it with great concern. Therefore, Du Sheng must interpret this experience and mentality change. Fortunately, his LV4/acting skills have reached the 5th level of character shaping, that is, the level of old actors. In addition to script prompts, this type of acting also knows how to give the characters charm and is infectious enough to allow the audience to bring in better. Especially in growth characters, it can be well reflected. In addition, most of these are literary dramas, so you can easily grasp them. It was Lu Yifei, Lu Shishi, and Tang Yan who were acting against him, which was a little difficult. Even if Du Sheng can lead the show, their characters' emotions have to change and they are often exhausted. Therefore, every time after the filming is finished, Du Sheng is caught as a coolie. While he was in pain and happiness, Shui Cave unknowingly premiered on Shenzhen TV and Phoenix TV. This novel and fantasy drama, which is played by Sun Yaoei, played by Tong Bo, Peng Yuan, played by Tong Zhan, Zhang Jin, played by Tong Xin, Cai Xiaofen, and Lu Shishi, played by Yin Tianxiu, attracted a lot of attention as soon as it was broadcast. Not to mention Du Sheng's continuous standing, he also personally performed the opening song Peerless for him, and a huge wave of topics in the end song Water Moon for Girls' Generation. The only few starring actors are famous. For example, Sun Yaoei was once one of the 4 little kings of Xiangzhang. Although he was once banned by his former company, his popularity has now recovered most of his popularity after the popularity of dramas such as Goddess Dragon and Immortal Sword. Although Peng Yuan only joined Star Media this year, he also benefited from the popularity of Sword of Fairy and is currently becoming a second-tier young actor. As one of the members of Girls' Generation, Lu Shishi is still a popular young actress even if she takes it out alone. As for Cai Xiaofen, as one of the popular TVB actresses, the starring detective not long ago also refreshed TVB's annual ratings, let alone. It is precisely because of this that this drama has received a lot of attention in Xiangzhang. Many teachers and students sat in front of the TV early after dinner and transferred the TV station to Phoenix TV. Mongkok, a public house. The family of 4 took a break from their busy schedule, sat on the sofa and watched Shuya Cave Heaven. In the play, Tong Zhan and Tong Xin ventured into Yujian Villa to steal treasures in order to save the trapped people, but unexpectedly they were tricked by the second owner of the second manor who had cultivated to become an immortal. This scene made the whole family laugh. 2 children, 6 or 7 years old, stood up excitedly, imitated the scene on TV, and jumped in the living room. The parents watched with a smile on the side, and the whole home was warm and harmonious. After a moment, the mother gently reminded, "Good girl, don't dance, aren't you going to watch the undead person?" The treasure trove drama is about to begin. The brother and sister sat back in their seats obediently, and the mother gently touched her father's arm. "Husband, didn't you say you wanted to go out for business?" My father's eyes were still locked on the screen. "Wait a little longer, this treasure trove will probably have a reversal, I don't look at it." Mother responded with a smile. Indeed, it's been a long time since I saw such an interesting and attractive TV series. It is really rare that even children can see it. In the past, their family would usually watch comedy, commercial or criminal investigation dramas at this time. But for 2 children, such programs are difficult to understand and often lead to boredom and even noisy. This time, the novel and fantasy family fun Water Moon Cave that Phoenix TV focuses on promoting is really a taste for children. Its novel stories, clear themes, funny plots from time to time and relaxed and pleasant atmosphere are fascinating. It's really good. In all aspects of clothing, apparel, and art are much more refined than TVB's 1 House, 2 Family, 3 Surnames. My father nodded with appreciation. I originally thought that mainland TV dramas were all long and boring historical dramas, but I didn't expect that there were such good works. Maybe the production level in the mainland is also improving. The mother said with a smile, and then laughed happily by the childish antics in the play. Although Child-in often does something hilarious, his pure and innocent heart and his unique ability to communicate with animals make this character particularly likable. Especially in an accident, he established a deep friendship with the blood python and became brothers of different surnames, which also added a lot of fun to the plot. As the episode ended, the ending song Water Moon slowly rang. The whole family was immersed in the beautiful melody and enjoyed the final trailer and behind-the scenes. When the list of actors began to roll, my mother exclaimed, The opening song Perfect and this song Water Moon sung by Du Sheng are both very nice and have a kind of classical beauty. My father nodded in agreement. It really fits the style of this drama. If there is a heaven outside the sky, why bother with lingering in this life? Their youngest daughter hummed softly to the melody and planned to return to school the next day to share with her classmates. In this way, Shuya Cave Heaven began to quietly enter thousands of households with its unique magical style. It has begun to become a masterpiece in the hearts of audiences of different ages. However, for the senior executives of TVB, they slowly couldn't laugh. In fact, they had already mastered relevant information long before Shuya Cave Heaven. After learning that Phoenix TV's major change of blood, the first recommended one was a mainland drama, so he relaxed his vigilance. In their opinion, those lengthy and complex mainland dramas are no longer popular with the audience in Xiangjiang. In addition to several dramas such as Kangxi, Immortal Sword, and Tang Dynasty, TVB has rarely introduced mainland dramas recently. The senior executives even teased Du Sheng, choosing a mainland drama to compete with TVB as soon as they took office. Wouldn't be that they knew they couldn't beat it, but they simply gave up on themselves. The result was not as expected by them. On the day of its premiere, One House, Two Family, Three Family was far ahead of Shuya Cave Heaven with a rating of 29%. 29% of the viewership is not considered to be out of standard on TVB, and it also means that many viewers have not been stolen. Although the 13% ratings of Shuya Cave are indeed much better than the previous dramas that are not above double 10. But don't forget that it has a lot of investment and its lineup is luxurious. That's the result? This made them full of confidence and even prepared a celebration plan. However, the data on the next day were unexpected. One House, Two Family, Three Family has a rating of 28%. Shuya Cave soared to 17%. Faced with such a result, the TVB senior executives began to frown. Expressed dissatisfaction with the production team of One House, Two Family, Three Family. What's your situation? Instead of rising but falling. According to the trend of the TV series, the premiere ratings are just the starting point. As a last resort, he ordered the director to re-edit the plot to accelerate the development of the plot as the highlight. Unexpectedly, the data on the third day made TVB's senior management feel uncomfortable. Is this a bad thing, still a counterproductive effect? The ratings of One House, Two Family, Three Family dropped to 26%. Water Moon Cave climbed to 20%. The latter not only helped Phoenix TV break through the 20% ratings again many years later, but also further narrowed the distance from One House, Two Family, Three Family. Faced with such a situation, TVB can no longer remain calm. At this time, since Fang Yuhua accompanied Uncle Xiao Lieutenant Yang, the actual person in charge of TVB was the Director-General Producer Zhang Lichhen. In a fit of anger, she was furious at Director Pan Jiat in the office. A bunch of shit. How did you say it in your heart when you were competing for the broadcast? Severely slumped the spirit of Phoenix TV? Press Shuya Cave below the 8% average? Now, let alone defeating your opponents, you are almost killing yourself. Is it really him, a bunch of waste? Pan Jiad lowered his head and dared not defend himself. Zhang Lichhen said with a cold face. Since you are so embarrassed, don't occupy the pit and don't poop. Adjust One House, Two Family, Three Family to the night time. If there is no improvement, just cut it in half and finish the broadcast as soon as possible. Pan Jiat opened his mouth, feeling mixed feelings. He has directed a popular drama like Surprise into the Sky, and is considered a producer that TVB can do. Nowadays, the starring actors of the drama One House, Two Family, Three Family are still first-line stars such as Ma Deshong and Yu Yu. It is a pity that he ended up like this. It has to be said that TVB's approach becomes more and more cruel and ruthless, and there is no human touch at all. Sister Zhen, what drama will be played in the prime time tonight? The assistant asked carefully. Zhang Lichhen thought for a moment and replied. prepare Luo Yangxian's writing against times and increase publicity efforts immediately. As the gold medal producer of TVB, Luo Yangxian has released many popular dramas such as The Great Eunuch, The Legend of the Dragon, and The Decoding of the Heart. Especially good at shooting fashion dramas, which just fits the tastes of the audience in Hong Kong. Writing Against Seconds is even more popular with Xiangzhong and the. It is also a police and gangster fashion film that invested more than 20 million yuan. Starring popular artists such as Fang Zongzin, Tan Yaemin, Zhang Jiaying, Meng Jiawei, and Chen Hao. However, the result was still unexpected. With such a strong lineup of Writing Against Seconds, the premiere did not exceed 30%. On the contrary, Shuya Cave Heaven not only withstands the pressure, but also steadily rose to 20.8%. A week later, as the episode Water Moon Cave played by Lu Shishi went to Hell Rock to revenge, the episode aired, the ratings of Water Moon Cave soared to 23.5%. Although Writing Against Seconds barely maintained a rating of 26.7% with the support of TVB's loyal fans. But the gap between the two sides is getting closer. An unprecedented crisis came to the face. That morning, the atmosphere inside TVB was extremely tense. The employees whispered softly, fearing that they would anger the senior management. All middle and senior management personnel were summoned to the conference room. There was no sound in the huge space, and no one dared to speak. Tell me. Didn't I ignore it before, and I even had the time to tease Phoenix TV? Why are you now deaf and mute? Zhang Lichen slapped the table with a stern tone. Since I served as the director, Phoenix TV has never been so close to TVB in ratings, and now all this is in your hands. The colleagues around them lowered their heads and did not dare to respond. The members of the crew of Writing Against Times are in a complicated mood, both fear and grievance. They had just aired 2 episodes and were charged with losing TVB to Phoenix TV. Fortunately, although Zhang Lichen was angry, she did not lose her mind. She had dealt with Du Sheng several times and was very clear about the other party's ability. I can only say that they all underestimated each other before. Think it's following, so he brought a mainland drama and dared to fight with them. I didn't expect this to be a hidden dragon. In addition, Writing Against Seconds has little advantage in posting, and it takes time to win the recognition of the audience. I'll give you a week. No matter what measures you take, you must raise the ratings and bring the audience back again. As soon as Zhang Lichen finished speaking, the scene was silent. Many people think of the fire that the commercial station encountered 2 years ago. Many videos, mastering and equipment were destroyed, and even business had to be closed and rectified. Although TVB and Phoenix TV still maintain cooperation to avoid such extreme measures, everyone has heard Zhang Lichen's determination. They did not dare to neglect and expressed that they would do their best to complete the task. At this time, Zhang Lichen had indeed put Shuya Cave to a very high level. Although the ratings of Writing Against Times did not continue to decline, the ratings of Water Moon Cave increased by 3 percentage points. A wave of overtaking the former. This means that the newly attracted audience is not from TVB, but those who don't pay much attention to TV. This situation has not happened for more than 10 years. A little exaggerated. Zhang Lichen gritted her teeth and had to erase the little friendship in the past. Whether it is to increase publicity efforts or to use smearing measures to suppress Phoenix TV, you must do your best. Otherwise, when Fang Yuhua comes back, she, the director and producer, will be over. Mr. Du, your trick is really amazing to get rid of the firewood from the bottom of the pot. On the other end of the phone, Su Xiao praised Du Sheng without hesitation. For so many years, Phoenix TV has finally beaten TVB in the prime time, and now the TV is so eager that it is comparable to a huge holiday. The previous doubts also disappeared, and the newspapers outside praised your wise decision-making. Su Xiao's words are not false, because these are all facts. He originally wanted to prove himself with a breath, but when he took office, he was even prepared for the hard work. Unexpectedly, Du Sheng arranged a hit drama as soon as he took office, which caught TVB off guard. It also gave Su Xiao and all Phoenix TV a huge surprise. Even Lu Changel, who was running abroad for European and North American Taiwan and was not very concerned about Taiwan's affairs, accidentally called back for consultation and praise. Therefore, this time, Du Sheng was praised completely from the heart. Du Sheng just finished filming the scene that day and got into the car and responded with a smile. Mr. Su, if everyone works together, they will not be able to get this result. In addition, it is also thanks to your position in the production department to ensure that it operates smoothly. By the way, after several starring actors of Shuya Cave arrive there, you have to hurry up and promote the popularity and topic. When every drama is broadcast, it is inevitable to run publicity and distribution. Even if Lu Shishi has not finished filming the scene, she has to take a leave to go. Don't worry, Mr. Du, the next plan and activities are ready. Su Xiao's bargaining chips increased significantly this time, so he naturally no longer feared TVB's counterattack. Du Sheng smiled and no longer mentioned anything else. At this time, unless the fire dragon burns the warehouse, any countermeasures by TVB will not be too effective for the time being. After all, it is popular, and it is available from time to time. Speaking of which, for the sake of security, he agreed to Lu Shishi to sing the opening song The Peerless, which boosted the popularity of the show. But unexpectedly, the ending song they sang also brought considerable traffic to Shuya Cave Heaven. In addition, the quality of Shuya Cave Heaven is indeed good. There are both innocent and cute characters that the elderly and children love stories that young people love, and family conflicts and palace fighting plots that middle-aged audiences are passionate about. It covers audiences of almost all ages. Once they are kept, the rising ratings are almost unstoppable. Therefore, Water Moon Cave was very popular as soon as it was released, and even attracted many overseas TV stations to negotiate. If it weren't for the lack of attention after the drama was introduced to Xiangzhong in the previous life and was not placed in the evening time, which caused it to gradually appear after more than half of the playback, and missed the opportunity, otherwise it would be even more famous. This time, Du Sheng not only attached great importance to it, but also broadcast it on the prime time, and used his own and Girls' Generation songs to increase popularity. Therefore, it was actually foreseeable to trigger a ratings boom. However, Du Sheng knew in his heart that although the performance of Water Moon Cave was outstanding, this does not mean that Phoenix TV's overall ratings will surpass TVB. Of course, he was not in a hurry. I even have the confidence to gradually change the audience's inherent impression that only news can be seen by Phoenix TV through a series of excellent works. This has led to a steady increase in the overall viewership rate of Phoenix TV. After hanging up the phone, Du Sheng had no time to return to the hotel, so he began to communicate with Wang Jinhua about the follow-up itinerary. At present, the situation of Star Media is very good, and the performance of several subsidiaries is steadily rising. He doesn't have to worry about these things. Now we should devote our energy to filming and preparations for the upcoming tour. And Xiangzhong is also one of the stops. But what he didn't know was that the outside world also started to get excited and noisy because of the popularity of this drama. Speaking of which, when Water Moon Cave was first aired on Phoenix TV, the media's focus was not on it. Because it does not have many familiar faces and lacks Hong Kong flavor, how can such a drama be sought after by Hong Kong audiences? So most of them are still focused on why Du Sheng competes with TVB after he takes over Phoenix TV. However, to everyone's surprise, Shuya Cave successfully surpassed TVB's ratings in just 1 week. This change quickly attracted the attention of the outside world. Many Xiangzhong families are talking about this drama. TVB is naturally unwilling to lose. The clips of Riding Against Seconds will be broadcasted from morning to night at all times, at least 8 times a day. They also spent a lot of money online and offline to launch a public opinion offensive. The starring actors of Riding Against Times frequently appear in major variety shows, interviews and activities, and strive to promote them. Even the crew were asked to distribute leaflets from door to door. At the same time, TVB also invited many experts and critics to comment on Shuya Cave Heaven. The logical mystery of Shuya Cave Heaven, is it a creativity or a flaw? Shuya Cave counts the inconsistencies. Fed up. All-round complaints about Water Moon Cave. However, no matter how many tricks TVB uses, it cannot stop its hot rising momentum. When a drama attracts enough audiences, it is actually difficult to guide public opinion. Everyone is discussing after dinner. If you know nothing or criticize it wrong, it will be so embarrassing. Therefore, at this time, whether criticism or praise will only further increase its popularity. Chapter 533 Really? How exciting it is! The next week, TVB's Writing Against Time has lost steadily, and the ratings can no longer be maintained at 22%. However, the ratings of Phoenix TV's Water Moon Cave soared to 30%. In the later stage, TVB's Writing Against Seconds ratings fell below 20%, becoming a stagnant pool. Phoenix TV's Water Moon Cave took advantage of the situation and rushed to 33%, almost achieving a triple crush on its previous dramas. The outside media have reported this phenomenon. Water Moon Cave helps Phoenix TV break records. Who dares to say that Phoenix TV is a news station? Break your imagination. TVB ratings are hard to protect. Will it be polarized in the future? Du Sheng turned stones into gold, and recently he has produced several popular dramas such as The Legend of the Sky, The Sword of Immortality, Full House, and Shuya Cave Heaven. I am worthy of being the son of miracle. As soon as I enter the Phoenix, I will complete Nirvana in an instant. All the staff of Phoenix TV have been like eating Maishyan during this period. Their TV series actually overwhelms TVB in prime time, and they feel like they are dreaming. And all of this was brought by Du Sheng after the major blood change. No matter what doubts were there before, no one has raised any objection to Du Sheng's decision now. Many people know that under this leadership, the television department will usher in new glory. TVB, Director General Production Office. Zhang Lichen sat there silently, her eyes changing. In the end, she reported the situation to Fang Yuhua. However, unexpectedly, Fang Yuhua only said one sentence. No one can stay invincible and just restore your normal mind. Zhang Lichen immediately understood what she meant. In this situation, I have done everything I need to do, but it still cannot change the crushing momentum of Shuya Cave Heaven. Since that's the case, don't fight for the day. The rid against seconds will be adjusted to 10 o'clock in the evening. Zhang Lichen called her assistant and made a decision with a serious expression. She knew in her heart that this time she was facing a phenomenal drama, not a problem with writing against seconds. But this is the case with competition. If you lose, you have to accept the consequences and the rules cannot be broken. Luo Yongxian, the producer of Writing Against Times, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he heard this decision. The results of this time are much better than the previous 1 house, 2 family, 3 family. Not only is the broadcast time more ideal, but there are no messy requests, which is much better than he expected. After Fang Yuhua returned to Xiangjiang, she said in an interview with the media, "I follow Shuya Cave every day, and it's really a big deal." Not long after, the news title was released. TVB General Manager praised Shuya Cave Heaven and faced the defeat in the first battle calmly. At the same time, the starring actors of Water Moon Cave also arrived in Xiangjiang. Shi, Xiaofen, the car is here. Cai Xiaofen and Lu Shishi walked out of the airport one after another, followed the pickup staff and saw the nanny car on the left. Sun Yaoei was unloading the window and waved to them. The two women speeded up and greeted each other happily. Sun Yaoei opened his arms and laughed loudly. "Haha, welcome to Xiangjiang." Peng Yuan also opened his arms and hugged Sun Yaoei. I finally arrived, I'm looking forward to it along the way. Cai Xiaofen walked up to Lu Shishi, held her hand, and joked kindly. She, I haven't seen her for a while, and she has become beautiful again. Isn't this a lot of credit for your brother Sheng? Lu Shishi was not shy in front of his acquaintances and responded happily. Sister Xiaofen, you are the same. This is not just about the nourishment of love. At this time, Zhang Jin walked towards Cai Xiaofen, and the moment the two of them looked at each other, it seemed as if time had stopped. Sun Yaoei looked at them and joked with a smile. Oh, your sweet look is really enviable. Everyone burst into laughter and the atmosphere was in a happy mood. Although they did not make their relationship public, the love in each other's eyes is hard to hide. And this kind of thing can't be hidden from other starring actors at all. In the car heading to the publicity venue, everyone began to talk about the popularity of Shuya Cave in Xiangjiang. Peng Yuan asked about the relevant itinerary. At this time, the staff smiled and said, "Don't worry, you guys, we have arranged your itinerary for you this time. In addition to the promotional activities, we will take you to appreciate the charm of Xiangjiang at other times. However, you must be mentally prepared. Shuya Cave Heaven has a strong response in Xiangjiang, and the enthusiasm of Xiangjiang citizens may surprise you." Lu Shishi opened her eyes curiously. Really? How popular is it? Sun Yaoei said with a smile. At present, it's really good. Many citizens are discussing the plot, and their ratings are soaring, making TVB's TV series go down. Cai Xiaofen nodded in agreement. Yes, our TVB has changed several dramas in a row, and all kinds of competitions are not enough. The audience loves to watch Shuya Cave Heaven, and your popularity has increased by at least a lot. When the starring TV series became popular in Xiangjiang, several starring actors were smiling happily. Especially Sun Yaoei, who was once very popular. When he debuted, he was named for Little Kings, but because he was unwilling to sing in Neon Country, and even more so, he did not want to please those little puppets, so he was eventually banned by the company. He has had both ups and downs in the past few years. The successive blows made Sun Yao's power even more in chaos, but he was helpless. He was eager to transform and looked for opportunities everywhere. If he hadn't met Du Sheng, he would have been devastated long ago. Water Moon Cave is a drama he starred, and for him, it is a life and death opportunity. Therefore, Sun Yaoei is naturally the happiest one to be able to become popular again. Sometimes, things that are lost and regained are more precious. That night, the Phoenix TV program department warmly hosted several starring actors of Shuya Cave Heaven. In a high-end hotel, not only the senior executives of Phoenix TV, but also the president Su Xiao, also attended the reception banquet in person. This shows that he attaches great importance to several starring actors. Moreover, Su Xiao has a kind attitude and a smile on his face, which makes people feel like spring breeze. Seeing this, the others naturally knew the right degree and regarded Lu Shishi and others as VIP guests. Even the subsequent publicity itinerary is given high standard treatment. Lu Shishi knew that these were all brought by Du Sheng, and she felt a lot of emotion in her heart. Time came to December without realizing it. After nearly 2 months of filming, the return of the Condor Heroes has passed most of it. According to this smooth progress, it is estimated that it will be completed next month. During this period, Du Sheng was almost always on the crew except to attend the premiere of The World Without Thieves. After filming that day, he looked at Lu Yifei and Yang Mi beside him and said with a smile, "You guys go and take off your makeup first, and then go shopping here at Night Street after dinner." "Okay, cousin, you finally have a conscience." Lu Yifei and Yang Mi nodded happily and entered the dressing room hand in hand. Lu Shishi is still busy with publicity outside and has not come back yet. As for Tang Yan, she played Li Macho, who has been filmed almost the same, and she went back to class yesterday. Du Sheng and Yezi got into the car together. Because they are very close, the body is inevitably touched. Even if there was a driver there, Yazi did not avoid it and said softly, "The final schedule and schedule of Kung Fu have come out. You have been busy filming these days, so I didn't have time to tell you." Du Sheng took off his coat while listening. Yazi helped him unbutton and continued. "The schedule is scheduled to premiere on February 12, and contracts have been signed with several mainstream theaters, with an average screening rate of about 24%. As one of the distributors, our Miracle Cinema has a direct screening rate of 30%, and will also undertake part of the publicity. 3 days later, the theaters will adjust their attendance according to the actual attendance rate." Du Sheng was a little surprised. Why did it be ahead of time, and the screening rate is so high? He heard Zhou Xingqi say that this film is likely to premiere at the end of the month. "Now that I am so in advance, wouldn't I be the world no thieves that bumps into Feng Kuziheden?" He remembered that this film had just been released. After hearing Liu's 4 days of hearing that the box office in the mainland exceeded 30 million yuan. This result is twice that of the movie Mobile Phone in the same period last year. It is definitely a big hit with a box office of over 100 million yuan. Kung Fu competed with it in advance, and the competition level increased. Yes, Ji naturally understood Du Sheng's subtle meaning and explained. "It is the investor's suggestion to upgrade to December 12, so that the 2 festivals of New Year and New Year's Day can be covered. The screening of theaters also comes at this pace. As for the high screening rate, it is mainly because this film is so popular, and theaters are optimistic about your and Zhou Xingqi's appeal. In addition, although competition arises in the ring, it is not a marketing method. At this time, the most popular schedule in the mainland film market was the New Year holiday, and the concept of the Spring Festival holiday is not very clear. As for the Lantern Festival after the Spring Festival, it is not a good time. So the popular movies are basically released in December." In contrast, the cast of Kung Fu is very luxurious, and several major theaters are rushing to broadcast it. "Whether you can eat meat is counting on these movies." Du Sheng nodded and asked. "We have had hundreds of cinemas recently. What other movies are released? Just look at the gimmicks of the 2 films currently playing in the arena, which is very popular, and the online and offline media are at full speed, which is indeed more attractive than being released separately. As long as the video is excellent enough, doing so may not be a market strategy. Last week, I just broke through hundreds of cinemas and chose Wanda Plaza in Sicheng. Unfortunately, you didn't have time to participate. Yazi has been in charge of this matter recently, and she has said as many things. As for the popular movies, in addition to The World Without Thieves which premiered last week, the other one is the comedy Garfield imported by the Lighthouse Country. Those who are slightly inferior include films such as Charge in the Frontier and Operation Cheetah starring Guo Tianwang. However, their promotion efforts are not very strong, and they do not pose a threat to Kung Fu, but... After hearing Yazi's words, Du Sheng nodded and said, "Okay, I will try my best to take time to participate in a promotional event, and the premiere will also be there." Yazi responded. "Okay, I'll reply there later." The upgrade of Kung Fu was quite sudden. Yazi didn't want Du Sheng to be too tired, so she didn't tell him in advance. Anyway, he is just a guest appearance, so if he can, he will be exempted. Du Sheng thought about it and said, "I will hold a concert after filming this drama, and I guess I will participate in the New Year's Eve event in K1. If you can do this, you can just push it." Yazi knew very well that these things were necessary and had already started preparing. Not to mention the concert, this has been discussed in the company for a long time. With Du Sheng's current popularity and appeal, the tour mode has long been decided. The first stop in Modu is just about to be officially announced. As for K1's Premium Dynamite, this is the New Year's Eve event every year. Last year, under the double squeeze of the Red and White Song Club and Pride New Year's Special, it still achieved an average viewership of 22%, and had 2 games with a viewership of more than 33%, which is definitely the place that many artists dream of going. This is also an excellent way to expand the influence of neon. Du Sheng usually goes there to promote less, so this kind of opportunity cannot be missed. To put it bluntly, many neon first-line artists may not be able to participate in such activities, let alone foreign artists. He was invited because of his identity as the first Asian K1 fighting king. On this day, after filming the scene against Li Macho, who was buried in the Sea of Fire, was filmed. Du Sheng said goodbye to Tang Yan, who finished the scene, and met with Huang Shenji with his assistant Kui Yi, and set off for the capital together. Investors attach great importance to this video and plan to hold premieres in Beijing, Modu, and Neon Tokyo. Tonight at 19:30, Kung Fu will first premiere in a gymnasium theater in Beijing. As one of the invited people, Du Sheng will naturally not be absent. Huang Shenji happened to be shooting an advertisement here. When she learned that Du Sheng had not rushed over yet, she had some different thoughts and simply got together. However, the trip between the two was quite compact, and it was already evening when they arrived in the capital. Kui Yi reminded her while driving. "Brother Sheng, the clothes that need to be replaced at the premiere have been placed in the car. If possible, change it in the car so that we can directly reach the theater, otherwise it may be too late." Du Sheng nodded and said, "Then let the car drive directly into the underground parking lot of the theater and complete the dressing change there." Kui Yi's driving skills were good and arrived at her destination in less than half an hour. Du Sheng took off his sweatshirt and changed his dress without hesitation. Kui Yi has become accustomed to this. After all, she has been in frequent contact recently and is no longer surprised by Du Sheng's strong physique. In contrast, Huang Shenji seemed a little shy and had not moved for a long time. Considering that Huang Shenji's personality is relatively restrained and it is not easy to let go even when facing the same sex, Du Sheng said to Kui Yi, "Yi, please go outside and help us get the wind to avoid paparazzi squatting." Kui Yi also knew how exaggerated the paparazzi here was, and it was not an exaggeration to say that they were flying into the sky. Even if Du Sheng doesn't say it, she will get out of the car and patrol. Huang Shenji breathed a sigh of relief and took a picture of a very large-scale conscience, which looked particularly touching. Du Sheng's eyes couldn't help but be attracted. He also handed over the purple dress beside him. Huang Shenji was not restrained in front of Du Sheng, and when she took the dress, she bent down and sat down. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car became warm and romantic. If it weren't for the tight time, Du Sheng might have had some other thoughts. When Kui Yi was conducting an investigation outside, she saw Du Sheng and Huang Shenji's figures overlapping. Although she was a little surprised, she thought of Du Sheng's charm and felt it was natural. Especially when she saw Du Sheng wearing an elegant and decent suit getting off the car, she couldn't help but feel lost for a moment. Kui Yi realized her illegitimate situation and turned slightly red. She stepped forward and opened the car door. Du Sheng knew she had misunderstood, but she just smiled and refused to explain. Not long after, Huang Shenji, wearing a purple dress, was also ready to get off the car. This skirt perfectly shows her graceful figure, making her skin look fair and beautiful, and with the exquisite necklines, the overall look is sweet and sexy. Because due to time constraints, Huang Shenji took care of her hairstyle by herself, and her simple hairpin added a bit of noble temperament. Kui Yi looked at the two of them tidying up clothes for each other, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "How long has it been since we got in touch? It's not that I'm looking at each other." After everything was ready, Du Sheng and Huang Shenji sat back into the car again. The vehicle drove away from the underground parking lot and followed the scheduled route directly to the red carpet of the gymnasium and the theater. The crowds at the scene were bustling, and security personnel were on high alert. When Du Sheng and Huang Shenji appeared, they were greeted not only by the media footage, but also by the audience's warm screams and cheers. "Ah! Brother Sheng! Hold the hand of the Sheng, and accompany you forever." Faced with such a warm atmosphere, Huang Shenji, a newcomer, was a little nervous. Her hands and feet were a little tense and her smile could not be maintained. Du Sheng patted Huang Shenji's palm, and at the same time smiled and waved to the fans, triggering waves of fanatical cheers. Just get used to it slowly, there is no need to be nervous. Feeling the warmth conveyed from Du Sheng's big hand, Huang Shenji gradually relaxed. She imitated Du Sheng's movements, waved to the audience, and received some warm responses. After all, beauties are the most eye-catching everywhere. This made Huang Shenji's confidence double and his walking became more relaxed. The two walked to the center of the red carpet and walked with a smile. This is the area where journalists are most concentrated, including cameras arranged by the organizer. Du Sheng let Huang Shenji take a few positions in his arms for the entertainment reporters to take photos at will. Then, the two walked into the theater together. As soon as we arrived at the entrance of the screening hall, we saw Zhou Xingqi, Chen Qiaocan, Yuan Hua, UNC, and others gathered together to entertain friends who were present to support them tonight. Seeing Du Sheng and Huang Shenji arrive on time, Zhou Xingqi showed a sincere smile. He had previously worried that the two of them would miss the event due to flight delays. Chen Qiaocan was more lively, especially after learning about the number of screenings. He was in a good mood. He is the second male lead in this movie, and it is closely related. Seeing Du Sheng, he stepped forward and joked. "Thanks Chairman Du for taking the time to come out of his busy schedule to help our movie." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "With so many big names here, of course I can't be absent. It seems that all the people who came to support the show today." As soon as he finished speaking, Liao Jiayong's voice sounded from behind. "Sorry, everyone, I'm late." He is the head of Sony Greater China and attended this time as a representative of the investor. Du Sheng looked back and immediately recognized the old acquaintance. It was the one who awarded 3 platinum albums in Bay City before to his album Yi Sheng With You. Next to Liao Jiayong was a slender woman, quite eye-catching. Seeing this, Liao Jiayong quickly introduced. "This is Chen Xianmei, a singer in our company. She has a certain popularity in Bay City and plans to enter the mainland market this year. By the way, she was originally from Modu." Du Sheng responded politely. "I know that Miss Chen has performed wonderfully in Heaven and Earth." Chen Xianmei seems to be the target of Liao Jiayong's promotion. Although she has not been popular so far, she has rich resources and released an EP album last year. Liao Jiayong specially brought her to attend this premiere, obviously to help her accumulate more connections. After a brief conversation with everyone, Chen Xianmei stood quietly aside like Huang Shenji. Liao Jiayong asked. "Han Zili, Mr. Han is here." Zhou Xingqi nodded and said. "He has arrived and is chatting with the district producer." Han Zili is the general manager of Jing Film Group and one of the representatives of the capital. Liao Jiayong smiled and said. "That's great, Mr. Du, after the premiere, do you have time to talk? Mr. Han has a project that he wants to continue working on, and he also plans to invite you to be the leading actor." Chapter 534 Girl, are you really here? Yun Shui Ballad? The mother of the Sacred Mother was slacking off. Du Sheng searched his mind and had no impression. But he didn't show it, just smiled slightly. If everyone makes do with time, of course it's okay. Zhou Xingqi knew that he was very busy recently, so he added with a smile. A Sheng is now filming The Legend of Condor Heroes. He just arrived from the crew and has to return to continue shooting tomorrow. Liao Jiayong laughed and expressed his understanding. "That's my risk. We'll make another appointment when it's convenient for you." After Liao Jiayong and his group entered, Zhou Xingqi said to Du Sheng. "A Sheng, you go in too. Today, many people come because of you. It's better to go on stage to show off." Du Sheng nodded and walked into the screening hall with Zhou Xingqi and others. This movie is Zhou Xingqi's masterpiece 3 years later, and it also has the popular guest appearance of Du Sheng and the mutual blessing of the Kung Fu program, so it has attracted much attention. Even compared with Feng Cui's The World Without Thieves released before, it is even better. The people who came to support this time were both industry bosses, investor representatives, and high-end popular stars. As Chen Xianmei said, many guests did come for Du Sheng. Nowadays, he is not only a highly watched star, but also a star in Xiangzhong. A media businessman with a place. Many people hope to connect with him through this opportunity. Du Sheng asked Huang Shenji to communicate with Chen Xianmei and others first, and he walked into the theater and had a brief greeting with the guests on the scene. Since he arrived late and the premiere was about to begin, he only had a few simple conversations with everyone and was ready to find a seat to sit down. Seeing that the people around Du Sheng gradually dispersed, Zhong Zhen, who also attended tonight, walked slowly. She is wearing a black professional outfit today, looking capable and elegant. Especially the cold and noble temperament adds a bit of attractiveness. Zhong Zhen directly gets to the point. QuickPay's ticket purchase software development is progressing smoothly. We plan to cooperate with Beijing Film Group first, and then gradually connect with other theater systems. Du Sheng looked at Han Zili not far away and responded with a smile. You try to communicate first. If you encounter difficulties, I will help you according to the situation. Zhong Zhen nodded slightly and then asked. Why should we give special treatment to the screening of My Heart Flying and SMS January Chase? Du Sheng thought for a while and replied. No need. The screening of theaters should aim at maximizing their own interests. There is no need to take action against competitors at present. The market share of Miracle Theatre is still limited, and even if the release of movies such as Huai is completely blocked, the impact on its box office will be very limited. At this stage, what is more important is to develop steadily and accumulate strength. Zhong Zhen guided Du Sheng to sit in the center of the front row of the theater and whispered. K1 has sent an invitation. I hope you can participate in the New Year celebration. Do you want to agree? Du Sheng glanced at the stage, and the host was about to appear, nodded, and said. It's still possible to make 2 days free, just agree. He knew that next year, K1 will focus on cultivating local artists, and such New Year's Eve celebrations rarely invite outside guests. Therefore, this is a rare opportunity and should not be missed. Zhong Zhen suddenly remembered something and added. The villa in Modu has been renovated, and I bought another one. Let's go and take a look when I have time. If you are not satisfied with the decoration style, you can make adjustments in advance. Du Sheng smiled and said. Sister Zhen, your vision is worth mentioning. When the Kung Fu is promoted, we will go and have a look. Zhong Zhen understood Du Sheng's schedule, nodded acquiescently, and sent a message to the relevant personnel. At 7:30 p.m., the premiere officially kicked off, and host Li Yang took the stage. He first published some opening remarks, and then quickly introduced the many celebrities and industry leaders who were present tonight. Li Yang's hosting style is both professional and humorous, making every link of the premiere proceed in an orderly manner. As the process progressed, half an hour passed quickly. At 8 o'clock, the movie officially began to be screened. As the well-known editor-in-chief of Oriental Film and Television, He Yanlin has always been highly sensitive to the dynamics in the industry. Of course, I will not miss the 2 popular works in the arena, The World Without Thieves and Kung Fu. Kung Fu is not only a high-cost large-scale production movie, but also another masterpiece after Hero, and its influence cannot be underestimated. Nowadays, media inside and outside the circle are staring at it. If Oriental Film and Television fails to publish professional comments and reports on Kung Fu in a timely manner, the magazine's leadership position in the domestic film criticism industry may be questioned. In addition, the influence of the name Zhou Xingqi is unquestionable. He is almost synonymous with the comedy style of Chinese films. So from the moment the movie promotional poster debuted, He Yanlin locked in the movie. Today I came from Hangzhou to attend the premiere to see what surprises will be. Next to He Yanlin, Deputy Editor-in-Chief Zhao Zhen sat. Although he had complaints about Huarenking coming to the entrance ticket and even came all the way, since the editor-in-chief came out in person, he couldn't say much. Old Zhao, pay attention to the issuer. With the opening of the movie, the logo of the producer and the publisher pops up. He Yanlin stared at the picture, and at the same time wrote down his mind on his laptop. This time there are many competitors, so we must ensure that our analysis is unique. For example, this time the issuer, Miracle Media, not only appeared for the first time, but also ranked fourth. I saw that after the Jingying Group's hand-filmed logo, it was a miracle tree rooted in the earth, quickly becoming a towering tree under the golden sun. As the light shines, a dazzling star finally gathers on the top of the tree. The 4 big words Miracle Media appear on it, illuminating the entire picture. This logo design is indeed unique and has an infinite possibility for all things to grow. Zhao Zhen's nodded in agreement. In addition, this not only means that Miracle Media has begun to get involved in movies, but even theater distribution has reached a scale. He Yanlin continued. After this film is over, we will look back and have a closer look at The World Without Thieves, hoping to dig out some deep local colors. Zhao Zhen's finally stopped repelling and added. I always feel that The World Without Thieves has achieved such success in the mainland, which is indispensable for Feng Xiaogong's directing and the comedy charm contributed by Ji Yizhu. He Yanlin knew that he was a 50 cents who brought his own dry food, so he turned back to Kung Fu. Don't forget, it's also in Kung Fu there are our mainland actors. For example, Du Sheng is one of the outstanding talents we have cultivated locally. Zhao Zhen smiled slightly without commenting too much. Kung Fu brings together many well-known Hong Kong artists, and Zhou Xingqi is the most dazzling one among them. In movies where he exists, almost everyone else has become a foil. I hope Du Sheng, the guest appearance, will not be without any sense of existence. As the conversation gradually subsided, the movie officially began. The boss of the crocodile gang played by Feng Xiaogang was the first to appear. His arrogant personality combined with his unique historical background immediately brings the audience into that legendary story. Everyone was immersed in the movie world without realizing it. When the Axe Gang came to provoke and asked who injured his subordinates, he poured gasoline on an innocent mother and daughter. Seeing that the lighter was about to fall and ignite, the audience couldn't help but hold their breath. I have to say that the Huta Gang's cruel performance is very good. At this critical moment that was about to be ignited, Kuli Qiang suddenly stepped forward and caught the lighter with his bare hands. And admitted all this. Then, he fought against the entire Axe Gang alone. From extreme quietness to intense fighting, the ability to change so smoothly, is a remarkable ability to control acting skills. He Yanlin secretly exclaimed. The hidden master played by Du Sheng is really impressive. It is precisely because of Kuli's behavior that he is a master. This also laid the groundwork for the revenge of the Axe Gang and the fate of the 3 masters later. At the same time, this clip also highlights Kuli Qiang's kindness and justice. I have to say that Du Sheng played this role alive. Zhao Zhen's lowered his head and wrote quickly on his notebook. Until this point, except for Zhou Xingqi's classic funny clips and Feng Xiaogong's stunning appearance, he did not write any comments for other supporting roles. This is an exception. It's interesting. After Zhao Zhen's finished writing, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Originally, he thought Kung Fu was still a full display of Zhou's comedy, and Du Sheng would be overshadowed by a group of Hong Kong and Taiwan stars. But now it seems that Du Sheng's performance far exceeded his expectations. He began to look forward to more exciting performances of Du Sheng in this movie. Especially in that 12-way fight scene, the real skill of the Kung Fu shows its flesh, and it is definitely not comparable to those fancy fists and embroidered legs. After playing the movie for half an hour, Du Sheng became more and more surprised as he watched it. Because he found that his role was much more than he remembered. The character portrayal is also richer. Many shots he thought would be cut during shooting were actually preserved. The effect is even no less than the original version. No wonder my position is so conspicuous in the movie's promotional poster. It turns out that this is not just for the sake of one's own popularity. The plot development is roughly the same as the original version. The coolie he played eventually died heroically under the sneak attack of heaven and earth. And he died quite strangely. Tian Can, who set up a stall on the street, used the sound of the piano as a weapon to behead the coolie without any warning. This unique and weird attack method adds a layer of mystery to the movie, and also enhances the tension in the story. In this era, audiences rarely have the chance to see special effects movies belonging to China, and Kung Fu undoubtedly satisfy their desire. When the evil god Huayun kneels down to express his surrender, the movie also enters the final stage. It's over. He Yanlin looked at the gradually dimming screen and said with emotion. He has to admit that Zhou Xingqi's Kung Fu is a rare and good film. Whether it is to grasp the overall rhythm, create the comedy atmosphere, or shape the character, it has reached a very high level. In addition to the absolute protagonist Zhou Xingqi, supporting roles such as Jiangbo and Hidden Master also left a deep impression on people. And the most profound one is Coolie Chiang played by Du Sheng. Although he has relatively fewer roles than Zhou Xingqi. But it is precisely this few appearances that always have amazing actions, as if they are deeply imprinted in the hearts of the audience. It's really rare. Zhao Zhen's understood what He Yanlin meant and was also somewhat moved. I originally thought this would be a pure Zhou-style Hong Kong comedy. But unexpectedly, he could not suppress Du Sheng's glory. I even think that Du Sheng can independently produce a movie where the grassroots protagonist rises in the pig cage city. The two looked at each other and smiled, and they knew it. In the report on Kung Fu by Oriental Film and Television, Du Sheng's name is already an indispensable part. The characters he portrays are hard to ignore with their unique innovative fighting and deep impression. The audience and the media were talking about it at the end. It's worthy of being a big production. It feels not as funny as before. Du Sheng's image of such a handsome grassroots role is inversely proportional to the role, which is very funny. Yes, after watching the movie, except for the scene of Stephen Chow fighting against the Axe Gang, my mind was full of the bitterness played by Du Sheng. Du Sheng's performance completely subverted my perception. I used to think he was a gentle young man. I didn't expect that playing the role of a coolie at the bottom is so outstanding, and my way of death is so terrifying. Du Sheng answered several interviews after the screening, but he was still unable to rest. He hasn't returned to school for a long time, and the tutor has some complaints and takes a bag of fruit to meet tonight. But the problem is not big, just let him take a look at the Nordics for promotion. After all, you are a master of a famous family. In addition, you have to take time to rehearse the dance for the concert, as well as the venue rehearsal. As for the box office issue of Kung Fu, Du Sheng had never worried at all. In my spare time the next day, I took the time to check the seating situation of Miracle Beijia Cinema Plus Alliance Shadow. I learned that even in the morning, the occupancy rate was about 50% or 60%. This is absolutely stable. It may even exceed the annual first-day box office record of The Ambush and The World Without Thieves. It's indeed broken the record. As expected, Associate Zhong Zhen sent the data in the early morning of that night. Her voice was filled with a hint of surprise and excitement. 20.18 million. After reading it, Du Sheng was also a little moved. In the past decade, there are only 2 movies that have been able to exceed 20 million in a single-day box office in the Oriental market. That is, Titanic and Hero. Today, Kung Fu has become the 3rd movie to unlock this milestone. Du Sheng's performance in this movie is remarkable and has won unanimous praise from audiences and critics. In addition, this movie is a bundled marketing with the Kung Fu program, and its subsequent impact is far-reaching. Miracle Cinema is still the publisher, and its interests are very involved. It can be said that the achievements of both sides are closely related. Cinemas should be able to be turned into profit. Du Sheng put down his cell phone, and the stone hanging in his heart finally landed on the ground. Although he has always believed that Kung Fu will be very popular, considering the variables caused by himself, he still has a little worry deep in his heart. Now, all the concerns have disappeared. After thinking about it carefully, I remember that the total box office of this movie in my previous life was 170 million yuan. Du Sheng was not too surprised that the number of theaters was released in this time, and the premiere was able to win 20 million. Of course, the results are indeed very outstanding. Some people may be puzzled and think that the box office of the movie on the first day of the film will often exceed 170 million in 10 years. What's there to show off? Why not talk about the data? The year before yesterday, Zhang Yi was in the box office of Montenegro at 250 million yuan, but this number accounts for the total box office of the whole year? 1/4 of the national annual box office. This is a very amazing proportion. Even the Avatar, which later became popular all over the world, only accounted for 12.8% of the total annual box office. If it is placed in more than 10 years, even a movie with a box office of billions will be difficult to reach 10% of the total box office. It can be seen that under different era backgrounds, the standards for measuring the success of movies are also different. Under the current market environment, the daily box office exceeding 20 million is already a very top data. In other words, if the reputation does not collapse, Kung Fu is more than 200 million, driven by the popularity of Zhou Xingqi and Du Sheng. Perhaps it does not account for 25% of the total box office for the whole year, but it is still possible to exceed Avatar. And this brings countless benefits to interstellar media. Du Sheng was in a good mood and returned to the bedroom. When he saw Huang Shenji sleeping like a pig, he knew that this girl had a whim last night and came to practice boxing until the early morning. She didn't sleep until the sun was over 3 o'clock. Seeing that it was getting late, he simply sent a text message to say goodbye. Next, in addition to returning to the final part of the crew of the God of Condor Heroes, we also have to prepare for the matters related to Neon. Once you get busy, you have no time to care about anything else. Chapter 535 I just regret that I am old. On this day, Xiangshan Film and Television City. Next, we will film the plot of Fengling Ferry. There are poems. We first met at Fengling Ferry, and we missed our whole life when we saw Yang Guo. I just regret that I am old and I am thinking of my old friend under the heartbroken cliff. This is an important plot of Yang Mi playing Guo Xiang. It is also one of the 5 classic clips in the whole film. Director Zhu Zhuoyang held the walkie-talkie and looked around. Each department prepares, lighting, camera, props, actors, everyone takes their place. Scene 8, 4th shot, 2nd, Asian. The Fengling Ferry in the north of the border is cold and blowing across the earth like a knife. The snowflakes in the sky fell, dyeing the whole world white. In the inn, there were noisy people and steaming hot. A group of people from the world sat around several shabby tables, drinking and talking loudly. Have you heard of it? The Condor Heroes appeared nearby again. A big man with a beard said excitedly, his eyes flashing with admiration. Yes, the Condor Heroes broke into the bandits' nest alone, and beat the bandits to pieces in just a few seconds, saving the abducted people. What a hero! A young scholar-like man said with admiration. I heard that he has great martial arts skills, can fight against 100 people, and is also chivalrous and righteous, specifically helping those weak people. An old man stroked his beard and said slowly. In a corner of the inn, there was a dress. The light pink cotton pink jacket is pure and refined, with a curious and innocent girl in her eyes. She is Guo Xiang, who grew up 16 years later. Her eyes were bright and she listened to everyone's discussion, and she was full of curiosity and admiration for this Condor heroine. The fair face turned slightly red with excitement, and the small lips raised slightly, revealing 2 cute dimples. I have to say that with Du Sheng leading the show, Yang Mi is in good condition. At this time, a sound of horse hooves came from outside. Yang Mi's heart moved and she stood up and ran out of the inn. I saw a white horse galloping by in the wind and snow, very much like the rumored Condor heroes. She suddenly became curious and didn't care much about it. She used her family light skills and chased her in the direction of the white horse leaving. Before she could run far, she was panting and her pace gradually slowed down. But she was unwilling to accept it and gritted her teeth and continued to chase. Suddenly, her feet slipped, and she rushed forward and fell into the snow. Oops! Yang Mi was both ashamed and anxious, and tears were rolling in her eyes. She struggled to get up, but found a sprained ankle, which made her breath so much that she took a breath. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves suddenly stopped, and then slowly walked towards her. Yang Mi raised her head and saw the man in black robe rolling over and getting off the horse and walking towards her. When the man approached, Yang Mi saw his face clearly and saw that he was wearing a hideous mask, his right arm was empty, and only his eyes were exposed with vicissitudes and mysterious. Yang Mi suppressed her pain and fear and asked with a little joy, "Are you a Condor hero?" Du Sheng smiled and refused to answer, but took out something from his sleeve and handed it over. "This is what you just dropped." Yang Mi took the handkerchief and saw an exquisite flower embroidered on the handkerchief. She was delighted. "Thank you, this handkerchief was embroidered by my mother and it is very important to me." Du Sheng stood up. "You sprained your foot and can't run around anymore. I'll take you back to the inn." Yang Mi hesitated for a moment, then nodded shyly. Du Sheng gently picked her up and walked towards the inn. Yang Mi's face suddenly turned red, and her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. In the setting, Guo Xiang has grown up so old, and this is the first time he has been hugged by a man other than his father. She lowered her head shyly and grabbed Du Sheng's neck of her clothes with both hands. Halfway through, she mustered up the courage to say, "Can I see your true face?" Du Sheng was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. "Good." He slowly took off his mask on his face, revealing a handsome face that had gone through vicissitudes. The slightly raised lips were also accompanied by a faint smile. Yang Mi stared at Du Sheng with her eyes wide open, and her heart was filled with surprise and shyness. Director Zhu Zhuoyang stood aside and looked at the scene with satisfaction. Not to mention Du Sheng, who performed stably, Yang Mi actually performed extraordinarily. She just showed the image of the face is red, the beauty is more beautiful, and the appearance is so beautiful that it is difficult to look at it in the original work. Card. This one has passed, everyone performed very well. Take a break and prepare to film a hate, parting, love. In the next scene, a few years after the plot of the rough plot, Guo Xiang's admiration for Yang Guo and his regret for not being able to love him. The brilliant fireworks on her 16th birthday have become the most precious memory of her life. It's a pity that I was born 20 years late. If I were my mom, what would happen? When I walk across the mountains don't respond, and when I walk across the sea doesn't answer. Only the little donkey beside him drips and the Yishan sword silently accompanied him to the world. Everyone said that I fell in love with the hero Yang Guo and became a monk on Mount Imei. Actually, I just fell in love with the clouds and clouds all over the mountains, which looked like the fireworks when I was 16 years old. Before we knew it, it was the end of December, and Xiangshan Film and Television City was filmed almost the same. The crew will be transferred to Zhezhego soon. The main thing is to add the life scenes of Yang Guo and Zai Longnu after they came out of the ancient tomb, and the role of the divine Diao teaching Yang Guo to practice. And one of the 5 classic clips, Gongsun Lui won the loveless pill to help her lover Yang Guo get the loveless pill, and she sacrificed herself at the hands of her father Gongsun Ji. The sad scene that died at the hands of her father Gongsun Ji could be completed. After all, it will be basically done in early January next year. During this transfer, the crew gave everyone 2 days off. This is also convenient for Du Sheng to go to Neon, so there is no need to ask for leave on purpose. Just as I was about to go, Gao Yuan called him over. As soon as I stepped into her home, a ping-pong sound suddenly came from the yard. Gao Yuan was shocked when she went out to greet her. She didn't care about being polite and immediately ran back. In the courtyard, Gao's mother was falling and sitting on the ground. The overturned wash basins beside me rolled around, and hot water spilled on the ground. She covered her left abdomen tightly, and her expression was in great pain. Gao's father arrived quickly, helped her up and asked anxiously, "Do you start to feel uncomfortable again? You sit down and rest first, I'll find you medicine." As soon as he settled his wife, Gao Yuan had already taken the medicine from the side room. From her skillful movements, it can be seen that this scene is not the first time. Witnessing his mother's painful appearance, Gao Yuan was worried about feeding medicine while comforting her mother's stomach. "Uncle Gao, what's going on?" Kui Yi, who was accompanying her, asked in a low voice. Father Gao sighed. Its slow sexual heart failure is already in the middle and late stages. At this moment, Gao Yuan had picked up the warm water and carefully fed Gao's mother. Even though the medicine has been taken, Gao's mother still seems very uncomfortable. The efficacy of the medicine seems to take time to manifest. Gao Yuan held his mother's hand and lost the smile he had when he greeted Du Sheng before. In his previous life, Gao Yuan was a very filial daughter. Because her mother is weak and often gets sick, she spends almost all her time with her mother unless she goes out to film. She also said that if she got married, she would go home to spend 1, 3, 5 and take time to spend with her husband. Unfortunately, her mother passed away the week after her marriage. Seeing Gao's mother curled up due to pain, Du Sheng did not need Gao Yuan to speak, but stepped forward and gently held his wrist to take the pulse. Seeing this scene, Gao's father was a little surprised. "Do you understand Chinese medicine? Let's understand a little bit." Du Sheng explained casually. "Tianji Ling Shijing LV3/blue, 10010/100000, Kingya Poison Skill LV2/green, 1010/10,000. With these two skills, he still has some value in his understanding." Gao Yuan tried Du Sheng's eucalyptus craftsmanship and also took that special pill. He knew very well that this person was capable. "That's why I took advantage of the reason for asking him to visit me today to help me take a look." After Du Sheng cut off Jiome's pulse, he pondered a little. "How about it?" Gao's father asked nervously. He took his wife to medical treatment many times, and the doctor diagnosed it as chronic heart failure. This is a disease in which the heart's ability to pump blood due to abnormal heart structure or function is reduced. Often accompanied by symptoms of lung or systemic blood circulation disorders. Treatment requires a combination of various drugs and measures, including the use of diuretics and angiotensin-converting enzyme inhibitors, but the side effects are unbearable for patients. Moreover, the condition is prone to recurrence, and every time the condition worsens, it will further damage the heart function. Especially for patients in the middle and late stages, the effect of drugs is often limited. Although Gao's mother's condition is not cancer, her condition is quite serious and time may not be enough. Du Sheng thought about it and took out the last body-tempering pill and said, "Try taking it to her. The specific effect cannot be guaranteed, but it can relieve her pain and burden." Gao's father also heard his daughter talk about Du Sheng's skills, and he was a little disappointed at first when he heard this. But after hearing the second half of his words, he raised his head in surprise. "As long as you can suffer less, it will be a great thing. So not to mention the effect, if you can help your wife not feel so painful, it would be a big help." After obtaining Gao's mother's consent, Du Sheng helped her sit up and fed her pills, and gently tapped several acupoints on her abdomen. After waiting for a while, Gao's mother stopped crying in pain and could barely do it. It seems that the severe pain has indeed been relieved, and the whole person has become much more relaxed in an instant. Seeing that his wife was no longer so painful and spoke much more easily, Gao's father was very excited. Du Sheng thought for a while and said, "I will come back from Neon in a few days and I will show my aunt again. If the situation improves, I will give her some Chinese medicine for conditioning." "Thank you, thank you." Gao's father grabbed his wife's hand, kept thanking him, and felt deeply moved. If Du Sheng really saved his wife, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a life-saving benefactor. As for his daughter's choice, he will not interfere anymore, just like him. Yuan, isn't Ashen going abroad tonight? Cook the food quickly, don't delay." In fact, without the explanation from his father, Gao Yuan's eyes at Du Sheng were getting thicker. In order to thank the man, she would agree to any posture in the future if the other party asks for something. Du Sheng smiled, without refusing goodwill, so he stayed for a meal. After the meal, Gao Yuan drove Du Sheng and his group to the airport. Before leaving, Gao Yuan hugged Du Sheng tightly and said softly, "A Sheng, thank you today, safe all the way." Du Sheng nodded and smiled, and hugged her back. "You go back, hoping to hear good news from your aunt in a few days. As for her thanks." Speaking of this, he whispered in his ear again. Suddenly, Gao Yuan's face turned red and her heart was shy, and she brushed away the reluctance. After saying goodbye, when the group first entered the waiting hall, they didn't expect to meet another celebrity. "Are you Du Sheng?" The person who asked was a handsome young man wearing sunglasses with mixed-race looks. He seemed to have heard the assistant's reminder and then said hello. Du Sheng recognized the other person at a glance and smiled slightly. "No, don't you know what happened to Mr. Jin? This time he went out in a hurry, so he was too lazy to disguise too much, so it was normal to be recognized by others." The person who said hello was Kim Sung-gu, a popular Asian artist. He recently filmed a love movie If Love in the Mainland. The heroine of his partner is Jo Soon and the other big star is Zhang Tianwang. "It's just that I have something to do recently, so I have to go back to Neon. Unexpectedly, I actually made do with Du Sheng. Recently, K1 has been promoting it in order to hold a New Year's Eve celebration." Kim Sung-gu naturally knew that Du Sheng went to Neon to attend this grand event. Out of some thought, he took the initiative to greet him, and shouted Du Sheng eagerly. Seeing the warm invitation and conversation, Kui Yi on the side was shocked. Logically, he has similar status as Du Sheng, and he is still a senior. Is it necessary to do this? Or is it that the status of his own boss in the entertainment industry is already so high? Even the four little kings have to slimly curse themselves with a smile? The two chatted for a while, and after the inspection, they got up and went to the first-class cabin together. Seeing the atmosphere harmonious, Kim Sung-gu took advantage of the situation and suggested, "Why don't we change our positions later and communicate with each other?" Du Sheng glanced at him, as if he understood something, and responded with a smile. "Do you want to learn boxing?" Kim Sung-gu was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously stood up and nodded repeatedly. "Yes. I want to learn. Your foundation is not suitable, and you are a little older. Do you know this? I'm only 20 years and 132 months old, I'm not old yet, right?" Kim Sung-gu is going to shoot a fighting scene next and prepares for the future. "I don't ask if you are so powerful, it's okay if you only have 1/5 of it." "That's how?" Du Sheng looked him up and down and said. "Even so, your bones have been fixed, and your expectations are too high and you will probably be empty. 1/5 of yours is still high?" Kim Sung-gu was feeling a little helpless. "I also understand that it is indeed a bit late to start learning boxing at this age. But I don't expect to become a master, as long as I can strengthen my physical fitness. It can come in handy when shooting action scenes, with a solid foundation, and occasionally showing off my muscles, I am satisfied." After hearing this, Du Sheng raised his lips slightly. If Kim Sung-gu had only that wish, he could still help. Although it is impossible to develop internal energy at this age, practicing some external skills can still achieve certain results. In 2 years, you can have excellent external skills that can withstand the attacks of 3 or 5 ordinary people. Du Sheng looked at him with a smile. But, can you endure this hardship? Kim Sungwoo patted his slightly vicissitudes of face and said, I have survived the hardships of staying up late to film during this period. What is the hardship of practicing Qigong? Du Sheng was speechless for a moment, and then nodded. Okay, I can give you some advice. Really? Kim Sungwoo was a little excited and thanked him repeatedly. Du Sheng waved his hand and asked him to stand up. You're welcome, just communicate. I'm confiscating my disciples' plans for the time being. Kim Sungwoo was still a little happy and asked. How do you practice next? Du Sheng considered the regional issues and said. I will teach you a set of basic training first. If you complete it well, I will make appropriate adjustments. Many boxing gyms teach this kind of basic things, so of course there is no need for him to hide them privately. Besides, the other party is doing well in Neon, and multiple connections are also good. Kim Sungwoo nodded solemnly. I will definitely study hard. Okay, remember what you said. Du Sheng nodded in agreement and continued. After going back, find a coarse cloth roll it into a stick shape, rub yourself from head to toe every day, and last for a month. Ah! Kim Sungwoo looked puzzled. Rub with burlap? Is this also practicing martial arts? This method can make the skin and muscles tougher and enhance the ability to resist external forces. Du Shenjun looked at him calmly and said. This is the basic method to practice horizontal kung fu. If you don't want to, you can give up. No, I'm willing to learn. Kim Sungwoo quickly expressed his opinion and asked curiously. What kind of horizontal practice skills do you practice? Are you very strong? It is similar to an iron cloth shirt. At that time, it can significantly improve the body's ability to resist strikes. Golden bell cover, iron cloth shirt. Kim Sungwoo's eyes shone with excitement. I heard that after I have mastered it, I am really invulnerable to swords and guns. Du Sheng smiled and explained. Even if you have practiced it, it is just a flesh and blood body, and the bullets can't stop it. But your skin will be tougher and the possibility of injury will be greatly reduced. In the future, even if you encounter setbacks in your career, you can still maintain your exposure by performing special stunts such as steel gun stabbing the throat. That sounds great too. Although Kim Sungwoo heard the teasing, he was still very excited and asked a few questions from time to time. Even when he arrived at Tokyo Airport, he was still a little unsatisfied. It's just that the representative of K1 is here, so it's hard to talk about it for the time being. Mr. Jin, are you here for dinner? Anyway, it's okay tonight, so let's join in the fun. Kim Sung-taek is still very famous in Asia. As the representative of the organizer, Matsushima Fujisawa held a banquet to entertain Du Sheng tonight and invited him by the way. Kim Sungwoo also wanted to get closer and planned to join in the fun tomorrow, and agreed. Matsushima Fujisawa drove Du Sheng and others to Shibuya district, and asked enthusiastically on the way. Tonight is to welcome Du Jun. What do you want to eat? Seafood? Hot pot? Or try Japanese or Western food? Forget Japanese food and Western food. Kui knew that Du Sheng didn't care much about these things, so she enthusiastically suggested. Why don't we eat hot pot? I remember the scene in the movie 2046 and it looks very delicious. Now in the past, eating hot pot is quite fresh. Sounds good. Jin Chingguo echoed. I know there is a new hot pot restaurant open there, and the review is very high. Why don't you try it? I have no objection. Matsushima Fujisawa asked through the rearview mirror. Sheng, where are you? Du Sheng looked out the window and replied with a smile. Just make arrangements. After everyone agreed, Matsushima Fujisawa drove to Shibuya. Kim Sungwoo seems to come to this high-end and elegant restaurant often, and his appearance did not attract too much attention in the store. Most of the customers who recognize him only look curiously or give a brief greeting, without showing excessive excitement. However, when Du Sheng joined, the scene immediately became lively. When several young women saw Du Sheng, they immediately surrounded him excitedly and asked for his autograph. Seeing this, Kim Sung-woo joked, "I'm much handsomer than him, and I'm still a local star. Are they wrong?" Chapter 536 Rich Woman Sniping. Matsushima Fujisawa laughed and said, "Mr. Du is an idol school boxing star, with a huge fan base. His popularity here is comparable to Takeya Kimura, so he must be very excited. You are currently taking the actor route, with a relatively small fan base, and your influence is mainly concentrated in the film and television industry." After saying that, he patted Kim Sung-woo on the shoulder and joked, "Of course, your audience is a teacher and your home is in a nightclub. There is a rumor in the circle that you are the top of the list of the people you want to support the rich woman most. You guy." Kim Sung-woo was in a good mood and replied with a smile. Due to Du Sheng's arrival, the dining process became no longer calm. Matsushima Fujisawa decided to lead everyone to the next location. The nights in Shibuya district are brightly lit, and the bars and nightclubs are lined up in front of the doors of various types of bars and nightclubs. There were many young people dressed in fashionable clothes and tattoos gathered outside the door. They were security personnel at nightclubs. When they saw Kim Sung-woo, their eyes lit up and they all stepped forward to greet him warmly. "Brother Cheng-woo, come here to play, there are new game consoles. Brother Cheng-woo, there are a few new beautiful princesses here. Do you want me to call a few to accompany you?" Nightclubs attach great importance to the effects brought by stars. But not all celebrities can be particularly popular with nightclubs. Nightclubs tend to choose stars who can attract high-end players. Among these wealthy customers, the most generous ones are often those female rich men. Jin Chingguo is called Madam Killer, but he is not a false reputation. As long as he is willing to show up, he can attract rich women who are willing to spend a lot of money on him. However, Kim Sung-woo has a clear understanding of this passion. He did not want to be a tool for nightclubs to attract customers, so he turned a blind eye to these invitations. Just follow Matsushima Fujisawa silently and walk into a quieter nightclub. This nightclub is run by Nanyang people and does not involve any gray areas, but is operated in the form of a clear bar. The store environment is elegant and the consumption level is relatively high, attracting a large number of business people, especially European and American customers. Due to the quiet atmosphere, many celebrities also like to choose this place as a place for relaxing and entertainment. Several people chose a relatively private seat to sit down. Kui looked around and asked curiously, "There will be no society here, right?" "You're asking interestingly." Matsushima Fujisawa explained with a smile. "Now the entire Neon social organization is no longer as active as before. Then why do there still groups like Yamaguchi Group exist?" Kui continued to ask questions in confusion. Even if they think they are rampant, they will not regard them as society. Seeing that she was still puzzled, Kim Sung-woo explained with a smile. "Now they are more of the role of parking workers, nightclub security guards, and the word society has faded." "Haha, so that's it." Kui suddenly realized and laughed out loud. As he was talking, a strange noise suddenly came from the outside. Du Sheng had a quick ear, and he put down his wine glass and looked in the direction of the sound. "Whatever you say comes. I saw a group of people from the Rampage clan walking towards them." The man in the head was tattooed with a Taj Riyadh tattoo and sat opposite him with a swagger, showing a hypocritical smile. "Shen Guyu, why don't you notify me in advance when you come to Shibuya to play? I'll make arrangements for you." "Brother Senior." Kim Sung-woo recognized the other party and responded politely. The man in front of him is named Fizan, known as Shibuya Tiger. He is one of the 4 major leaders of the Tsushiki-yoji Association and is specifically responsible for affairs in the Shibuya area. Tsukiyoshi Association is Neon's second largest violent society to collect protection fees and is one of its main sources of income. At the same time, they also participated in some shameful businesses, such as fanguan, etc., exploiting borrowers through high interest rates. Feizan laughed, handed a cigar behind him and lit it. He took a sip and spit out smoke, carelessly. It's too boring and monotonous here. Why not go to Joseon Club, which I'm responsible for, and have fun, and the cost is mine? Kim Sung-woo was a little hesitant. He was so excited about taking the opposite sex on a nightclub last time, and was photographed by paparazzi and has been attracting attention from the media. If not this time, if you are more restrained, you will probably cause unnecessary trouble. Matsushima Fujisawa seemed to see something and spoke actively. Brother Sen, today we are mainly here to entertain friends. We will leave after drinking a few drinks and we won't bother you. If there is a chance another day, we will definitely support it. Enjoy, friends. That's a good thing. Feizan shook the cigar and said with a smile. Shenguo's friend is my friend. Since I have come to Shibuya, how can I not be as good as a landlord, right? He turned to Du Sheng, stretched out his hands and smiled. Mr. Du, the king of K1 fighting. I am your loyal fan. And you also sang the song Blue Bird by you, right? Welcome to Kwang again. Matsushima Fujisawa doesn't want to cause more trouble, so I'll introduce it. Sheng, this is Feizan, and he is surrounded by this area east of Shibuya. Du Sheng understood as soon as he heard it. In Neon, local snakes are indispensable in places where social dramas are circulating. He stretched out his hand and shook with the other party, which was considered to have met. Fei Sen came with a clear purpose, and his eyes were on Kim Sung-woo again. Ching-woo, I have booked a private room. I won't even give you this thin surface, right? After Kim Sung-woo thought about it for a while, he smiled and said. Brother Sen, it's too late today. I'm going to come back this time. What about next time? When I come back from filming, I will definitely go to support me. Then I will get you a golden card. How about it? The smile on Feizan's face gradually disappeared, staring at Kim Sung-woo, a little gloomy. Do you really think I care about those 1,000,001,000,000 neon coins, or do you think of me as someone? Matsushima Fujisawa knew that the trouble would not end well. Seeing that Du Sheng had no reaction, he looked at Kim Seung-wook. It depends on you, we don't care. Although Kim Sung-woo can ask someone to solve the problem, he didn't know about this and nodded. Then let's go through the situation, it's not far anyway. Upon hearing this, Fei Sen smiled again on his face. This is my friend. Let's go, a group of princesses are coming to the venue, so we must ensure that the clothes are healthy. After saying that, he turned around and ordered his men. Go and make arrangements first, don't delay the distinguished guests. It seemed that it was really just entertaining friends, and all the subordinates behind Fei Sen left. Seeing this, Jin Chingguo felt a little relieved. Several people stood up and walked towards the door with Feizan. Matsushima Fujisawa whispered to Du Sheng. Sorry, Mr. Du, the community here has been intense recently, which makes you laugh. Du Sheng actually didn't care about it. The people in front of us are just bluffing characters, and there are not many who can really fight. If there is no gun on his body, he can solve it at any time. But as the saying goes, strong dragons do not defeat local snakes. Today, Matsushima Fujisawa and Kim Sitake are the main parties, so there is no need to embarrass the little things. It is the best choice to follow the local customs and try to avoid conflicts. As Feisen said, the nightclub he was in charge was indeed even more lively. The music is strong, and the people on the dance floor are fully releasing their enthusiasm and sweat. The arrival of Du Sheng and his group was also particularly eye-catching. After all, there are many handsome men and beautiful women, and the artist has a natural and outstanding temperament. Although Kim Sung-woo's skin is a little bit sunny, it gives people a sunny and handsome feeling. Although Du Sheng's clothes are simple, his noble temperament revealed in his every move makes people feel ashamed. This made him stand out from the crowd. So the group just came to the nightclub and were immediately recognized. The girls surrounded them excitedly. Especially Kim Sung-woo and Du Sheng, they were greatly sought after. Some girls even boldly touched Jin Ching-gu's muscles. Du Sheng also felt a lot of hot gazes, but no one dared to stretch out his hand rashly. It seems that he has an inviolable aura. Seeing this, Fei Sen asked his subordinates to disperse the crowd and brought his group to the private room. In addition to having better privacy, there are many entertainment methods here. Pushing open a private room with 2 strong bodyguards standing at the door, Fei Sen smiled and called Kim Sung-woo in. "Mrs. Kawasaki, see who did I invite." In the private room was a middle-aged lady in a kimono and plump body. Hearing the voice, she signaled the opposite sex beside her to leave, and when she saw Kim Sung-moon Empress stand up in surprise. "Chen Cheng. Is it really you?" Jin Ching-gu's face changed suddenly, and he turned around and wanted to leave. How could he not recognize the other person? This Mrs. Kawasaki is the daughter of a famous local real estate developer and has a superior family background. Last year, she inherited the inheritance of tens of billions of neon coins and became one of the top rich women. Since she met Kim Sung-woo at a charity dinner, she fell in love at first sight and pursued him crazy. In order to avoid her, Kim Sung-woo filmed 2 movies filmed on both sides of the Taiwan Strait and the 3 places. I didn't expect that I could meet this when I came back. Feizan reached out to stop Kim Seung-woo and asked with a frown. "Ching-woo, it's just a meeting, isn't it necessary?" Kim Sung-woo wanted to jump into his feet and curse, frowned. "What do you mean? I never serve as a guest." Matsushima Fujisawa saw that the situation was inappropriate and reminded. "Feizan, Chang-woo is still in the rising period here, so it's not good for such a thing to spread. This is not something shameful, what are you afraid of?" Feisen asked unhappily. "I just let him have a drink with Mrs. Kawasaki, and I won't die." Why did he dare encourage Kim Sung-woo to come over? It's very simple. The other party debuted in Wanchenge, and the contracted company is also in Wanchenge. This means that Kim Sung-woo has no background in neon. Even if they cooperate with some local entertainment companies, the latter will not provoke the second largest society for this matter. Matsushima Fujisawa knew this very well and hesitated to look at Kim Sitake. "We're here to accompany you, or you'll have a drink with Mrs. Kawasaki." "Brother Songdo, you don't understand." Kim Sung-woo was a little helpless. That Mrs. Kawasaki's playing style is so crazy. Who dares to approach her? I'm afraid that I won't get up after a few days of fainting. So what if you go down? Feizan was a little embarrassed and said. "A rich woman with a net worth of over 10 billion, is it necessary if I have the conditions for you? Then you go." Although Kim Sung-woo knew that the artists on Neon had a relatively low status, he was still somewhat capable behind it. He was not afraid to see his assistant put down his phone secretly. Baga. If I could get there, I would have got there long ago. Feizan was a little irritated and was about to consider both soft and hard. Mrs. Kawasaki in the box was already holding her handbag and left with a cold face. "Mrs. Kawasaki, everyone is here, don't rush to leave." Feizan naturally cannot give up on such a big financial supporter. Mrs. Kawasaki glanced at the indifferent Kim Sitake and said resentfully. "Others look down on me, a yellow-faced woman, forget it. I won't do anything too forced, and the last thing we've talked about before will end." Hearing this, Feisen was anxious. "Mrs. Kawasaki, give me some time, and this matter will be done for you." After saying that, he returned to Jin Chingguo in a furious manner and threatened in a low voice. "I want to take the lead this year, and I have to do Mrs. Kawasaki. As long as you help me pass this level, I will definitely respond to the Inagawa meeting in the future. If you help you pass the level, who will help me pass the level?" Jin Chingguo was not a mudkiller, and said coldly. "You are destroying my future." Feesan's eyes also turned cold. So, are you shameless? Kim Sung-woo didn't speak, but expressed it with actions. While the two were involved, Mrs. Kawasaki stopped unexpectedly. Her eyes swept over Du Sheng, wandering unexpectedly, and finally stayed on him. He has a strong figure, outstanding temperament, and a handsome and confident style. It seems that he is still the king of K1 fighting, with a great physique. For a moment, her eyes could not be moved at all. Du Sheng noticed this burning gaze and glanced at her faintly, unmoved. When Mrs. Kawasaki saw his calm look like she was keeping people from thousands of miles away, her heart was shocked. Suddenly, she shouted to Feesan. Brother Sen, since Kim Sung-woo doesn't want to do it, there's no need to force it. Madam Kawasaki. Fei Sen's heart tightened, and his eyes looking at Jin Chingguo immediately became vicious. He tried his best to give Jin Chingguo a face. Since the other party doesn't know how to live or die, don't blame him for being rude. He thought to himself, how many golf strikes can this thin body withstand? Just when he was malicious, Mrs. Kawasaki suddenly became kind and pointed at Du Sheng with a smile and said, or, let's change him. Feesan was still thinking about how to take Kim Song-taek away, but when he heard Mrs. Kawasaki's words, he almost couldn't figure it out. Madam, what's your situation? This preference has changed too much, right? Just now, Jin Chingguo had to lock in another one, why did he instantly lock in another one? Kim Sung-woo was also a little surprised. I even felt a little disappointed. The other party was just trying to survive and wanted to marry him. Bah! I am lost in my wool. This is a good opportunity to escape. Just a moment ago, although I had avoided it, Du Sheng seemed to have been tricked. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Let him accompany you. Something interesting. Haha. Mrs. Kawasaki's eyes are worthy of being like a torch. Feesan walked up to Du Sheng with a smile and introduced to Mrs. Kawasaki. This is Mr. Du Sheng, a handsome guy from the East, and his conditions are indeed outstanding in all aspects. Mrs. Kawasaki stared at Du Sheng with a scorching look, as if she wanted to swallow him. The king of fighting, I like this handsome guy the most. Hey hey! Fei Sen looked at Du Sheng with a wicked smile and said, you came to Neon just to promote and expand your popularity. It is rare that Mrs. Kawasaki values you so much. Isn't it possible to seize such an opportunity? Du Sheng had an expressionless face and said, it turns out that Shibuya's special business is to give Yunyo Whip Meow to Yu Jun. Feesan's expression stopped and then laughed. Mr. Du is really good at joking. If he can have a chance to develop as an agent, this is also a good thing. He stepped forward and lowered his voice, and a few words popped up. Don't be ungrateful, have a drink with Mrs. Kawasaki. You can promote it any way you want. Matsushima Fujisawa did not expect that things would turn around, and frowned. Feesan, Ashen is my distinguished guest, don't you? Feesan's smile was curled away, and he looked impatient. For the sake of the K1 Affairs Bureau, I have already given you a lot of face. He wants the popularity of Neon, but Mrs. Kawasaki can't afford it. This is a completely win-win situation. I have worked hard to help him, don't make it difficult for me. Listening to such a shameless warning, Matsushima Fujisawa understood. Feesan has made up his mind to take Du Sheng today. The situation is similar. There is no foundation on Neon. It is not difficult to grasp people in a foreign country. Matsushima Fujisawa winked at Du Sheng and made a gesture behind him. Feesan really wanted to hold Du Sheng. Although he controls the best place in Shibuya and is regarded as a so-called Shianon curtain, but it is still under great pressure to compete for the position of the next vice president. The reason why he tried his best to please Mrs. Kawasaki was to take advantage of the opportunity to open up the J-style channels and open up a new way of wealth. If you are in the world, you have no money or status, you will follow you. Kim Sung-woo's development focus has shifted to neon, and the network behind it is complicated. If you don't want to accompany you to drink, just forget it. If even a cross-border artist like Du Sheng can't handle it, then he won't have to mess around in the future. After saying that, he waved to Mrs. Kawasaki. Madam Kawasaki, go in first and wait, and it will be handled soon. Mrs. Kawasaki's eyes were always on Du Sheng and she said with a smile. Don't worry, the long night is just a glass of wine, I won't treat you badly. But don't be like some people, it's always chilling. After saying that, she glanced at Jin Jingguo with a hint of resentment, with a little coquettishness. When he remembered that when he went in just now, he saw her flirting with two men in the waistline of the bucket, Kim Sung-woo shivered involuntarily. It seems that Mrs. Kawasaki not only did not intend to let herself go, but also wanted to kill two birds with one stone. Mrs. Kawasaki covered her lips lightly and giggled and threw a look at Du Sheng. Sister is waiting for you inside. Although Du Sheng was a little disgusted, he did not curse, but said lightly. A person with a net worth of 10 billion, neon coins, is worthy of letting me drink with you. When it comes to assets, he can kill the other party in seconds. This forced him to think of a joke. The dragon was playing in shallow water and was being played by shrimps. Mrs. Kawasaki's face changed suddenly, and she suddenly became angry. She raised her finger and pointed at Du Sheng and scolded. "A actor is worthy of looking down on me? I'm shameless, right?" But before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Kui. "What are you doing? Do you want to force yourself to buy and sell?" Several bodyguards behind Mrs. Kawasaki seemed to be accustomed to it and rushed up quickly. One of them also tried to launch an offensive against Kui, who was in the way. Whoosh! Just as they took action, Du Sheng, who had originally frowned, also moved. He first quickly swept his legs high, swept over the two close bodyguards, and at the same time reached out and grabbed the wrist of the bodyguard on the right. The two bodyguards were kicked over and hit the railings in the corridor. A roar! My body fell with a bang, and the coffee table below broke instantly. The wine and glass chips were stirred up. Everyone at the scene was shocked and subconsciously turned to look. The bodyguard who was caught in his right hand was also shocked and struggled, but he felt that his wrist was as if he was being clamped by iron clamps, and the pain was unbearable. Du Sheng didn't even look at him and kicked him. The bodyguard groaned and rolled down the stairs, losing consciousness. Ah! The guests below were startled by this scene and ran around and screaming. Mrs. Kawasaki was a little confused and didn't seem to expect it to become like this. When she returned to the private room, she subconsciously looked at Fei Sen. Chapter 537, You Can't Recognize Mount Tai If You Have Eyes. Baga. Fei-sen was embarrassed and furious. He was about to cook the raw rice, but he didn't expect that the other party suddenly attacked. He was caught off guard. If this group of people slipped away, it would be a big loss. Fei-sen didn't care about anything else and yelled at the chaos below. "Wang Dan, call someone quickly." Du Sheng didn't say much and slapped him directly. Bang! Fei-sen's cheeks were red and swollen, and he staggered a few steps, holding the railing barely standing firmly. "Chinese pig, I'll beat you, mother." It is impossible for him not to be furious if he loses such a big face in front of everyone. But before he could curse, Du Sheng flashed forward in an instant. Bang! Bang! Smack! Du Sheng grabbed his collar and slapped several loud slaps on Fei-sen's face, and said coldly, "Try saying another Chinese pig? Believe it or not, you carry it out tonight." Matsushima Fujisawa was stunned. "Hey, why did you suddenly start fighting? Didn't you wink me just now, breaking through the siege?" Du Sheng said lightly. "Anyway, it was the other party's move first, and this is not a peptide tomb." He had no worries. Matsushima Fujisawa sighed. "I didn't expect that things would turn out like this, it was a bit difficult to deal with. There are no casualties, so how can we deal with it? Du Sheng glanced at him and didn't care. UK-1 should be able to handle this little thing, right? Matsushima Fujisawa did not answer immediately, but smiled bitterly. It's easy for the king of hell to see, it's difficult for the little ghost to deal with. Sometimes I would rather spend some money than deal with such people. Du Sheng's eyes fell on Fei Sen, who was shaking up, and said lightly, did you hear him shouting? In Neon, various discrimination against Chinese people is not uncommon. This involves multiple factors such as feuds and rich people looking down on poor neighbors. But Neon was defeated in the war. In history, he was still a vassal of China. Why did he look down on the Chinese? Du Sheng came here to participate in the event, which did not mean that he should be bent. And once you are tolerant of such things, there are two. Others will regard him as a soft persimmon that can be controlled by others. Boss! Brother Sen! A loud noise came downstairs, and Feisen's younger brothers rushed forward and helped him up. After regaining his mind, Feisen pointed at Du Sheng angrily and shouted, kill him for me! Kill! With a command, a group of little brothers held sticks and roared at Du Sheng. Wait! You can discuss something. Matsushima Fujisawa's voice seemed insignificant in the chaos. The faster you charge, the faster you fly back. But Shibuya's reputation was not revealed. This is Feisen's territory, so there are naturally many subordinates. Just like the beehive being poked, new little brothers kept coming from downstairs and outside the door, trying to surround Du Sheng. Kuiyi couldn't help feeling a little nervous when she saw this scene. She had never experienced such a fierce scene. Suddenly, a figure rushed out from the side, trying to catch her and threaten her. Just the next moment, I flew backwards in an instant. Du Sheng flexibly shuttled through the crowd, avoiding every attack like a swimming fish. Although there were many gangsters and surrounded him, no one could touch the corner of his clothes. But the scene was a bit broad, and sometimes I didn't care about Choi Yi, Kim Sungwoo and others who were attacked. Seeing that Kim Sungwoo was beaten without saying a word, Du Sheng knew that he didn't want to be distracted, but he had to speed up his movements. Swish! Two gangsters rushed to Du Sheng and slashed straight. Du Sheng flashed sideways, and the bagua swims his way, and stepped hard on the other party's toes. The two gangsters cried out in pain, squatted down with their feet covering their feet, and instantly lost their combat effectiveness. Du Sheng followed suit and stepped on the toes of more than a dozen gangsters in succession. The surrounding area was like mowed grass, and a large area suddenly fell down. Feisen, standing outside the crowd, covered his swollen face and looked at Du Sheng in shock. Being besieged by so many people with knives and sticks, he was still unscathed. Is this a human being? Even if the three fighting kings are superimposed, they can't do this level. As if feeling Feisen's gaze, Du Sheng looked up and glanced over. Feisen was so scared that he was trembling and his body trembled involuntarily. Du Sheng kicked the two gangsters who wanted to sneak attack and walked straight towards him. Seeing Du Sheng approaching him, Feisen was immediately panicked. He turned around and wanted to escape, but found that Kim Sungwoo blocked his way. Brother Sen, we have no grudges in the past, but we have no grudges in the past. What if we stop there? You still want to give up now? You dream. Feisen gritted his teeth and roared, and rushed towards Jin Jingguo. Careful! Matsushima Fujisawa quickly took action and pulled Kim Seung-taek aside. When Feisen attacked, he directly crossed them and ran towards the other side. But before I could take a few steps, I suddenly felt that the back collar was being held tightly. My body suddenly stiffened. Then, a sound that made his scalp numb. Did I let you go? Feisen struggled desperately, even shaking his coat, revealing a tiger tattoo that was over his shoulder. However, this tiger did not give him the courage to fight back. He was kicked to the ground in just a few seconds, with a blue nose and swollen face like a pig's head. There is no sign of the slightest like Shibuya tiger. Du Sheng was quite restrained in his actions, and there was no broken hand and foot. But after all, I took action and was a little worried that it would trigger a group coaxing to siege. Just as he was about to pull Fizan up, cheers suddenly sounded around him. That way, it was like a guest watching a wonderful underground boxing match for free. I have to say that Du Sheng's quickness and light moves when he took action just now were so handsome. Moreover, facing so many people holding swords and sticks, they can be unscathed. This is like a cheat. Kung Fu, Du Sheng. Therefore, the spectators on both sides were not only not panicked, but instead whistled excitedly. Some people who drink too much will fall into a state of fanaticism. Some shouted Kung Fu, and some shouted Du Sheng's name. If I didn't know, I thought a small concert was held here. Even the spectators who were wet with alcohol were not dissatisfied with it. Even following the public, Du Sheng's name was still shouting. Du Sheng has seen the perversion of neon people. Fortunately, the people called by Matsushima Fujisawa and Kim Sitake came and brought the people from the Public Security Bureau. Although the scene was messy, it unexpectedly did not cause riots. The scene in front of me was clear at a glance, so without Matsushima Fujisawa explaining, Fizan and his men were suppressed. Mrs. Kawasaki is no exception. But when she was taken away by the Public Security Bureau, she not only did not feel much angry, but instead stared at Du Sheng with a burning look on her eyes. It looks like a child likes toys he likes. That hot sight made Jin Jingguodu beside him shivered. See it, this is psoriasis. Kui burst into laughter, and was laughed at by this vivid and like. I have to say that some people do. But she knew her boss's love very well, and Mrs. Kawasaki was destined to regret it for the rest of her life. After the Public Security Department made the records, Matsushima Fujisawa finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fizan is likely to be useless. Will Inagawa spend time on such a person? Du Sheng knew what he was worried about before and smiled faintly. There are probably some photos leaked on the scene, and you will have to trouble Mr. Matsushima to do his best. Although the camera is not clear on mobile phones nowadays, the discernment is still okay. Although the fault is not his, it is necessary to be prepared for any trouble. Mr. Du, don't worry, everything will be handled properly. Matsushima Fujisawa is not afraid of Inagawa, but is just worried that tomorrow's celebration will be deliberately disrupted. As for the photos leaked on the scene, there were the Public Security Department and 3 parties present, and one of them was easily carried out. The security guards finally played a role and they began to do the aftermath. The gangsters lying on the ground were carried away one by one. Du Sheng slowly walked down the steps and met with Yukawa Sakurako and Kitagawa Keiko who were waiting here. They naturally knew that Du Sheng was coming. If they hadn't learned that he was picked up by the organizers' people, they would have rushed to the airport directly. But it's time to come now, after watching the wonderful scene. Keiko Kitagawa stepped forward excitedly and said, "Brother Sheng, you are worthy of being a 1 vs 5 man. You are so fierce. I can't even see your moves clearly." The national skills practiced by Du Sheng focuses on speed and efficiency, and each blow strives to be fast and concealed. Although Keiko Kitani has certain attainments in the crane boxing, her innate conditions and qualities are there, and it is reasonable that she cannot capture Du Sheng's moves. Du Sheng just smiled and asked them to go out. "You haven't eaten yet, you're just making do with it." The 2 women nodded and agreed. Anyway, their main purpose for coming here was not to have a meal. After saying goodbye to Kim Sung-bo, K1 chairman Kazuo Ishii came over with a little joy. "Mr. Du, did you just do it to the point of making a big move?" He happened to be nearby tonight. After learning about the situation from assistant Matsushima Fujisawa, he simply came here. He has seen many battles on the ring and is also clear about Du Sheng's ability. But many boxers have never experienced this kind of fighting scene of wielding swords and swords. After watching Du Sheng's performance in the crowd tonight, Ishii Kazuyoshi was also shocked. "Every move you have is so wonderful, and your movements are flowing, which allows me to truly appreciate what Oriental martial arts are. Due to his limited Mandarin level and emotional fluctuations, Ishii Kazuyoshi stuttered a little when he spoke, but Du Sheng could still feel the sincerity in his words. He smiled and greeted him, turning the topic back to the K1 New Year's Eve celebration. The result has not changed much, it is purely the performance mode. After all, New Year's Eve is the biggest festival of Neon, and what you want is festive, not blood. The appearance fee is calculated based on the maximum size of $100,000. Trial with the wrestling strongman for 2 or 2 rounds, and try to maintain an even momentum at the beginning. Du Sheng had no objection to this. Anyway, it is impossible for him to lose. Moreover, with his acting skills, the audience can definitely feel ups and downs. Your real kung fu is very good. Ishii Kazuyoshi gave a thumbs up. It's a pity that I just invested in a movie some time ago, otherwise I would definitely invite you to star in it. I hope I have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. Du Sheng responded politely, which was the end of the topic. I'm sure. After Ishii Kazuyoshi said that, he waved goodbye with a smile and went to deal with Inagawa's work with Fujisawa Matsushima. Du Sheng asked his assistant to explain to Wang Jinhua and ignored the matter. I accompanied the 2 beauties to visit Kyujing Street and felt the local atmosphere and was in a good mood. Yukawa Sakurako was also in a very happy mood. The man takes time to accompany him in his busy schedule, which shows that he is interested. In order to thank him for helping him improve his boxing skills, she also took the initiative to suggest that the 2 beauties, Kyoko Fukada and Keiko Kitagawa, cooperate together. Fukada Kyoko remembered the last time, and her legs were weak when she woke up early in the morning. At first she was a little hesitant, but after Kawa Sakurako's plea and considering Du Sheng's preferences, she finally agreed. After enjoying dinner, the group was immersed in the charming night of Tokyo New Year's Eve. In an intoxicating atmosphere, they had a friendly exchange of Chinese and Japanese skills. Everyone is honest, learn from each other, and discuss progress. This kind of sincere communication and difficult-to-play skills are indeed very beneficial to exercise. And after such a discussion, the relationship between Kawa Sakurako, Kitagawa Keiko, and Fukada Kyoko became more harmonious. When dealing with Du Sheng, he was also more humble and had a sense of admiration. There is no way, even if the 3 of them work together, they will end up in complete defeat. It's not okay to be convinced orally. Although Yukawa Sakura almost couldn't get up early in the morning, she still took Du Sheng out by herself. Brother Sheng, we'll go to see your game tonight. Remember to pick us up. Kyoko Fukada, who showed half of her snow-white legs and half of her shoulders, slid down the quilt and shouted from afar. Okay, you guys rest first, all right. There is also more technical practice, it's so terrible. Du Sheng smiled and waved his hand to go out. He had to shoot a few new advertisements on Sony Ericsson's mobile phone this morning, and he could not be obsessed with the land of gentleness. As for the evening game, to be honest, it is a cooperative attitude. Everyone can benefit from it, and this deal can still be done. As for the outer ginger or competitive lottery, it didn't open at all. So Wang Yeyang and Ma Yaoi didn't follow him. The result was not surprising. Du Sheng interacted with boxing fans before the game, and then played on stage for a few minutes, and it was over. One of the 4 great kings in the whole day, Kawada Takeaki, known as the world's #1, is also good at cooperating and contributed a evenly matched regular performance. The audience should be watching it. Even Keiko Kitani and the girls were excited and cheered, and they were very excited when they left the venue. But for Du Sheng, he felt a little bored. Although the opponent is a monster close to 400 pounds, the explosion of the iron elbow looks okay, but for those who can give birth to a tiger and a leopard, it is equivalent to scratching the itch. At the moment of farewell, the girls seemed a little reluctant to leave. But Du Sheng could not delay and left cleanly after the meal. His itinerary was very tight and he was not allowed to delay any delay. Even if you are constantly busy, you still have endless things to do. At least Du Sheng has to arrange the preparations for the concert. A flight happened to return to Changsha Airport in the early morning that night. Calculate the time, it should be early morning when you arrive, and you will have to take a special car to Zhangjiajie. If everything goes well, he can join the crew on time. This trip is so busy, which is the main reason why Zheng Zian refuses to come to interview. Fortunately, there were no major delays on the flight. It was just that the road from the airport to Zhangjiajie was a little rushed. Therefore, when Du Sheng arrived at Panlong Hotel, it was already 9:30 in the morning. At this time, the crew happened to shoot a scene, and the members were preparing to move to the next location one after another. As soon as Du Sheng got out of the car, he saw Tang Yan walking with Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishi. The four little girls chatted while walking, and they played and talked a few times from time to time, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Tang Yan seemed to be explaining his performance skills to Lu Yifei. I have to say that she is the most professional of the four in this regard. Even Yang Mi, a child star, sometimes she has to ask her for advice. However, Tang Yan's scene has been completed, and this time he will participate in the Mango TV New Year's Eve party with the group. It's rare that the school courses are not rushing, so just come and have fun. Usually, she will help her sisters deal with some behind-the-scenes matters and take care of them like a responsible older sister. Seeing Du Sheng's arrival, the four girls were happy and immediately accelerated their pace to welcome him. Lu Yifei quickly grabbed Du Sheng's arm and said with a smile, "Cousin, congratulations! He won another alternative fighting title with a gold belt. Sister Yan was praising you just now, saying that you were shining on the ring and fighting alone in the neon boxing world, and you were invincible. Great, it is worthy of being the pride of our gossip." After hearing this, Du Sheng shook his head and smiled, and said, "Gigua sect? Who gave me such a frustrated name? It's better to call me a spoiled group." When it comes to the coquettish group, everyone can't help but think of the scene when Lu Yifei was waiting for filming while the crew was waiting for filming, and she was playing with the girlish style of neon, and she also picked up the baby's milk sound to act coquettishly, making everyone laugh. Thinking back on this scene, Lu Shishi and Yang Mi couldn't help laughing. Faced with Du Sheng's joke, Lu Yifei not only did not get angry, but instead responded proudly. The coquettish group is not something that Amao and Jillian can come in. With your cousin's current ability, you have not yet met the joining standards. Work hard to improve yourself. Maybe one day I feel good, and I might consider letting you join the coquettish group. That's really touching. Thank you, Zixi, for not knowing Mount Tai. Du Sheng bowed seriously and said, "In order not to become a member of the coquettish group, I will go shopping tonight and run errands for you with your bags and errands. I wonder if I have such an honor." "Humph, since you sincerely ask, I will promise you once, but I will give us the eunuch tonight." "Okay, you guys, kneel down, I'm going to prepare for makeup." In a funny and relaxed conversation, everyone went their separate ways with laughter and joy and started their own work. Although we were on 2 days off, I don't know if it was because the filming was about to be completed, and we were in an amazing state. The shooting went smoothly in one day. As soon as she left the set, Du Sheng was pulled away by Girls' Generation. When you come to a new attraction, it is indispensable to stroll around and play at night. If you are tired of shopping, you will inevitably be taken to work as a labor force. Although Lu Yifei and his friends are in good health, they are far better than their previous lives. Du Sheng still pays special attention to them. Help them massage and relax when they have time to prevent problems such as cervical spine due to long-term shooting. Lu Yifei has a strong personality and doesn't speak easily even if she feels uncomfortable. She always grits her teeth and perseveres. Therefore, Du Sheng often judges her physical condition by using her own massage. "Cousin, it's so tiring." Back at the rest of Girls' Generation, Lu Yifei muttered and collapsed on the sofa. Du Sheng smiled and stepped forward to massage her neck gently, and then loosened her shoulders. Then he helped Lu Shishi rub his white calves, and gently gave Yang Mi's arms to her. Tang Yanjian beside him. It's unreliable, so I'd rather share the relevant entertainment reports I saw online today. She often browses this information when she has nothing to do on the crew. Due to busy filming, Lu Yifei and others had almost no time to pay attention to external news, so they listened very seriously. Tang Yan chose content that praised them and Du Sheng. For those controversial parts, we choose to avoid talking about them. Such praise made Lu Yifei and the little girls very happy to hear it and feel beautiful. Chapter 538, Slaughter. Because it was too late, Du Sheng did not stay too much. After a simple massage to the girls' generation members, he returned to his room. Open the computer and browse the reports about yourself at home and abroad. Who is the winner in the New Year's Eve competition in Qujing? At Li's Hutai New Year's Eve party, a young actor went out of tune throughout the whole process, and Zhou Huimin couldn't even take him. Zhou Zai won the runner-up of the Kung Fu program, and said it was unbelievable. Thank you for your guidance. Mark Hunter won the 5 million championship prize, saying that the fighting atmosphere here is very good, and I will come again next time. The box office of Kung Fu exceeded 160 million, and the global total box office is expected to exceed 450 million. Stephen Chow admitted that Du Sheng is a plus. The most mentioned in the mainland are almost all positive comments on Du Sheng and the movie Kung Fu. Among them, there are many press releases bought by the film promotion team, which will take this opportunity to promote and expand the influence of the film. However, at home and abroad and online platforms, the hottest topic is not the New Year's Eve celebration, but the real fight. Du Sheng killed 30 people with bare hands video. The entire process of the battle that night was recorded. Various versions of this video were quickly circulated on the internet, attracting a large number of Chinese attention. Then, it was forwarded back to Renren. With a wave of explosions, it fermented to the other 3 major social platforms. That exaggerated popularity actually overshadowed the New Year's Eve ceremony a little. This title is really outrageous. Damn it, it's so fierce. You mum. Your opponent is still holding a sword. It's fake, right? Damn it, the scene is messy and bloody, you can't see it. Zigong. I magnify it one by one. This is absolutely impossible to act. Is it difficult to admit that others are so big? What happened? Why did you fight with the puppet? Hey, one person beats up 20 or 30 gangsters, and they don't even wrinkle their clothes. What kind of monster is this? Kill, puppet Ziquan kill haha. I have to say that the first world boxing champion is still very valuable. I'm very curious, Du Sheng can really fight. Du Sheng killed 30 people with bare hands. How strong is he compared to Tyson or Bruce Lee? There is no doubt that Du Sheng is stronger. Because he can not only pick many people, but also handle multiple friends of the opposite sex at the same time. This is something Tyson cannot do. Anyone who understands it understands it. The video of Du Sheng's move not only sparked heated discussions in the East, but also became a hot topic in Neon. Neon netizens' comments are more blunt and bold. As a fan of Du Sheng, I really hope to be knocked down by him so that I can get intimate contact. I'm looking for a purchase of 10 million yuan, the coat Du Sheng took off during the battle that night. If Du Sheng hit me, I'm afraid I'll have to kneel down on the spot. Du Sheng is worthy of being the best in Asia, Zhi Fapai Mao. Woo, this man is so fierce. No wonder all billionaires want him. With the popularity of this video really fight. Du Sheng killed 30 people with bare hands. Du Sheng has become an undisputed star in East Asia. Because in the country of kimchi, it was also forwarded by the little Samsung princess who always pays attention to Du Sheng. Her blogger's popularity is comparable to the front line, and the diffusion speed can be imagined. In an instant, it was sought after by countless kimchi people. The video also attracted the attention of North America. Many media have also begun to report on this episode that took place on New Year's Eve in Guangzhou. Speaking of which, Du Sheng won the UFC gold belt in Lighthouse Country before, and also hyped up a relationship with several daughters and released singles, which allowed him to accumulate a certain popularity and fan base. It's just that the recent time has not passed and there is a lack of new dynamics, so it is inevitable that the popularity will gradually fade. However, this video of really fight. Du Sheng killed 30 people with bare hands unexpectedly ignited his popularity in North America again. Especially the Amanda sisters, Nikki, Taylor, and others liked and commented below, and compared it with those boxing fans. For a moment, his popularity rose, which won him a lot of attention. Many North American audiences found that Du Sheng was not only handsome and versatile, but also could attract the favor of beacon celebrities, but also proficient in Oriental mysterious martial arts. The more they understand, the more surprised they are. Given that many North Americans still have a strong interest and mysterious belief in Oriental martial arts. As soon as this video was released, Du Sheng's image became more three-dimensional and was regarded as an Oriental tough guy with real kung fu. It perfectly fits the worship of strong and heroic men in North American culture. If discussed according to the popularity of the region, this popularity can be comparable to that of second-tier stars such as Dwayne Johnson. As for those who don't have much culture, they have been clamoring to question Du Sheng's fake. The black fans of the competition have completely calmed down now. But as the popularity rises, negative voices are indispensable. Criticism mainly comes from two aspects, and most of it comes from China. For example, some experts and critics accused Du Sheng of being rude overseas from the perspective of morality and etiquette, which damaged the international image of the East. Some people also criticized Du Sheng for going abroad to attend the New Year's Eve celebration for money and failing to establish correct values. In addition, whether Du Sheng, as a public figure, should be hit by others has also become the focus of controversy. Some people simply don't ignore the reasons, mistakenly thinking that Du Sheng is competitive for women, and accusing him of being embarrassed and throwing neon lights. What's more, Du Sheng's behavior was accused of destroying international relations on the grounds that neighboring countries were united and loved. Good guy. This has all risen to the international level. Du Sheng asked himself, what virtue is there? I have to say that the power of Gongji in this era is very large, and it is basically the same as the psychology of Mu Yang. However, there is nothing to argue about in this kind of thing, and he did not intend to respond at first. Unexpectedly, when I was washing up and going to bed, I found that a user named Not a Foreigner on Renren continued to add him and flooded the screen, and used the new features of the website to continue to harass him. After checking the other party's information, Du Sheng found that this person claimed to be a student in Guangzhou and had multiple certification identities. Du Sheng, you fight in Qujing at will. The police did not take action against you due to diplomatic relations, but you are actually a criminal. Neons are the example of civilization, they have advanced industrial technology and civilized attitude. Unfortunately, your barbaric behavior has damaged our country's civilized image, and many neon netizens have also had negative views on Oriental people. This Not a Foreigner was obviously extremely dissatisfied with Du Sheng's behavior and released several consecutive reports of state bombardment. Criticized him for falsifying for the sake of popularity and finding a bunch of temporary workers to pose for photos. As public opinion spreads, the negative situation also makes them, such as the international students, in a difficult situation. Du Sheng glanced at him for a few seconds and didn't look down. He checked his personal information. It was discovered that this person had worked as an editor in Zion and had published controversial works. Most of them are related to the magic toilet, and they believe that Oriental people are petty and should not interfere with other people's freedom. Unexpectedly, his fans have a lot of followers. 530,000. Considering that the other party is becoming more and more presumptuous and the comment area is filled with voices supporting his remarks, Du Sheng has no choice but to send a response. I participated in the K1 Leapfrog yesterday, which was the follow-up promotion for winning the King of Fighting. I am also very honored to be the only overseas candidate to be invited. But there are always some people who are unthinking and like to comment on their own. Here are a few statements. First of all, I never took the initiative to attack anyone. The situation at that time was an action taken for protection, which was visible throughout the process. Neon or Lighthouse Country public opinion did not condemn this. Instead, some people in China accused me of being barbaric, which was a bit ridiculous. Secondly, the issue of destroying the international image is even more nonsense. If you don't know how to pretend to understand, you can check out the reputation of K1 and the interview with Mr. Kim Sun-gu. I believe their position should be more fair. In addition, since I was invited to participate in the K1 New Year's Eve, I am very popular, so I need to make a fraud and pose for photos? Please don't insult the public's IQ if you are leading the pace. Finally, in response to the malicious attack of not foreigners, I decided to report it in my real name and attach relevant screenshots to show my warning. Du Sheng's response not only clarified the facts, but also expressed a firm attitude towards his cultural position. Du Sheng did not directly use Renren's privileges to ban the account of not foreigners. Because even if this account is blocked, the other party can continue to speak out through platforms such as blogs and Tianya. That way, it will be described oral. Therefore, the most effective way is to report through real name. With the help of your current popularity and public opinion, let the relevant departments respond. Du Sheng also wants to let them nail to the pillar of shame for comment accounts that agree with not foreigners. Let them understand that shaking their heads and tails also comes at a price. Du Sheng has instructed the assistant to collect information and remarks on these accounts and prepare to take further action. This series of operations not only attacks the not foreigners, but also leads many grasshoppers behind the scenes. Commonly known as the online phishing action. Sure enough, his updates were just published, and it sparked heated discussion. Fans actively spoke on social media, and various complaints gathered into public opinion. Does some people have a weak knee and can't stand up, and even their right to defend themselves will be deprived? If counterattack is uncivilized, then this logic itself is barbaric. It's really unbelievable. Some people criticized Du Sheng for this incident. It's not all the Navy soldiers. Don't they know it's Neon's violent society, the skull of Hanidaeji Temple? I just came to Neon, which can confirm that what Du Sheng said is the truth. Neon people are praising him for his fierceness and excellence. No one says he is barbaric. Instead, many people ask for the liquidation of the Inagawa Association, so that they don't show their shame. Thank you for invitation, you are at the lighthouse. That's right, because of Du Sheng's video, Oriental Kung Fu has once again become popular in Lighthouse Country. I'm in the country of kimchi, and I've already started talking about Du Shengju. He eats from the country of kimchi. It won't take long before he is nominally a Chinese native of kimchi. Is it possible? It is because Du Sheng is praised by foreigners that these insects in China can't hold back. In addition to supporting Du Sheng, fans also flocked to accounts that were not foreigners and flooded the screen. What an eye-opener! How can so many people support such a ridiculous remark that is inverted by black and white? This person is selling how? He once made a remark against the will of heaven, saying, "What? It's this kind of hot chicken that makes the internet chaotic, so you must report it." These fans not only launched attacks on accounts that are not foreigners, but also found relevant accounts in the comment area and launched round after round of offensives. The news of the New Year's Eve celebration turned into a large-scale blasting operation due to the appearance of people like not foreigners. Zhao Ziliang of Huadik University reported with his real name, not a foreigner. Brothers and sisters, keep the formation up. The scale of this online operation is even greater than the Black Swan sniper in the previous life. Many netizens who were not aware of the situation were also attracted to participate and soon joined the battle. Later, according to statistics from the enthusiastic people, there were more than tens of thousands of netizens who reported that not foreigners that night. Since Renren itself is a semi-controlled interactive platform, this public opinion storm quickly attracted high attention from relevant departments. Not long after, a transfer order was issued. The internet is not an illegal place, and will thoroughly investigate the situation of not a foreigner and give the public a clear answer. Through this storm, Du Sheng's identity quietly added another color. The internet justice. His influence has long broken through the boundaries between traditional stars and business elites and has become a powerful representative that cannot be underestimated. This wide appeal even made Huai Company feel unprecedented pressure. Originally, Huai planned to take advantage of the situation to launch a wave of negative public opinion on Du Sheng, intending to weaken his personal image and then suppress the rise of interstellar media. But after seeing the huge and loyal support group behind Du Sheng, Huai had to reassess the risks and benefits of this strategy. Wang Zhong personally removed this plan and told the public that peace is the most important thing in business. Things in the past are misunderstandings and there is no need to go into it. Du Sheng knows nothing about this yet. After posting his status, he hugged Tang Yananran and fell asleep. Last night, I had a lot of battles, and I had to adjust my schedule even if I was a strong man. Although Tang Yan tried his best to cover his mouth and his face turned red, his sweat was so exhausted that he even trembled with his calf, but he was very happy. It turns out that the experience of Crane Fist has increased so rapidly in Onianon competition. And after the guidance, I can still lie quietly in Du Sheng's arms and enjoy this rare tranquility. That is an unprecedented experience of happiness. I have to say that she returned to the crew with the group today, indeed with some careful thoughts. Tonight, I hid a few good sisters and quietly passed away Du Sheng's room. This unprecedented decision is a thrilling one. Speaking of which, this is reasonable and unexpected. After all, it is all thanks to Du Sheng that she can go from a little transparent to a popular actress today. I have been in contact with it during this period and I know very well how potential Du Sheng, a big bull stock, has, and I also enjoyed the unique eucalyptus experience. But before, she was a little older in front of the young sisters, and was embarrassed to act coquettishly in front of Du Sheng like they did. But at some point, this is not an advantage. For example, if Yang Mi and Lu Shishi sneak in tonight, they are likely to be unable to practice skills overnight in front of Du Sheng who strictly controls the bottom line. Not to mention, the wonderful taste of enjoying the unprecedented experience of Ifantha is indeed endless. No wonder Fan Ou, Lu Tao, Gao Yuan, and others are busy, they take time to come from time to time. It turns out that this experience will be addictive. Moreover, the deep sleep after eucalyptus friction makes the skin and mental state relax like never before. No wonder their complexion and appearance are getting better and better. This is the biggest reason. Fortunately, I didn't know too late, otherwise I would have suffered a big loss. Tomorrow night. Not to tomorrow night. At least it will be restored later. We must experience it a little more, otherwise it will be not easy to come here for a long journey. Du Sheng didn't know that someone was in pain and was happy. Since this little girl took the initiative to ask for guidance and was still dressed up as the cool and charmingly macho, he had no reason to remain indifferent. In view of this, he also kindly reminded that it is best to wear Li Macho's nun outfit next time, which can effectively increase your understanding. I have to say that Tang Yan is still very sensible. Moreover, she had good recovery ability, so the next day she took the initiative to ask for more training. It was just that her strange behavior made Lu Yifei and the girls suspicious. Fortunately, Du Sheng understood what she meant and helped cover up. Didn't you keep discussing perfumes, skincare products, etc., why don't you tinker with a brand yourself? Sure enough, Lu Yifei's eyes lit up and she immediately changed the direction of the wind. Cousin, are you here too? Yang Mi also looked at Du Sheng with some expectations. The market has great prospects, and we are indeed optimistic. Brother Sheng, do you think it's better to invest in the industry instead of putting your spare money in the bank or buying a house? Lu Shishi was more careful and thoughtful. If Brother Sheng, you can participate, come on, that's the best. Although they were due to their interest, they also conducted some investigations. With the improvement of people's living standards and the increasing pursuit of beauty, more and more people are beginning to pay attention to and use skincare products. Moreover, the domestic economy is in a stage of rapid development, and people have more and more funds to purchase beauty products such as skincare products, which has promoted the development of the entire skincare product market. According to preliminary statistics in the industry, the domestic cosmetics market reached 69.2 billion last year, and it is not a big problem to exceed 100 million this year. Nowadays, brands are still dominated by foreign investment, so of course you should get in as early as possible. Since you are all interested, of course I support you. Du Sheng smiled slightly and directly recognized. You usually use the most, where do you plan to start? The main reason is that the industry has good prospects and can find some things for them to do. Otherwise, according to the development path of their previous lives, they would have to compete after being bored. Strengthening cooperation can also gather the combined centripetal force, so that it will not be attracted by others or blown down by the wind. Du Sheng chose skincare products as his preference. In addition, after the previous internationally renowned skincare products came in, advanced technology, management experience and marketing strategies have been brought, allowing some local skincare brands to accumulate and develop. Even if girls' generation doesn't know much about management, you can buy it directly. Lu Yifei was so excited when she heard Du Sheng, she hugged Du Sheng and kissed her, then thought of something and said. It happens to be 5 people, each with 20% stake. After the filming of The God of Condor Heroes will be ready to buy it. With the income from several dramas and 2 albums, they can now be said to be a rich woman per capita. It is still okay to invest in skincare products with a joint venture of more than 10 million yuan. Moreover, Du Sheng joins to help reduce risks, and also has the resources of Star Network Technology Company, with a great success rate. Yang Mi and Tang Yan looked at each other and could see the excitement in their eyes. Then let's just say that. At their age, they are at their peak of youth, so they naturally want to have their own high-quality assets. Seeing that they were in high spirits, Du Sheng smiled and said. There are several subcategories of skincare products. If you think about which category to buy, I have to ask someone to collect information in advance. Skincare products are not only limited to basic moisturizing, but also have higher pursuits such as sun protection, whitening, anti-wrinkle, and acne removal. Moreover, the acquired companies need targeted and diversified products to avoid being eroded by foreign brands. Chapter 539 Reward a Divine Egg? The girls seemed to have their own opinions and kept chatting. I couldn't make up my mind for a moment. Du Sheng knew that they would definitely have to chat for a long time, so Xiao Xiao stood up. Tang Yan also went out on the grounds of asking for advice. Lu Yifei was quarreling with Yang Mi, but she didn't care. Lu Shishi looked at him thoughtfully, but shook his head and smiled strangely, and didn't say much. Walking out the door, Tang Yan quickly followed and said happily. Brother Sheng, you are really nice to us, thank you. Since she relaxed her mind, her behavior has become more and more bold. While walking into Du Sheng's room, she smiled and stepped forward and kissed him with her feet as a reward. Du Sheng closed the door and smiled. I have put a lot of effort into your girl's generation. How can I not do my best? Indeed, to him, the 4 girls were like carrying little cotton-padded jackets. There are both mutual support and dependence and trust, and the interests are almost integrated. Speaking of this, he seemed to ask thoughtfully. Looking at what you were just now, I seemed a little hesitant. If you don't want to manage it by name, it's okay to just invest. Tang Yan gave Du Sheng a blank look and said firmly. This is our first career in girls' generation, so of course we have to participate in it in person. And with your ability and vision, Brother Sheng, I firmly believe that you can make it bigger and better. Du Sheng touched the cheek that was kissed by Tang Yan just now, and later realized it and said, "If you have time recently, you can try to pay attention to related matters first. After the filming of The Legend of Condor Heroes is over, I will help you find a suitable skincare brand to cooperate. I suggest that you not only participate in product planning, but also learn how to manage your team. After all, free-range farming is not a long-term solution." Tang Yan didn't seem to listen to this, but instead stared at him angrily. It is rare for me to take the initiative, but this guy actually wiped it subconsciously. I'm so cautious, I'm planning to find another beauty later, right? Humph, don't even think about it. She grinned her teeth, leaned towards Du Sheng with great sense of territory, and got into his arms and rubbed around. Du Sheng smiled in his heart. This straightforward girl is really simple and direct, and she can get caught with a little tease. Despite this, he responded gently. Because Tang Yan was still too awkward and had no skills. Du Sheng also kindly guided Tang Yan so that she could gradually master more judo skills, so that she could better teach the frame in the future. Her whole body became delicate and powerless. Du Sheng gently stroked Tang Yan's face and said with a smile, "Didn't you envy Zixi very much before, and even want to know how B-scale evolved into C?" Tang Yan's beautiful eyes lit up, and he raised his head curiously. "It's indeed surprising, but that little girl couldn't say it. This involves positioning and acupuncture, and the easiest way is eucalyptus." Tang Yan asked half-believingly. "Really? The books I read before said that these are all deceptive. Only pregnancy can cause major changes in the body." Du Sheng smiled and shook his head and said, "My biggest advantage is that I am honest and never lie." Tang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Then I'll leave tomorrow, and I'll come to ask you for advice later." Du Sheng smiled and said, "Welcome to check, and make sure you have a lot of experience." The filming days passed without realizing it, and the crew entered the busy ending part again. Du Sheng also quickly entered the working state. Although there are many scenes filming in Zhuzhegu, it is much easier overall than in Yandang Mountain. Most of the scenes here do not require complicated martial arts actions. Even for outdoor shooting, the location is not far from the main road, which is much more convenient. Therefore, Du Sheng's working rhythm here is obviously more relaxed than before. After work every day, he was able to get together with Lu Tao, Fan Ou, Song Hai Kyo and others who came to visit the set, and play a few mahjong together, making life look particularly comfortable. It rained lightly for 2 consecutive days in Zhuzhegu, and it did not gradually stop on January 5, and the sky cleared. The crew immediately resumed shooting. On the evening of January 12, Lu Yifei, dressed in white, jumped down from the edge of the cliff like a fairy. This scene is filming Zilongnu jumping off the cliff to save Yang Guo. That is, Zilongnu mistakenly thought that Yang Guo betrayed her, and then she was heartbroken and decided to jump off the cliff and commit suicide. Yang Guo saw Zilongnu jumping off the cliff and jumped down desperately. The two miraculously survived under the cliff, but Yang Guo was poisoned, which extended the subsequent touching story. It is necessary to express that the love story between the two parties is full of ups and downs and hardships, but also to show the deep feelings and selfless spirit of sacrifice between the two. Du Sheng shouted in shock, and jumped off without thinking. This is also the last scene in the whole drama. Click. Yu Min held the loudspeaker and announced loudly. Zixi performed well this time and fully expressed her spirit of sacrifice. So congratulations to both of you, I announced that the filming of the entire crew will be completed. The staff immediately became jubilant when they heard this. With the successful completion of this scene, the crew of The Legend of Condor Heroes officially announced the completion. Without Du Sheng's words, Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Lu Shishi began to organize their own costumes and prepare to keep them as souvenirs. The same is true for other members. Everyone has developed the good habit of cherishing every memory. Even though it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, the crew still arranged a celebration dinner in a large hotel in Josegu. After everyone took off their makeup and sorted out the props, the banquet officially began, and it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. But considering that everyone stayed up late at high-intensity work during this period, the 10 o'clock in the moment is actually the best time for everyone to be in the best. All night, the crew was immersed in laughter and joy. After all, after finishing this, you can have a peaceful new year and have a rest for a while. So, the carnival lasted until late at night and got drunk. Even Zhu Juoliang, who was not very drunk, was drunk and lying in the bathroom under the instigation of the drunk Huang Deli and several apprentices, which became a joke. The next morning, Du Sheng said goodbye to the girls of girls' generation one by one and began to be busy separately. As for Li Yuxin and Song Haikyo, who have been there in the past 2 days, they have agreed to visit famous attractions such as Josegu and Mount Imei to enjoy a rare leisure time. They came here from thousands of miles away, of course they had to have fun. Unfortunately, Du Sheng's next schedule is full, and he has to prepare for the concert and attend the company's annual meeting, and he cannot accompany him for a long time. However, he tried his best to squeeze out time and spend a day with them. This beautiful gathering puts a warm end. After all these things, Du Sheng finally had time to accept the harvest. The filming of The Legend of Condor Heroes has been detected. Will the lottery be settled? He had no hesitation and chose to settle directly. This time I asked myself the final level, and the rating should be much better in all aspects. In addition, there was no purple color in the last draw, and the probability this time is even greater. As expected, as the thought fell, the rating was unexpectedly high. In the statistics, the host character fit is 91.2%, the roles account for 36.8%, and the completion is 91.8%. The prize pool is re-updated. Du Sheng was extremely satisfied with this. After all, his acting skills have always been maintained at LV4, and even if he can reach 90, he will perform well. As for the proportion of scenes, this is calculated based on the entire drama, and it can be said to be quite high. After all, The Legend of Condor Heroes involves more than 100 characters, and it is impossible for Yang Guo to have scenes at all times. The settlement is completed. The performance rating of The Legend of Condor Heroes is excellent. The current comprehensive evaluation of the host is D, and the number of lottery draws can be 1/10 of the year. Will the lottery be conducted? Du Sheng took a look at the comprehensive evaluation. According to the recent popularity of the focus and publicity such as Phoenix plus Neon Beater event plus concert preheat plus Kung Fu, it should not take long to advance. According to his speculation, either wait for the concert tour or the subsequent 3 or 2 film and television dramas will be released, and they should be able to accumulate relevant factors such as identity, power, status, etc. But I have to say that compared to the past, it is a comprehensive evaluation. The improvement is getting slower and slower. Based on this situation, there are absolutely only a handful of people in the world who can achieve a comprehensive level evaluation. It is not an exaggeration to call Little Superman at that time. As for the level level that goes upward, it is easy to hit the car with one punch and dodge bullets. I guess you can look forward to the AK shooting if you are hardworking. Du Sheng calmed down and focused on the lottery. What high-quality items and skills can Yang Guo extract? Internal power, light skills, footwork, martial arts, secrets, and treasures. First of all, it must be the unique skill of the Palm of the Desolation, which is 100% purple in total. However, this secret method was created by Yang Guo inadvertently after Xiaolongnu left. The 5 masters in the world, including East Evil, Western Poison, Northern Beggar, Medium Supernatural Powers, and Sword Demon, are combined with the great achievements of martial arts taught by their own sex, and a total of 17 moves. But it has a problem, and it needs to be in a sad state of mind to exert its maximum power. Then there is Dugu Zhujian, who was left in the ancient tomb by Dugu Kyubai, who is said to be able to destroy all the martial arts of the world. In addition, there are Toad Kung Fu taught by Wiang Feng, the Jade Girl Heart Sutra that practices with Xialong Nu, and Huang Yaishi's unique skill the blink of an finger. In addition, Yang Guo was the first person who was not the leader of the Beggars sect, but was taught by Hong Qigong, so he could also beat Dog Stick. The above are almost all purple. As for the rest, the Yuxiao sword technique, Quan Zhengzhen technique, Quan Zhen sword technique, and Jade Girl Suxin sword are all quite good. Several things flashed through Du Sheng's mind instantly, all of which were of great use. With some hope, I silently recited in my heart. Raffle lottery. As the thought fell, the 19 cards on the roulette rotated quickly counterclockwise. Brush. As the 7 cards exploded, the stream of light turned and purple and blue intertwined. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the shackle card, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the secret skill of the pin of the finger, blue. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of Jihua Yulu pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black iron sword. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Jade Girl Heart Sutra, blue, light skills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a divine sculpture egg, purple. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a box of golden leaves. It's true that it's purple, and there are 2 special martial arts. The purple light in front of me was dazzling, and Du Sheng knew very well what this meant and looked happy. After a closer look, I felt even more happy. Next, we will hold a tour concert. Basic knowledge of music theory LV2/green is missing a breakthrough, so the shackle card is out. This is destined to be its. At least after the breakthrough, the live singing skills will be more stable, and there will be no embarrassing situation like J-Jo last year. The pin of the finger LV1/blue, 100/1000. The middle finger of the right hand bends and pops out under the thumb. When ejecting the hidden weapon, the range can reach 15 meters, the speed is fast and the force is strong, and it can break the rock. Can you draw the blazing of the finger? Yang Guo doesn't seem to be very useful. Du Sheng was a little surprised. But it's not bad, at least you can have more guarantees with bare hands in the future. To be honest, if you give the palm of the desolation, the prerequisites you need will be useless. And this type is difficult to use in reality. Jihua Yulu pill. Du Sheng only glanced at him and knew it. This is given by Xialong Nu. It is a holy medicine for healing injuries and can quickly heal internal and external injuries. At that time, Yang Guo was injured in many battles, so he relied on it to recover quickly. It's good to keep it for later use. Even if you can't use it yourself, most people around you can use it. Black iron heavy sword? If Du Sheng remembers correctly, this is the treasure found by the divine eagle for Yang Guo. It weighs 60 or 70 kilograms, and is invincible. It is made of black iron extracted from meteorites outside the sky. Later, the Yishan sword and the dragon-slaying sword were created by Guo Jing. This can also be done if necessary in the future. Jade Girl Heart Sutra LV1/blue, 100/1000. The ancient tomb school practices internal strength, stimulates potential, is known for its lightness and agility, and lasting exercise keeps people young and energetic. This thing is not bad, it's a dual cultivation technique. If it's necessary, let the girls practice it. Even if you cannot cultivate internal strength, you can strengthen your foundation and cultivate your essence. Du Sheng was very envious when he thought of the description of Xialong Nu's skin color and temperament in the original work. And this is all due to the gains of this technique. Divine Sculpture Egg, purple. When Du Sheng first saw this thing, he was a little confused. The divine eagle is understandable, after all, it is Yang Guo's right-hand man. But when did the divine eagle lay eggs? But this doesn't matter. Importantly, it is purple. The growth value is high. As long as it can transform its eggs, it is not impossible to ride flying to the sky and escape from the ground in the future. In the original work, the magic sculpture is more than 1 meter long and has a wingspan of nearly 4 meters. It is human and has a deep internal strength. It has long been eating snake gallbladder, which is no less than a first-class expert. This magical sculpture egg is oval, looking more than 100 millimeters, and is definitely an extra-large raptor in proportion. After all, the largest golden eagle in the world is generally only 70 or 80 millimeters. When it grows, it has a wingspan of about 2 meters and a body length of 1 meter. This is already known as the king of raptors. This is totally crushing. It's right to look forward to. Wait, after finishing the busy schedule, it melts its eggs. After calming down, Du Sheng glanced at the reputation value. Reputation value, 886,398. Due to the fact that many popular events have happened during this period, such as the acquisition of Phoenix TV, the Neon International Film Festival, the New Year's Eve hit farce, it has soared from more than 300,000 yuan to nearly 500,000 yuan. His eyes swept over several main skills. In the end, we will add points according to the established plan. Dragon and Elephant Prajna, 7th levels /purple, 37720448 rightward arrow 4658446/6561000. Yes, it's about to break through. Watching the progress bar climbing a lot, Du Sheng nodded slightly. The 8th layer effect is to strengthen the meridians, strengthen toughness and hardness. The greater the investment it is inevitable. Once the belt meridians among the 3 meridians and 7 chakras are penetrated, the transformation will be quite large. At the very least, the meridian load capacity and relative fragility can be solved from the root. In the future, you can be much more relaxed when facing the recoil force of a vehicle collision or the armor-breaking crisis caused by bullet attacks. Interstellar Media, Director's Office. The finances have been settled, and the annual meeting is scheduled at the end of January. Is there no problem? While Du Sheng returned to the company, Wang Jinhua and Yezi simply pulled him for a small meeting first. It's okay, you have made arrangements for the specifics and try to say what you want me to cooperate. Du Sheng is now a manager. In addition to grasping the general direction of the company's affairs, they basically put them in charge of them. Therefore, there is almost no objection to these things. This annual meeting is quite grand. Performances and interviews will be arranged, and even 200 fans will be randomly selected to participate. Although Wang Jinhua knew that Du Sheng would not object, she still briefly introduced the process. Du Sheng nodded, suddenly remembered the message that Tong Lia happily sent, and asked. The Kiss of Pranks will be broadcast on Mango TV plus Phoenix TV. What are the current ratings? This drama was actually broadcast on Bay City TVBS plus Zhong TV 5 days ago. According to TVBS General Manager Yang Ziyulai, the premiere ratings were 3.98%, and the start was very good. According to the subsequent trend forecast, it is expected to exceed 4.5%, becoming one of the top 5 high ratings in the first half of this year. A good drama that premieres in Bay City is generally not bad in the mainland. Yesterday Tong Lia sent a message saying that Mango TV's debut broadcast exceeded 6 and there was a trend of low popularity. No wonder she couldn't hold back her joy. It's just that Phoenix TV broadcasts 2 days late and the results will be released today. Mango TV has steadily risen to 6.3%, and the feedback from Phoenix TV is also good, reaching 18.6%. Yesi smiled and said. Of course, this is also much more exciting than the previous drama Water Moon Cave that has allowed many viewers to keep their habits in watching. If the momentum can be stabilized, the situation will basically be maintained. That's fine, it seems that it shouldn't be difficult to break 20%. Du Sheng smiled slightly and felt relieved. Shuya Cave broke the 30% ratings record on Phoenix TV, and it was still playing against TVB, which was considered a slight show. But temporary gains and losses cannot represent eternity. After all, the impression that the audience has not changed. At least 3 consecutive hit dramas can be reversed. Therefore, as a follow-up prank, it is crucial. But Du Sheng was not worried much. This drama in his previous life was the first in Wanchenge, and he performed well in both the mainland and Xiangjiang. He took the time to watch an episode last night. Although Tong Lia's acting skills are immature, they are still remarkable, so there is no problem with Xiaohuo. As for whether Phoenix TV can maintain its current pattern, it depends on the subsequent promotion and plot tension. And these happen to be one of the advantages of Star Media. After discussing several issues related to subsidiaries, Zhong Zhen, who had just entered the door, suddenly said, "Sony's new president Howard Shijinj asked the secretary to call and ask if you can post an English album in advance." As soon as this statement came out, Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi looked over curiously. Because according to the original arrangement, Du Sheng's main next step is to hold a tour concert. The other party should also know why he still made such a proposal. Obviously, there are sudden urgent reasons. Du Sheng's heart moved and asked. Has the competition between Shinji Izumi, the former Helm leader, had already come to an end? Previously, he was planning to release an English album in December, but Howard Shijinj asked him to postpone it a little, saying that it was used as a trump card for competition. Now that this is the sudden arrangement, it is hard not to make him wonder if there is a change. It is indeed related to the competition between Sony factions, but not the main reason. Zhong Zhen sat down in the conference room and shook his head and smiled. Can you guess what it is? Chapter 540 Fan the Flames. Wang Jinhua and Ye Zizi looked at each other and were a little confused. Zhong Zhen's eyes fell on Du Sheng and said with some emotion. Actually, I didn't guess, the biggest reason was that it was a video. That's right, it's just really beat. Du Sheng killed 30 people with bare hands video. Some time ago, a wave of brewing was created in the mainland, Neon, and North America, bringing considerable popularity to Du Sheng again. Seeing that public opinion was about to decline, Facebook founder Zuckerberg divided it Enjoy Your Own website and directly make it a second wave. As the fastest rising social networking website, the global enthusiasm has exceeded 20 million. In addition, the person who shared it is the founder and the youngest richest man in the world. The video itself is hard enough, so it is inevitable that it will attract a lot of attention. So how fierce the fire is together. In the past 2 days, Taoxiao, a popular social platform in several North American countries, has its place. Many people also compared Du Sheng with Li Xiaolong and Cheng Long, and the degree of seriousness was comparable. Although the latter two are very famous, Du Sheng's record is real, so it is even more shocking. Among them, many Chinese are fanning the flames or disputes, which triggered the joining of local melon-eating people and led to a war of verbalism. If ordinary people who receive happy education are stubborn, they will have no rationality and IQ. This also triggered 2 hot topics of holding on-site PK. Du Sheng also received great attention invisibly. Therefore, Howard Shijinj had a sudden inspiration and wanted Du Sheng to take advantage of the opportunity to release the album. Faced with this sudden and temporary decision, Du Sheng pondered for a while and asked, "Have you sold tickets online at the concert?" Because it was jointly organized by Miracle Records and institutions, in addition to offline ticket sales, it will also support online ticket buying service first. Not yet. Zhong Zhen said with a smile. It was originally scheduled to be officially released to the public today, and it took 10 days to warm up plus results promotion. However, there are priorities, so let's discuss it again. Although fans knew that Du Sheng was preparing for a concert and guessed that it was around the Chinese New Year, they were not very clear about the details. As for warm-up, it is important to pull. Then let's take a little back, just to take advantage of the new specialist's momentum. Du Sheng thought about it and made a decision. After all, there must be more than one tour concert, and there are time intervals every time you go to a place, so fans actually know that they can't hurry up. There are also plans to go to Asia this time, which is really good to have an English album to boost your game. Moreover, it is a pity that North America is so popular that it is not taking advantage of the situation. Okay, I'll inform you now. Zhong Zhen was also a decisive person and immediately went out to summon people to promote it. After Du Sheng and his friends had a similar discussion in a small meeting, she returned and said, "The concert is scheduled to be released globally after the Lantern Festival. Needless to say, the Chinese-speaking area is the first station in Modu, then Beijing, Hangzhou, Beijing, Yangcheng. The two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions must be traveled everywhere. Of course, Neon is in Tokyo, while Europe and the United States choose to make the new special, and the first one is to be at the lighthouse. This time he was also a precedent. It's fine if the grades are average, but if the grades are popular, fans can brag about it in the future. What do you say about the Hong Kong Red Hall and Xiangjiang?" Zhong Zhen shook his head slightly. Their person in charge said that many artists held concerts before and after the New Year and needed to schedule a look. The reason why many celebrities choose to hold concerts before the New Year is because people have a relatively high desire to consume on Christmas and New Year's Day. At that time, students were basically on holidays, and office workers also had some annual leave. Couples can also give concert tickets to friends to get closer. As for the New Year, in addition to the Lantern Festival, the advantages are also obvious. Because everything revives and spring is warm and flowers are blooming, people's willingness to go out to move increases. In addition, due to the many festivals before the New Year, the performance venues would be relatively tight, and many venues would be booked for various festival activities. The venue schedule after the New Year is relatively loose, and celebrities and agent teams will have more flexibility in venue selection and performance schedule. Du Sheng knew that Zhong Zhen knew it and continued to look at her. Zhong Zhen explained with a smile. "I told them that it was because of Lu Ying's special guest that he chose the Hong Kong Sports Hall as the preferred place for Hong Kong, Macau, and Taiwan, otherwise he would directly agree to the invitation from Bay City. Under the current economic situation, the impact of the financial crisis is still continuing. Except for the wave before the New Year, the concert venues are not having a good time." Wanchengli Stadium learned that Du Sheng was going to hold a tour concert, so it had already contacted him through TVBS. It can be said that he is eager to ask for it. Although the outside world has a high evaluation of the Red Hall, its capacity is only 12,500 seats. In contrast, Bay City Stadium has 15,000 seats, which is a landmark building that cost 4.8 billion MOS coins. However, compared with the future Bird's Nests with nearly 100,000 seats, these are a bit inadequate to see. Of course, don't underestimate the tens of thousands of seats in the Red Hall. For Du Sheng, ticket sales can meet expectations in minutes. That's going to work harder. There will be at least 10 consecutive games over there. Holding a concert is not easy. It not only requires singing and dancing, but also maintaining high-intensity performances for more than 2 hours. Singers want to prove their singing skills, which is a great test for both physical strength and voice. More importantly, once every game becomes popular, there will be no doubt about its strength and status. Because in Xiangjiang, being able to hold multiple concerts in the Red Hall has always been a symbol of a superstar. This not only requires a huge fan base, but also requires ensuring that every game is profitable. Otherwise, you will face the risk of loss. For example, when Zhang Ye retired from the music scene, he set a record of 33 consecutive games. That concert is still regarded as the most classic in the history of the Red Hall, one of the classic performances. Lu Yingmao, the king of diligence in the industry, has the longest record of 15 consecutive games. Therefore, Du Sheng planned to hold 10 consecutive games in Xiangjiang from the beginning, which was indeed a very remarkable achievement. Of course, all this has to be taken slowly. What we need to do now is to go to Lighthouse Country to finish the album. At the same time, Lighthouse Country, Sony Music. Raymond Andrew returned to his office with a heavy footsteps and a serious face. Before joining Sony, his career was brilliant. He was once the chairman and CEO of Günter Thiron Music Group, BMG, and also a member of the executive committee of Günter Thiron Group, leading the development direction of the BMG department. Within the Günter Thiron Group, he has also held several key positions such as Chief Innovation Officer, successfully promoting the merger of CLTUFA and Pearson TV to establish the RTL Group. In addition, he has also been involved in journalism, publishers, and senior management of TV stations, covering almost every corner of the entertainment and media industry. With such experience, Andrew is also known for discovering and cultivating stars. There are countless big stars he has introduced. The most famous one is the female group Terrible Real Girl. After Beyoncé went solo, he was more than able to push his career to the peak. Among them, Beyoncé took on the comedy movie Ace Spy 3, and her first solo single Work It Out even embezzled the connections and resources of her ex-sect leader. However, the rewards were also very generous. The album won the Billboard Top 200 album list, making a lot of money. Under Andrew's leadership, Sony Music doubled its revenue, with CD sales exceeding 500 million and total revenue reaching $12 billion. This also makes Andrew an indispensable core figure in Sony Music. But it is said that there is no school in the sect, and there are all kinds of strange things. Faced with the suppression of Howard Shijinj, the new CEO of Sony, Lighthouse Music, the current leader ANC, recently Andrew felt extremely irritable. He tried to ease his relationship with the other party, even if he maintained the status quo. The current situation is that the Sony Music he is in charge maintains independence and authority, and continues to keep the rivers from traversing wells and does not interfere with each other. He doesn't care what Shijinj does in other departments, just don't touch his territory. This is also what the former leader means. Continue to accumulate grain and build high walls and become king. But Shijinj seemed to have been instructed by the current leader Shinzi, and insisted on inserting his hand into Sony Music. Want to uproot the X's power. In fact, Shijinj has begun to take action in the past 2 months, trying to win over those powerful people who were once suppressed by his former leader. Andrew followed the arrangements of his former leader and always maintained restraint, not wanting to make things worse. Because the former leader behind him still needs to accumulate power, he has not yet reached the point of breaking up. But at today's meeting, Shijinj began to interfere in the album release, which obviously touched Andrew's bottom line. Recycling of resources and rights for releasing albums? Don't you need the president as the one who asks? This is a big joke. The other party clearly seized power without any consequences. Even openly launched a factional dispute. I really think I'm afraid of you? This time I will tell you whose territory Sony Music is. This is not only a challenge to his authority, but also a challenge to the existing order behind him. Andrew calmed down and began to analyze Shijinj's possible partners. Could it be the international pop queen Celine Dion? Andrew shook his head and denied it. It is the will of the entire Sony to force Celine Dion to renew his signature now. Considering her complex copyright relationship with Sony Music and the overall interests of the company, this possibility is slim. Beyoncé? He remembered that his subordinates reported that Shijinj had indeed contacted him, the former top athlete, recently. Andrew is almost broken up with Beyoncé now, but his desire for control makes him unwilling to let go easily. Against this background, it is not impossible for Beyoncé to switch to Shijinj. However, Andrew has been paying close attention to Beyoncé's dynamics. As far as he knows, Beyoncé is still actively looking for new songs, and the preparations for the new album have not been completed yet and the release date is out of reach. So, who will Shijinj plan to launch the person to fight the ring? Andrew first ruled out the possibility of a newcomer. If Shijinj wants to quickly build up his reputation, he needs at least a big star who can guarantee global sales exceeding tens of millions. Although newcomers have potential, it is almost a fantasy to achieve such achievements. Therefore, Shijinj's goal should be a well-known North American singer. Despite this, Andrew was still puzzled. His connections are spread throughout the music industry. If there are really heavyweight artists preparing to change jobs, he will not have no idea. Just as he was in deep thought, the secretary knocked on the door and entered, bringing new news. Mr. Shi Jinj received an Asian man in the morning. The secretary reported. Asian? Andrew was confused and said in surprise. Who is he? The secretary explained. His name is Du Sheng, and he is currently Asia is quite famous. Du Sheng's musical works are not only popular in Asia, but also have certain markets in Lighthouse country and Europe. For example, in the first half of this year, the song Baby was his work, which won the top spot in the Billboard singles. By the way, he is also the UFC middleweight champion. He had a scandal with several celebrities some time ago. Hearing this, Andrew finally had some impression. Because not long ago, he had watched Really Beat online. 1vs30 video is coming. This Asian is indeed a bit well known in North America for various reasons. But that's the case, and it's not professional enough. So, he still felt that this choice was unreasonable. Esli, think about it with your brain, this is the Lighthouse country. Shi Jinj wouldn't be so stupid that he would use an Asian artist to write on my head and shit. His tone was firm, and when he saw the secretary say something else, he waved his hand and said, "You did a good job in other aspects, especially Shi Jinj's stalking part. But this Asian artist doesn't need to be paid attention to, it won't be him." Although Du Sheng has achieved great success in Asia, his performance in the North American market is far from meeting the standards required by Shi Jinj. A singer, go to a boxing competition? I also took a gold belt. You've gotten into the wrong position, brother. As the current agent of the sect, Shi Jinj must have both strengths if he wants to quickly establish his prestige. Choose this kind of yellow person to be the main T unless you lose your heart and get crazy. After more than 10 hours of flight, Du Sheng arrived in New York safely. He did not contact the Hearst sisters and Nikki, who were far away in Los Angeles. They were either developing handbag brand production lines or endorsements. Taylor, this little girl, has been very popular recently and is also running in Lighthouse country. So, he came to Sony building alone to meet Shi Jinj. Mr. Shi Jinj, congratulations on becoming the new chairman. Du Sheng said with a smile. Dear Du, I finally hope for you. Shi Jinj stepped forward enthusiastically and shook hands. I'm really worried that you can't come over because of the concert. Du Sheng smiled and said politely, and got to the point. The acquisition of MGM is coming to an end. I wonder what problems Mr. Shi Jinj has encountered. The last time he paid the bank, in addition to acquiring Phoenix TV, he was to deal with the merger and acquisition of Lighthouse. 10% of MGM shares will cost about $450 million. The Book of Miracle Fighting Company is convenient for offshore and taxation. Du Sheng has always been paying attention to this matter and knows that the financial reconciliation has been completed, but it is only a little short of not completing it. If it is fast, the results will be produced next month. There is nothing unexpected about MGM, it's mainly another matter. Shi Jinj mentioned the countermeasures he discussed with Du Sheng last time at Neon and sighed a little. Now the conflict between the two factions has become public. If I want to stabilize my position, I must sweep the other party out, otherwise I will be doomed to be in civil strife. At present, my focus is on Sony Music. Now it's time to use your trump card. Speaking of which, he did make 2 arrangements as Andrew guessed. Unfortunately, no matter how he lowered the copyright fee, Celine was unwilling to renew the visa. As for another famous singer of Sony, Beyoncé, he also has the idea of going solo. At present, I would rather invite songs by myself than misappropriate company resources. So after choosing, it is better for Du Sheng to ensure it. At least those songs are excellent enough, and they can make it to the charts twice before, which shows that they have great potential. The most important thing is to catch your opponent off guard. Don't worry, I will try my best to cooperate. Du Sheng smiled and promised, asking, "What's going on with Andrew's situation that will prevent me from sending a specialist?" As one of the agents of the former head, Andrew has been operating at Sony for nearly 10 years and has a lot of influence in all aspects. If the other party obstructs it in every way, this English album may not be able to do so. But since he came here this time, he didn't want to go back empty-handed. Andrew will definitely not sit still and wait for death, and he will most likely snipe you. Shi Jinj announced that. But you don't have to worry too much. Andrew, with the arrogance of Anglo-whites, has always looked down on Asian artists. Especially in the market of lighthouse country, he believes that this is a white world. This may be a bit offensive, but it does provide us with an opportunity. In fact, Andrew's thinking is not uncommon. Because in the North American music scene, there is nothing to do with yellow people. When Du Sheng heard this, he couldn't help but feel amused. In the multicultural lighthouse country, yellow skin can actually become an advantage. This is really ridiculous. But this is reality. If he is a white man, a Mexican descent, etc., it will attract Andrew to attach great importance to it. But he is the most inconspicuous Chinese among Asians and does not even have the qualification to be served on the table. At present, Mr. Shi Jinj, have you arranged all the record's production, online and offline promotion? The record is being produced, and I have coordinated the promotional and distribution resources and have also won some internal support. Shi Jinj said. Although all resources of Sony Music cannot be fully mobilized, it is enough to ensure this special promotion and water it is accurate to be no less than second-tier stars, and there is no problem covering the entire US market. In order to make Du Sheng feel at ease, Shi Jinj continued to add. In addition, I will take a series of measures to ensure that this album is not disturbed. Recently, I have frequently contacted other singers, creating some illusions to distract Andrew from the spotlight, and can buy you more time. After hearing this, Du Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was full of confidence in this English album, fearing that Andrew would interfere. Taking advantage of Andrew's contempt for him and his current online popularity, we took the opportunity to accelerate the project. Once activated, it would be too late for Andrew to stop it again. With Shi Jinj's support, Du Sheng believes that this album will be widely spread around the world. In Lighthouse Country, the promotion process of music works is similar. First of all, the singles are on the charts, and new singers usually choose smaller rankings as the starting point. Those with ambitions point directly to the Billboard. In addition, the company will invest a lot of resources, including online and offline media, TV advertising, record store poster warm-up, and street advertising. The singer himself also needs to actively participate in various TV station interviews, MV playback, TV talk show programs, large-scale awards ceremony and concerts. The busyness during the promotion and distribution period is proportional to the amount of resources invested by the company. After negotiation with Sony, Du Sheng selected the main single from the 10 songs, Let Me Love You and Haven't Met You Yet. Unlike other singers who only promote one title song at a time to maintain the number of high-quality works on the album, Du Sheng released 2 high-quality singles without hesitation, aiming to quickly occupy the market. Every song of this album is a fine product, almost all the championship songs that dominated the Billboard several times from 2005 to 2010 in the previous life. In his opinion, if you need to keep up with the promotion, you are fully confident that you can make a name for yourself with the popularity of the internet. Chapter 541 This is really explosive. During this period, Andrew remained highly alert to Shi Jinj's actions. Secretary Esley will report the latest updates to him every day. President, Shi Jinj made an appointment with Brittany last night. When Andrew heard this, he frowned. Not to mention the surname of Brittany, Little Sweet is Spyberg. As one of the most popular pop music queens in the past 5 years, her joining will undoubtedly have a significant impact on Sony Music. However, Britney is not easy to be with him, and it is not easy to poach from SMEI Records. After all, SMEI Records and Sony BMG are affiliated. What's more, Britney is having a conflict with her agent's father. If Shi Jinj really wins over Britney, he will undoubtedly intervene in this kind of dispute. Andrew believes that the possibility is not high, but he has to be vigilant. That afternoon, Esley brought news again. President Shi Jinj went to Mariah Carey's residence in the morning. What does the name Mariah Carey represent? Not to mention the others, the sales of records alone exceeded 200 million. He also won the American Music Lifetime Achievement Award and is a perfect music star. Although her popularity has weakened due to divorce in recent years and she is still lost in the hip-hop circle, her influence cannot be underestimated. Andrew immediately contacted Gunter Thyron, head of SMEI, to try to obtain more information. But before he could wait for his old friend's reply, Esley reported again in the evening. President Shi Jinj just had lunch with Justin. Justin is a former NSYNC member and a solo artist. Although his popularity is not as good as before in recent years, his R&B style songs are still loved by many young listeners and housewives. It is said that Justin recently created a new song called Signs and is preparing to make a new album with this as the core. Andrew didn't dare to be careless, and pondered for a moment, then called another phone number. President, according to paparazzi investigation, Shi Jinj is receiving Avril Lavigne, a famous singer in Maple Leaf Country. The next day, Andrew was even more annoyed by the news from Esley. What is Shi Jinj doing? He is busy meeting singers all day long. He was both angry and confused. Shi Jinj's frequent contact with many well-known artists. Does this mean that he is adopting a wide range of strategies? Trying to sign multiple heavy singers at once to open a path with money? But Andrew felt that things were not that simple. Shi Jinj must have other plans, but he has not been able to see through it for the time being. Thinking of the Asian singer Du Sheng mentioned by the secretary, although Andrew did not regard it as a threat, out of caution, he deliberately asked his friends at Sony, Neon Music. After learning that Du Sheng is already very famous in Asia, he came to Lighthouse Country this time to continue to expand the international market. Can all the amphibious development be troubled? It's really amazing. Andrew remembered the 1vs30 video that was recently flooded the internet. It may have some exaggeration, but it does have a talent for martial arts practice. Taking advantage of the popularity of the video, Du Sheng came to North America this time to stabilize and even expand his popularity. It is natural. But what made Andrew quite unhappy was that the music on the Lighthouse was obviously in charge of himself, but the other party actually came to Shi Jinj. This clearly didn't take him seriously. However, it is not surprising that Shi Jinj often travels to Asia, the two are more closely connected. None of this, he does not intend to interfere too much. After all, the focus still needs to deal with the killer weapon that Shi Jinj hid. Andrew's thoughts floated around and returned to Beyoncé. Recently, this woman has frequently visited Shi Jinj's office and is obviously already standing in the other party's camp. Andrew's eyes became gloomy. Since Beyoncé was determined to leave his control, he could only take tough measures. I have the ability to make you famous, and I also have the ability to make you fall. At this time, the secretary led a glorious lady into the office. Mr. Andrew, I'm glad to see you. Christina Aguilera said with a smile. Her fair skin, proud figure, and pretty face made her quickly recognized by the mainstream North Americans. In 1998, she sang the theme song Reflection for the animated film Mulan. After that, 3 singles have been on the top 100 singles so far. However, she has no longer achieved better development in the radio record company and has taken the initiative to accept Andrew's olive branch. Andrew looked at Christina and smiled. This was the best person he found to replace Beyoncé. As a famous singer, it is not difficult to convert her popularity into music sales as long as she has the right works and Sony's strong publicity support. More importantly, Christina's musical talent was also recognized by Andrew. "Christina, I've been following you all the time. Your musical talent should not be buried," Andrew said gently. "If you're willing to follow my steps, I'm sure to be the next pop queen." Christina's eyes instantly became hot. The meaning of becoming a popular queen is self-evident. Especially considering that in Sony, the big company, the various hidden incomes far exceed those of others. Even her status is slightly higher than that of other record label actresses. In Hollywood, even top actresses like Jennifer Aniston are hard to match Beyoncé's income. The music industry is more inclusive to women. Female singers can often reach higher career peaks. "Mr. Andrew, I'm willing to follow your steps," Christina answered without hesitation. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and she doesn't want to miss it. In a school cafeteria in New York, a group of students were eating while watching the TV station. "Welcome back, this is New York WCBS TV station. Today, we were fortunate to invite a mysterious guest. I wonder if you have seen the popular video of one person fighting 30 people alone on Facebook and YouTube. That's right, we are honored to invite this boxing star and singer to the scene," host Kai said using his signature magnetic voice. "Hello everyone, we are Du Sheng from the East." Du Sheng greeted the audience in fluent English. "Wow! It's really him. I've watched that video. This guy is so fierce. WCBS is so awesome. She actually invited people across thousands of miles." The single man was barehanded and fucked a large group of gangsters holding swords. It didn't look like a posing, so it wasn't surprising that this guy was popular. "Aren't you? Haven't you seen UFC? Others have made a name for themselves in the lighthouse long ago. I come from the East and know how to do martial arts." It sounds very mysterious. Among the girls at the other table, Alice muttered in her heart. "I often see his videos recently, and I thought he was a neon man." A female classmate was also a little surprised and muttered. Coincidentally, TV host Kelly asked this sentence. "No, Kelly, you misunderstood, I'm Chinese." Although Du Sheng complained in his heart, this was not the first time, he still said calmly. "Have you heard of Li Xiaolong? Bruce Lee?" In this era, Neon, one of the developed countries, once boasted that the money earned was enough to buy the entire lighthouse. Therefore, most people internationally are more familiar with Neon. It is also the first person who develops in the lighthouse country in the future to be recognized as the Neon Man. "Oh! Of course I know. There is also Cheng Long," Kelly responded excitedly. "By the way, I have watched your video, it is worthy of being the real Chinese Kung Fu, it is really cool." Hearing Li Xiaolong and Cheng Long, the scenes of those martial arts movies appeared in Alice's mind. Especially when she learned that Du Sheng had 2 songs in the top 5 of the Billboard, she also added a little bit to her favor. "Hey, friends in front of the TV, you may not be familiar with the name Du Sheng, but there is a song you must have heard. That is Baby, released last year." Kelly continued, imitating a lyric. "And I was like baby, 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 oh." This familiar melody immediately evoked Alice's memory. She remembered that this song was very popular on campus, and her classmates would imitate love clips in the MV. It turns out that this song was sung by Du Sheng. Not only is he a UFC fighting boxing champion, he can also sing and compose such excellent songs. It's too versatile, right? "I heard you are one of the hottest stars in Asia, is that true?" Kelly asked. "You think so, it's right. Since my debut, I have won 2 international gold belts and 2 actors, with a box office record of over 500 million. Du Sheng knew that you should not be modest in the lighthouse country, otherwise you would think you are weak and can be bullied. In addition, my albums have sold more than 10 million in Asia." He silently added a sentence in his heart, including the download of ringtones by the 3 major operators, only a lot more. If you blow it to the top, who can't? Besides, this is also real data. Wow! You have so many achievements at such a young age, which is so exaggerated. Moreover, the album sales exceed 10 million, even in Lighthouse Country is an astonishing number. Kelly was amazed and said, "I bet you must be a superstar in the East." Alice was also surprised by this result. "I won't talk about the gold belt and the actors. The sales of 10 million are indeed impressive. Even if it is in the Lighthouse Country, it can still be among the top singers. Can you talk about the new song you brought this time?" Kelly continued to ask. "This time we brought 2 new songs." Du Sheng replied. "There are Let Me Love You and You're Beautiful respectively." Kelly asked curiously. "The genres of these 2 songs are somewhat different from Baby? They sound like pop songs." Du Sheng nodded. "Yes, they are all popular types." Kelly said with a smile. "Why change the style?" "To be honest, I like the songs that combine fast-paced R&B with dance music. This is not a change of style. If you have listened to our Chinese songs, you will know that we are actually singing popular lyrical songs. And I think love is the unchanging main theme regardless of national boundaries, skin color, or identity." Du Sheng answered in a flowing manner, calm and composed. Alice was fascinated by the sound of hearing. She realized that Du Sheng was not only an all-round star, but also an artist with profound thoughts. In fact, Du Sheng's words came from his sincere feelings. Whether it is R&B, rock, country, or pop, popular songs in today's music market have a common core theme: love. What kind of songs do people like to listen to? It's nothing more than love and separation, and seeking without getting. This emotional resonance is a common language worldwide, simple but directly touching people's hearts. Therefore, he chose the 2 songs Let Me Love You and Haven't Met You Yet as the first singles, based on his deep understanding of mainstream preferences in the market. Well, I agree with you very much. Dear listeners, please enjoy the new song Let Me Love You brought by Du Sheng. The singles of this song have been released on major websites and audiovisual stores. Interested listeners should not miss it. The words of the host Kelly fell with the beautiful piano sound, and a warm atmosphere filled the air. Alice was immediately attracted by the melody. As the first note of the piano sounded, she seemed to be taken into a dream world. "I used to believe. I once believed it deeply. We were burning on the edge of something beautiful. We will always swim in the wonderful feeling of love." When the clear and moving voice slowly sang the lyrics, her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by some gentle force. The song and melody are like the spring breeze blowing on the face, and the electronic resonance hits the depths of the soul. Let her feel an unprecedented rhythm. As soon as the single in his previous life was released, it swept the music charts of Maple Leaf Country, Ireland, Lighthouse Country, etc. The song also received 2 nominations for the Billboard Music Awards, Best Dance/Electronic Song. 3 minutes later, when the last note gradually dissipated, Kelly exclaimed, "OT! This song is so wonderful. It allowed me to relive the sweetest time in love. Brother, I must admit that I had some doubts about your strength before. But now I fully believe that you are definitely worthy of the honor of tens of millions of sales. Thank you for your praise." Du Sheng smiled confidently. "In fact, I believe this deeply. In the Lighthouse Country, self-confidence is a virtue, and one must dare to show it if one has strength." Alice was still immersed in the singing just now. It was not until I heard the conversation between Kelly and Du Sheng that I slowly came to my senses. She jumped up from the dining table excitedly and couldn't wait to share this song with her classmates. There are also many people who have this kind of thought with her. Some white girls even recognized Du Sheng and were curious to discuss what specialties he had that attracted celebrities so much. As for those boxing fans, my heart is full of grievances now. They couldn't understand why such a handsome man came to harm the North American boxing world. Your new song has completely conquered me. I have to say that there is indeed a huge gap between geniuses and mortals. Kelly's words let Alice sit back again, ready to leave after listening to the next song. I can't wait to know whether the second song, Haven't Met You Yet, will be as amazing as ever. As the guitar is gently plucked, the melody of Haven't Met You Yet slowly flows out. I'm not surprised. Not everything lasts. Alice was addicted to it without realizing it. Especially when I saw Taylor's love performance in the MV Heroine, I was deeply moved again. She could even feel the sweet and bitter emotions in the song, which perfectly fits her longing for ideal love. This love song that praises women but is extremely simple is the key to countless female fans. Once this single in his previous life was released, it easily topped the top 100 singles in the Lighthouse Billboard, and was on the 12th week of the chart. In addition, it has won the music rankings in more than 10 countries including Australia, Maple Leaf Country, Ireland, New Zealand, and Sun Never Setting. When the last melody ended, Kelly was so excited that he was incoherent. Oh, my God! Crazy! Really crazy! I bet this song will surely sweep North America. Although it was a bit inappropriate in the recording, I still couldn't help but complain, is your head clamped by the door? Such a stunning song is not used as a hidden main theme, but it is actually released on the show, with 2 songs at a time. Oh my God! How confident is this to be with the album? But we have to thank him for letting us hear 2 such wonderful songs for free. Kelly's praise is beyond words, and he can feel his excitement and sincerity from the TV. In fact, anyone watching the show feels like this at this moment. What is a good song? The conclusions may vary. But it never leaves one common point. That's good sound and resonance. Alice covered her chest and was so excited that she almost jumped up. She felt that she had found the treasure in her life. These 2 songs and Du Sheng's name will be forever engraved in her heart. Du Sheng said with a rare humility and said with a smile, Kelly, I decided on this promotion. You slapped me to death. Ha ha ha. That. Du, you should know that I didn't mean it, after all, normal promotion and distribution strategies are. Kelly smiled a little awkwardly and tried to explain. I understand this, but I don't care, because I do have confidence in this album. Du Sheng kept smiling and said. It can be said that there are 8 songs on the album of such a grade. Du, are you kidding internationally? Kelly asked in disbelief. All 10 songs are excellent. As we all know, if an album has 2 songs and is popular, it is a hit. 4 of the 10 songs have phenomenal recognition, but I'm afraid that it will be difficult for people at the Pop King/Tien husband to ensure it. What are all 10 songs? I can't believe it. I promise you with my reputation and I will never say anything. Du Sheng responded indifferently. But the words reveal calmness and confidence. Oh, my God! This is really explosive! Kelly exclaimed. But I have to say that you aroused my ultimate curiosity. I am full of expectations for your album. I promise to buy it as soon as possible after the album is released. After the show ended, Alice could no longer hold back and quickly dialed the number of her deskmate Kai. Have you watched the WCBS TV song just now? I found 2 super treasures. Yes, right. Let's go together on holiday tomorrow. The same scene and expectation are staged among many viewers who have just watched the show. Du Sheng's name and the music he brought were like seeds, sown in the hearts of every audience. They are indeed curious. What is the matter with such a man who can win the Best Actor and win a gold belt and win a 30-year-old man, and who is also favored by many celebrities? Is there such an all-round handsome man? Chapter 542, Positive Park. After the publicity was over, Du Sheng rushed to the next stop. In Lighthouse Country, unless you are a superstar, TV stations and radio stations are still indispensable publicity channels. especially for the latter, because the internet speed of Lighthouse is not good, and the implementation of happy education, people are still used to listening to music on the radio. Currently, it has a huge audience of tens of millions and is an efficient publicity platform. In addition to the number of views of radio and television stations, it occupies an important position in the Billboard rankings. For example, if there are many fans like Britney, she had to run the promotion of the new special issue one by one. The huge influence of Billboard is a symbol of authority and glory for pop singers and fans. In the past few days, Du Sheng has traveled to many TV stations and radio stations and found an interesting phenomenon. Many hosts and DJs are African American Lighthouse. Actually, this is not surprising. Because they are not only talented in music, but also good at using humor and life, we will activate the atmosphere of the program. Coupled with the mutual support within the African group, they occupy an important position in the entertainment industry. Du Sheng shook his head, too lazy to pay attention. The most important thing at the moment is to complete the publicity activities. Next, he will also go to core cities of the music industry such as Nashville, Burbank, Los Angeles, and Washington, with an intensive and compact trip. Although it is busy running for publicity, most people may not be able to withstand it after running for a few days. But for many singers, they are eager for such resources to the point of envy, jealousy, and hate, and they are willing to work hard no matter how hard they work. Sony Building, President's Office. Secretary Esley said hesitantly. President, I think there is something I should mention to you. The Asian who you previously asked not to pay attention to has now entered the top 15 of Billboard. Andrew raised his head suddenly, surprised and puzzled. What did you say? Esley gritted her teeth and added. More than one song, 2 songs have entered. Now Andrew was completely shocked. The top 15 in the Billboard meant a huge amount of attention. Du Sheng has achieved such results in just over a week since he came to the Lighthouse country. Although Sony supports it, the speed is still incredible. Especially for an alien Asian artist. Come his new song. Andrew said in a deep voice. Because of his arrogance, he didn't pay much attention to the development of Chinese people at all. After all, Cheng Long and Li Lianjia, who were so popular before, have now stopped and left Hollywood in shame. Although Du Sheng has a lot of fun, there are countless handsome men like North America. And in his eyes, skin color is original sin. Of course I have never heard of Du Sheng's new song. At this moment, an ominous premonition surged in Andrew's heart. Could it be Shi Jin's trump card? Soon, Esley brought the physical CD and started playing it. Compared to the distorted sounds on the internet, North American audiences still prefer physical CDs. In just a short moment, the 2 songs were played. Andrew changed his prejudice and listened attentively, his face gradually became serious. As a veteran musician, he is extremely sensitive to the market. Although these 2 lyrics are not the top, Let Me Love You is listen-friendly and brainwashed, with a unique resonance between cool beats and electronic music. And Haven't Met You Yet is affectionate and attracts the fantasies of girls on campus. They undoubtedly have the potential to be a hot topic. Andrew put down his headphones, his face turned gloomy and his fists were clenched. What he was angry about was not that Du Sheng might have soared into the sky with the power of video, but that he was deceived by Shi Jin. This bastard actually used an alien Asian artist as his trump card. And it was carried out openly before his eyes. What made him even more angry was that due to his negligence, he missed the best time to deal with it. Although Andrew's faction is not bad and has a lot of say in Sony Music, many disgraceful methods are no longer effective when facing Du Sheng, who has already entered the top 15 of Billboard. What he can remedy now is to try to limit the other party's publicity and distribution resources. However, he could think of it with his toes that Shi Jin had already taken measures to deal with it and even won over a group of fence bearers. It was not easy for him to completely block Du Sheng. After Andrew closed his eyes and pondered for a moment, he called Gunter Thyron, the head of SMEI Records. Andrew, the Asian man Sony has been promoting recently is amazing. Gunter Thielen answered the phone and joked with a smile. In reality, the mysterious Chinese kung fu that competes with 30 people alone has always been among the top 5 Facebook's popularity, which costs a lot of money. He also won many honors such as the Best Actor and the World Boxing King. To be honest, if I were a girl, I would pay attention to him. Gunter, let alone gossip. When this Asian develops, the one who grabs the most market share is your singers. I don't believe it, you don't have to hurry. Andrew looked expressionless and went straight to the topic. How is the preparation of Boy Arthur's new album? To be honest, he didn't understand Du Sheng's popularity on the internet. Because according to his understanding, the popularity of the video was conservative to tens of millions of dollars. How can ordinary people have this ability? Moreover, although Sony is rich and powerful, it is impossible for it to invest such a large amount of resources for an artist. The results obtained by the Secretary's investigation also prove that Xi Jinping did not use this level of resources. So, where does the popularity of this video continue to ferment? In fact, he didn't know that in addition to Nico's previous home-based PK, more and more people imitated Du Sheng and tried to play 10. Only then did I realize how outrageous the gap was. People often become confused, surprised, and puzzled by what they cannot do, and others underestimate it, and then seek knowledge and hope. Even yearning. Look, the mysterious Chinese kung fu craze has been brought up long ago. Therefore, what is discussed in public opinion is not limited to videos. Although Andrew is not clear about these, since he has valued his opponents, it is imperative to kill them. Arthur is an artist at SMEI Records. He has signed a distribution agreement with Sony Music. Both albums will be promoted by Sony Channel in the future. Although Arthur is currently very well known in North America, but Andrew still has the ability to kill him. The progress is not smooth, and only Onet heard of it has been completed at present, and there is still a lack of phenomenal title songs. Gunter Thielen said helplessly. Before, Arthur liked a song he received very much, but after checking, he found that melody, chords, etc. were very similar to a registered track and could not be used. The copyright of the registered track belongs to an Oriental company, and even if it offers a high price of Miracle Records. This incident hit Arthur a lot, and his enthusiasm for singing and writing was greatly reduced, resulting in slow progress. What made them even more upset was that the song I discovered yesterday had been officially released. It is this Love in Du Sheng's promotional album. Gunter Thielen was quite depressed when he saw the song's effect so well, and regretted not buying it at the beginning. However, he cannot tell outsiders about such things, otherwise they will appear incompetent. Andrew, you called this time and wouldn't you ask the famous singer again? Gunter Thielen asked, vaguely guessing the other party's purpose. I hope Boy Arthur will release an album as soon as possible. Andrew said slowly. Since Xi Jinping chose to use Asian artists as sharp knives, he directly found the most popular Arthur boy in the lighthouse country to be a conflict. Andrew, this kind of clause is not marked in our contract. We haven't even recorded the song, it's a tough guy. When Gunter Thielen heard this, he could no longer sit firmly on the Diaotai and said bluntly. And it's hard for us to cultivate Arthur, and it's impossible for him to become a victim of the Sony faction struggle. Gunter, you have to understand one thing, there is a big difference in the quality and intensity of publicity. Andrew's tone was calm, but his words were unquestionable. Andrew, what do you mean, intimidate me? Gunter Thielen asked angrily. Of course he understood Andrew's subtext. The same channel resources are very different in cooperation and dragging. Gant, I just want you to understand that Sony Music's decision-making power is still in my hands. Although Andrew was reminding, his voice became cold. He naturally understood that if he had a falling out with Arthur, it would be detrimental to both sides. But the worst result is that Sony Music loses some funds. In contrast, if Shi Jinj gained a foothold in Sony Music and gave up the Imperial Shinchi's line to gain the upper hand, Andrew would be swept out. Gunter Thielen was so angry that he couldn't speak. But he also understood that if the channel resources are in Andrew's hands, he is indeed in a passive position. Seeing this, Andrew's tone eased a little. Gunter, as long as you cooperate well, this side will be sincere. Moreover, I don't ask Boy Arthur to release the full album. Isn't this a very common way to preheat 1 or 2 singles in advance? This time, Sony channels are available for you to choose from and will also provide you with the strongest promotion and promotion guarantee. Gunter Thieren's anger calmed down slightly, but he was still dissatisfied. At the moment, it is difficult to find a stronger promotional channel than Sony. It is indeed not a good idea to have a falling out with Andrew. Although the head of the Sony empire is Shinchi, part of the power remains in the hands of his ex. Most of the two factions cannot decide the winner for the time being. Andrew, as the confidant of the former head, has far more resources than Shi Jinj. If Sony's top musicians can make new songs for Arthur, it may really hit a new high. If the album is not recorded, 3 singles will be released in advance, which will take up a lot of time and disrupt the original plan. Gunter Thieren insisted on his own opinion and was still trying to win. Andrew knew that Gunter Thielen had surrendered, but wanted to gain the most value. At least 2 singles, tie the opponent. Gunter Thieren took a deep breath and calmed down. Andrew, remember your promise and be the best in all aspects. Andrew interrupted him with a firm tone. In 3 days. I must see Boy Arthur's singles dominate the charts. After saying that, Andrew hung up the phone. He will never allow an Asian to show off his power on the billboard. Gunter Thieren looked a little embarrassed and sat there without saying a word. Although on the surface, Arthur seemed to have not suffered any losses and gained many benefits, Gunter Thielen felt quite unhappy. 3 days are too short, and the release of singles in advance without any preparation will not only affect the promotional planning, but also make the singer perform poorly. If there is a way out, he really doesn't want to get involved in this vortex. But when facing giants like Sony, they often have no choice. Hilton, Walshan Hotel. Du Sheng is talking to Delier, the head of the publicity. I'm really sorry, Komatov's program was temporarily cancelled. There are also Seattle's talk shows and focus interviews, which may have been ruined. Daryl's voice was a little helpless. Du Sheng raised his eyebrows and said as if he was pointing out. It happened so suddenly, has someone intervened? Yes, Andrew took action. Delier replied. Du Sheng had expected it and was not surprised what excuses Andrew used to make an agreement within the country. He found Boy Arthur, and the new single will be released in the next 2 days, and all resources will give way. Mr. Shi Jinj proposed to send a message, but Andrew said that he would let the TV station/radio/column, etc. choose the guests by himself. Although you are getting more and more popular with your videos and previous accumulation, and your album is in good momentum now, compared with Arthur. Daryl's tone was bitter. Du Sheng shook his head. I understand that Andrew didn't play stolen things this time, but instead directly found a way out and occupied resources openly. The original promotional event Sony was not banned, but only changed the protagonist. After all, Arthur's attractiveness is far more valuable than that of an Asian. Boy Arthur, he is indeed a powerful enemy. Last year, Arthur released his 4th album Confessions, which broke the sales record of R&B male singer's album in the first week. The single Yet was the Billboard singles chart for 12 weeks. Du Sheng's first English song Just the Way You Are was on the Billboard for 3 weeks, and it was cut off. It can be said that both sides have some ape dung. Du Sheng's thoughts drifted away, and he instantly thought of the person's previous life's emotional erotic photos, and having several bedmates infected with STDs after marriage. Rumor is that the reason why Justin Bieber was attracted by Arthur and pushed hard is because of bragging. But these happened a few years later and were of little use. Delier continued. Andrew has announced at the meeting that he will call all resources the day after tomorrow to help Arthur's single hit the Billboard list. He obviously wanted to take this opportunity to squeeze out our publicity resources to the greatest extent. It seems that Sony Music is still controlled by the former head, and Shi Jinj is indeed in a passive situation. However, Du Sheng did not mean to complain. During this period, Shi Jinj has won him a lot of publicity resources, and at the same time he has confused Andrew, avoiding many disgraceful means, and creating a relatively fair competition environment for himself. If you cooperate with small brands to issue specialists, you will probably not even have half the effect now. This is basically enough, at least the foundation has been laid. I believe that with the powerful charm of the two songs Let Me Love You and Haven't Met You Yet, it is not impossible to rush into the top 10 of the Billboard. At that time, it can rise steadily by relying on self-flowing water. Not to mention, the resources behind celebrities such as Nikki, Amanda, and Lydia can also be borrowed. Thinking of this, Du Sheng asked again, Driel, can you still organize the promotion of TV stations and various small-scale performances? Don't worry, as long as you still have the energy, I will definitely arrange these small-scale publicity. Delier replied. Although the big resources were cut off by Andrew, Shi Jinj's faction could still ensure these basic publicity needs. Du Sheng nodded and said decisively, Delier, arrange the follow-up single. At this time, there is a high probability that he will collide with Arthur. Delier hesitated. Isn't this suitable? Du Sheng smiled and said, others are going to show off their faces, do you still want to hide? Instead of hesitating, it is better to fight head-on once. Boy Arthur took the same idle route as him. At the same time, you will be given a specialized ranking. If you have disadvantages, you must take the initiative to make up for it. If you don't take advantage of the popularity of the video at this time, the result will definitely be worse than that of others. So Du Sheng's method is to play the game with a big brick. Crush through quantity. Many songs from the same artist are on the list at the same time, which will inevitably attract more attention. This will achieve the qualitative change effect of anti-encirclement. In the lighthouse country, publicity is usually just the following. First release singles to preheat, and then release albums. This is the way most singers choose. This can not only test market reactions through singles, but also create momentum for album promotion. If the single is not performing well, make timely adjustments or even discard them. If the single performs well, you will continue to promote the single, or continue to make the charts after the album is released until the album sales exceed expectations. Another thing is to directly release the album and then release the main single based on fan feedback. This method is usually suitable for big names with high popularity and a huge fan base, such as Beyoncé. After all, Du Sheng is an outsider and is well known in lighthouse country. Taking advantage of the traffic to preheat, it is a safer choice to make the list. Let Me Love You and Haven't Met You Yet have been logged into Amazon and major audio and video stores, and their sales have performed very well. The original plan was to carry out large-scale publicity through local TV programs, but it was terminated by Andrew. Then, it is inevitable to release the subsequent singles while taking advantage of the accumulated popularity. Although this is quite radical, if the track is excellent, the effect will not be worse than that of local promotions. Once the song's good reputation and popularity become very exaggerated. Just imagine how beautiful the picture would be if there were 3 songs in the first 23 songs on the Billboard. Even if not when he promotes it, others will talk about it and pass it on word of mouth. His next 2 album singles, You're Beautiful and Bad Day, are both classics that dominated the charts for more than 5 weeks in his previous life. The previous song even repeatedly beat Arthur's You Don't Have to Call to make him stand behind. This also triggered fierce competition among fans. Although Bad Day was a Coca-Cola advertising song at the beginning, it quickly captured the top of the Billboard popularity list after the launch of the Beacon Country and became the champion of the Billboard popularity list in the same year. This time, 4 songs were released in one go, which were popular, lyrical, and dynamic, and could attract fans of different flavors. In this way, as long as you occupy more shares, the pressure of squeezing will be self-defeating. In a foreign country, only by facing difficulties can one stand out in the fierce competition. And Du Sheng had some thoughts on how to kill Arthur Boy. Chapter 543, Breaking News. Thanks to Wei Zioxiobeo for the reward. The east coast of the lighthouse in January is in a period of severe climate. The cold wind slashed through the skin like a sharp blade. Despite the severe cold weather, the 3 ladies wearing thick winter clothes seemed very comfortable, and they were discussing heatedly on the street. "Alice, the Asian singer you recommended is really good. I have been looping it several times." Listening to the good sisters bragging about a yellow man, Kay couldn't help but interrupt. "Today is the day for Boy Arthur to release a single. Have you been paying attention to the wrong focus?" She disagreed with Alice's praise of Du Sheng. After all, she is a die-hard fan of Arthur. Alice turned to her friend on the other side and asked, "Kumara, have you heard 2 of his new songs? It's really exciting. It's really good. It's on the top 20 of the Billboard rankings as soon as it was released, and it's very strong momentum." Kumara replied. She prefers the dynamic music that can make people sway, and as she speaks, she can't help but shakes with the melody in her heart. Seeing that the 2 friends did not pay much attention to Du Sheng, Alice was a little disappointed, and then changed the topic and asked Kai, "Why did Boy Arthur suddenly release a new single? Didn't he say he wanted to prepare until mid-year? Maybe I want to give the long-awaited fans an unexpected gift." Kay explained. Although as a fan, she was also surprised by the sudden release. After all, there was no warning before. It was only 2 days ago that it was suddenly announced that it would release a new song and quickly launched a publicity offensive within 5 days. Some record stores didn't even have time to put the new song on the shelves. Fortunately, they are located in big cities, and the music market here can always keep up with the trend quickly. When they stepped into a record store, they could see the promotional poster of Arthur hanging at the entrance. Next to it is Du Sheng's figure, and the poster is marked with "Bad Day." The store is playing Arthur's new song "You Don't Have to Call" in a loop, and the lyrics flow out of the speakers. "Yo, after tonight." Seeing the idol's poster, Kay was very excited. To her, Boy Arthur is not only talented, but also a unique existence. Alice also thought the song was fine, but she felt that it had not reached the height of last year's hit yet. After the song Arthur has finished broadcasting, it will be the next one. When the strong drum beats sound, the dynamic melody is directly full. Kumara, who was bored and wandering around, suddenly stopped in shock, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Hey, I think this song is more to my taste. Where is the moment when needed the most?" After hearing this, Alice felt that the voice was extremely familiar. After listening carefully, she was sure that this was sung by the singer she admired very much recently. She was both surprised and confused. How is that possible? Didn't Du Sheng have released 2 title songs? Logically speaking, there should be no new works. With doubts, she found the store owner to confirm. "That's right, this is indeed Du Sheng's new work. Compared to Arthur's You Don't Have to Call, this song has a faster pace and a brighter rhythm. Du Sheng used falsetto with sad piano tunes and clever lyrics to bring lasting emotional resonance to the audience. It makes people feel the urge to vent when they hear it, full of infectiousness and passion. Even in the cold winter, this song can make people feel warm and warm." Kumara had already swayed to the music, and her thick coat could not stop her excitement, and her face was filled with a smile of enjoyment. At the end of the song, Kumara turned to Kay and said excitedly, "Kai, I think this song is more beautiful than Arthur's Bad Day." As if offended, Kai jumped up and said excitedly, "Fuck! Kumara, a mere Chinese singer, how can she compare with the world's #1 Boy Arthur? Who cares about his identity? I only care about which song can impress me more and make me live happily. Kumara disagreed and left behind her a little angry friend. She walked straight to the front desk, ready to ask more information about this song. But when she came to the cashier, she found that Alice was already there, with an incredible expression on her face. Really? Du Sheng has released a new song? And there is more than one song. Alice, what's wrong? Kumara looked at Alice, who was a little excited and confused. Alice excitedly grabbed Kumara's hand. Kumara, did you hear it? The bad day that just played was Du Sheng's new song I mentioned to you yesterday. Before Kumara could react, Kay, who was chasing him behind, was already surprised to interrupt. How is this Asian singer's mind sucking into the air? In such a short time, how many songs will be released to the charts at the same time? All good songs have been released, how can the album be sold then? They are all music enthusiasts and have a good understanding of the rules of the music scene. There has never been a precedent for a few songs on an album like Du Sheng. Because in everyone's consciousness, the album must be mixed with water, and it would be great if there are 2 or 3 songs that are good. All these good songs are released as singles, who still buys the album? Alice was also confused about this, but she remained optimistic. Maybe this is his friendly way to give back to his fans. After hearing this, Kay shook her head helplessly. What's wrong with him? I just like the song just now. Kumara immediately found the shop owner. This singer has another new song? Can you play it for us? The fat shop owner replied with a smile. Du's new songs are indeed extraordinary. In my opinion, these 2 songs can also make it to the top 20 Billboard singles. Look, it will definitely cause a lot of sensation in the North American music scene next week. After saying that, he began to play another song on the CD, You're Beautiful. The 3 girls looked at each other, and naturally knew what it meant to enter the top 20 of the Billboards by 4 songs. Kay compared the new songs between Arthur and Du Sheng, and suddenly felt worried about his idol for no reason. She could tell the quality of a song. This time, Arthur is afraid that not only will he not be able to crush the latter, but he will even become a stepping stone for others. Meanwhile, Los Angeles. The temperature here hovers around 20 degrees, and many citizens are still wearing lightweight clothes. On an outdoor stage, crowds gathered and people of different races gathered together. Among them, the proportion of yellow skin is abnormally high, exceeding 40%. This is rare in non-Chinatown areas. At this moment, everyone's attention is focused on the music, dancing to the melody, regardless of race. Even though Du Sheng was constantly moving, his breath was still stable, and his singing voice was almost the same as the studio version. The vibrant music and the dance with strong visual impact won the audience's applause. What he was singing at the moment was naturally the newly released single You're Beautiful. This song combines urban style with just the right harmony, with a fast pace. He also specially designed an iconic dance move, and the audience imitated it after seeing it. As the audience increased, I then sang Baby. This song was popular in North America last year and resonated with it. After the performance, the audience cheered, and the excitement obviously had not subsided. Especially immigrant Chinese, as well as boxing fans and fans who have been following Du Sheng for a long time, have been reluctant to leave. In this fierce atmosphere, almost everyone bought a single by Du Sheng and looked for an opportunity to sign it. Since Du Sheng came to the lighthouse, he has to hold 1 or 2 such promotional activities almost every day. Brother Sheng, more and more people have watched our performances recently. Wang Yeyang said excitedly. At first, they were mainly Chinese, but now there are more whites and Africans. Du Sheng smiled and encouraged. The video is still popular now, and it is certain that it has attracted some curious attention. Fortunately, he was on the singer's route this time, not rap. Otherwise, if a black man jumps on the show to challenge or even fight Onyonon like a video, it might be embarrassing. Many rappers have encountered similar situations and are embarrassed. It's not that the singer's level is low, but that during the intense publicity period, the itinerary is tight, the physical and mental strength are highly tense, and he is very tired. In this state, if you encounter a prepared challenger, the opponent's series of attacks will easily be stunned and unable to speak. Of course, Du Sheng's identity as a boxing champion was there, and everyone was just curious that his IQ was not as low as the level of abuse. Moreover, he has Sony's support behind him, and he will communicate with the venue in advance, and no one dares to make trouble. In addition to being curious about Du Sheng's mysterious kung fu, everyone was more concerned about his single being whipped by Arthur. Now his 4 singles, Let Me Love You, have entered the top 5 of the Billboard. Bad Day also entered the top 10. Although the other 2 songs are still hovering in the top 20, their stamina is good and they are expected to be driven by the first 2 songs, and they will go hand in hand. And the single You Don't Have To by Arthur Call, although it also entered the top 10. But I don't know if the melody is not good, the singing style is too rapturous, the audience is not wide enough, and I have not been able to make it into the top 5 for a long time. Everyone insiders know that his single can achieve such a success and even robbed Du Sheng's resources. That's the result? Nowadays, many people are watching jokes again. If Du Sheng can withstand the pressure this time and even defeat Arthur, he will definitely become famous in one fell swoop. At that time, Shi Jinj and his team will inevitably seize this point and promote it. Du Sheng is not afraid of causing controversy. What he lacks most in North America is traffic and public opinion. In this era of information explosion, good wine is afraid of deep alleys. As long as it can attract public attention, with the quality of this album, you will not be afraid of challenges at all. As long as a few singles can reach the forefront of the Billboard, the effect will inevitably explode. As for the official release date of the entire album, Du Sheng is scheduled to be tomorrow. Because the Spring Festival is mid-next month, he still needs to return to China to participate in the Spring Festival Gala. There is still half a month left in between, which is enough for publicity and word of mouth. Just as Du Sheng returned to the hotel, the Hearst sisters also made an appointment. Today's event was actually facilitated by the ability behind their family. One side intends to promote, while the other side wants to solve the popularity and scandals of Du Sheng, which hit it off. However, the reason why the Hearst sisters came tonight was because they watched his 1 vs 30 person video and became very interested. I want to see if his mysterious Chinese kung fu can deal with 2 sisters who are good at entanglement and have a good understanding of each other at the same time. After an hour of flexible discussion, although this consultation was frustrating, the skills proved to be very useful. For example, attacking forward and backward can prevent Du Sheng from making trouble. But they were still able to easily break through by Du Sheng before they could practice their skills, which made them quite distressed. Can you teach us your magical real kung fu? Lydia couldn't help but feel angry when she saw Amanda being lazy and soft in the bathtub. The previous agreement to join forces to win the man, making him willing to cooperate with the hype, but that's the result? She knew she couldn't count on it, so she simply let Du Sheng, who was still calm, pick him up and walk towards the bedroom. Yes, but whether it can succeed depends on your perseverance and lasting. Du Sheng smiled and put her down and said, "Just judging from the discussions tonight, your practice is still a bit bad. At least, the long-lasting aspect needs to be strengthened." Lydia didn't know if she understood or didn't understand, but her face turned red and pinched his arm with a grudge. "Who can stand it if you compete with monsters like you? No wonder the other party can fight 30 people alone without breathing. This cannot be explained by science." After talking a few words, Du Sheng suddenly asked, "By the way, you just said that the scandal of arresting Boy Arthur was the one who caught him. What's going on?" Lydia's charming eyes lay in his arms, and a mysterious smile. "You will know tomorrow, remember to read the report. It's guaranteed to be very exciting." Du Sheng's album also has performances by their sisters, and even the heroine of the MV who plays 2 songs can be said to be prosperous and both prosper and lose. After all, popularity complements each other. Besides, they have been using Du Sheng's popularity to hype scandals. Therefore, in addition to providing promotional convenience to Du Sheng recently, he also asked several newspapers of the Hearst group to keep arguing with Arthur. Who lets this king eat up resources? Do you still dare to compete with your own men on the billboard list? It's simply seeking death. Hearst Group is worthy of being a giant in the publishing industry. The energy of 15 daily newspapers, 34 weekly magazines and more than 300 magazines around the world is by no means comparable to ordinary people. In just 3 days, Boy Arthur's painful foot was hit. And it's very explosive. Du Sheng was a little curious, and when he saw this girl refused to speak, he was furious. I won't say it, right? I'll let you try the taste of 3 fights of the white bone spirit. While speaking, he turned Lydia over, regardless of the shocked Lydia. He is not unable to do anything Sun Dashan can do. The next day, the rain passed and the sky was clear. After Du Sheng finished washing up, he saw that his sisters were still sleeping like pigs, and shook his head and went out. Just when he was busy with the promotional schedule for the remaining 3 days. The calm North American music industry was suddenly broken by an astonishing news. The girl Jonah Bond bravely stood up and revealed a shocking secret to the world. In a ranking event the day before yesterday, she won the lottery and had a chance to have dinner with her idol Arthur. But I never expected that when I woke up, I found that I was worried and forgiven. In addition to her, there are 6 female fans in the room who are unconscious. And Boy Arthur is suspected to be very excited when he eats fans, and he is still urging the pig regardless of whether he is not careful. This news is like a bombshell, blowing up the show in the entertainment industry. As we all know, it is not surprising that this guy, Arthur, has always been involved in dust and contact with illegal items. The reason why it makes the public angry is because it is suspected of being a mysterious girl. The 2 famous newspapers under Hearst took some live photos with unknown means and quickly reported them in the entertainment section. Come out. A newspaper used the eye-catching title Boy Arthur, Dark Private Life Under the Halo, coupled with a large and unbearable picture, to describe the girl's experience and psychological trauma in detail. Another newspaper, under the title Arthur Scandal, Moral Earthquake in the Music Industry, digged into the matter in depth and interviewed many industry insiders, and countless people began to condemn it. Although the North American entertainment industry is full of materialism, everyone is still shameful. You can do it, but don't let it be a solid one. Since it has been exposed and the company behind it cannot hide its popularity, don't blame them for eating the remaining traffic. As boundless public opinion spread, news spread like wildfire. Fans of Arthur Boy were in shock and pain. Some fans began to doubt the idol they had always supported. There was also a stir on social media. The topic #ArthurBoyScandal quickly became the hot search. Countless people expressed their opinions online and condemned the behavior of Arthur. As expected, his single was also affected. The Billboard rankings fell instead of rising, and a visible decline was seen. People seemed to long for a trace of solace in the shadow of scandal. Du Sheng, who accidentally noticed 4 songs on the Billboard, happened to see reports that he was shopping with the Hearst sisters. After learning about it in this curiosity, there was an uncontrollable scene. Du Sheng's affectionate songs suddenly became a port of purification for the public's hearts. The radio station received requests from a large number of listeners to play Du Sheng's songs, and the sales of Du Sheng's albums in the music store also began to rise steadily. Thanks to this wave of popularity, Let Me Love You ranked 5th from Billboard and topped the list in one fell swoop. The other 3 songs were driven by this and made a big leap. The times create heroes. After reading the newspaper, Du Sheng had to sigh at the awesomeness of the local tyrant. Only then did he realize that Shi Jinj was adding fuel to the fire behind this incident, otherwise it would have been known to everyone so soon. In this way, his English album has become a complete trend. I dare not say whether I can win the top 3 albums of the year, but it is still okay to earn $30 to 20 million. On the other hand, Arthur's team tried to save the situation, but the public opinion storm became more and more fierce. Under Shi Jin's slightly gloating care, Andrew broke the landline hard and withdrew the subsequent resources invested for Arthur. Boy Arthur didn't know if he was successful and fame, but he didn't expect that things would be so big. His new album sales were severely impacted, and the originally scheduled tours were also affected, and many venues began to receive refund applications. This wave of inexplicably involved in the whirlpool of struggle can be said to have lost a lot of money. Chapter 544 Behind the Scenes Manipulation. Confidence or Arrogance? Boy Arthur suffered a Waterloo in history. Arthur's new single performance is not good, and his ranking is significantly behind Asian singer Du Sheng. Du Sheng's 4 singles show extraordinary charm and sweeps the January Billboard. Boy Arthur is unwilling to talk about the scandal, and he is even more unwilling to talk about being stepped on by an Asian. Fuck. Andrew threw the newspaper in his hand on the table. His angry roar echoed in the office. He knew in his heart that at least half of these reports were Stringer's work. And Du Sheng's rise is no longer stopped. Originally, he planned to use the influence of Arthur to cut off his important resources at the critical moment of Du Sheng's publicity. But I never expected that I would fail because of this sudden scandal. Du Sheng's amazing talent and ability not only won the love of a large number of viewers, but also unexpectedly won the favor of Fox TV, further expanding his popularity. All this was beyond Andrew's expectations. Nowadays, Du Sheng has not only successfully entered the top 12 of the Billboard with 4 songs, but his popularity online has also continued to ferment due to real-time videos, UFC boxing champion, and the role of the mysterious Taoist in Kill Bill 2. How can Andrew stop such an explosive result? And these are secondary. The most important thing is that after this battle, their faction will probably be affected. Some major departments must undergo major changes. Faced with such a situation, Andrew could only roar powerlessly. Because he realized that he was about to lose the ability to control the situation. Du Sheng, who was in the storm, set off on his return journey after promoting his last stop in Los Angeles and after one night of celebrating Taylor Wynn, who came to see him off. The next day, when he returned to Ningbo Airport, he was busy with the help of Zhong Zhen, who came to pick him up. It seems that there should be something to discuss. After dinner, Zhong Zhen pulled Du Sheng to complete a difficult round of yoga exercise. After lasting for more than half an hour, she leaned lazily in Du Sheng's arms and said softly, "The attitude of my family has been a little subtle recently. Do they have any concerns about your relationship with me?" Du Sheng asked with concern. "It's not like that. I've said long ago that my family will not interfere with my personal decisions. It's just that my mother didn't agree with your lifestyle before. But when I came home yesterday, she encouraged me to take you home with a smile on her face, and kept reminding me to be generous. She said your kind words and asked me to try to accept them. I think her words make sense." Zhong Zhen's words made Du Sheng feel confident. Obviously, her family may be due to the recent positive reports and performance of him changed his views. It was also influenced by heroes. Her mother had been to the company before and they met. This jewelry is charming and infectious, and can subtly influence people. Once you have too many contacts and involve positive or profit-related matters, you will gradually passively accept Du Sheng's romantic affairs. Once Zhong Zhen has a firm attitude, his family members will also try to change. After all, a wealthy family has long been used to romantic and promiscuous people, and the most important thing is ability. Zhong Zhen moved his body gently in Du Sheng's arms and said with a smile, "I won't force you to do anything. When you feel ready, you can go home with me at any time. However, you'd better be present at this year's company's strategic meetings and annual celebrations. If it is convenient, you can let members such as Tong Lia, Girls' Generation performed to add some atmosphere. After all, our interstellar is now a family. In order to prevent Du Sheng from misunderstanding, she added, I will also attend or even participate at that time. This is just to make everyone feel that the efforts of the year are recognized and reduce the sense of distance. Du Sheng responded with a smile. No problem, I can arrange it according to the actual situation. If they are inconvenient, I can perform on stage personally. Zhong Zhen nodded in agreement and said, the strategic meeting is scheduled for February 2nd, and the annual celebration will be on February 3rd. When are you planning to go to Yangshi to start rehearsal? Du Sheng rubbed Zhong Zhen's fullness and said with a smile. Let's start tomorrow, I will make sure the annual celebration goes smoothly. Zhong Zhen noticed Du Sheng's unrestrained movements again, and gave him a light glance, but did not stop him. Instead, he said quietly, before I came, I thought you were too indulging in foreign affairs and even delayed the stenting exercises. After getting along tonight, it seems that I was too worried, and I should worry about it. So, you still have to practice more, and your horse is a little shaking. Du Sheng laughed. If she hadn't seen her as soft as a snake, she would have taught her a few more tricks. The latest round of financing for Renren.com is basically agreed now. Zhong Zhen was unable to get involved in this, so he simply changed the topic. The valuation of 13 billion yuan was raised with 13% equity, and this time it was jointly led by China Construction Bank International and Citigroup. Regarding Renren's financing, the goals of several senior executives and shareholders of the company have always been clear. Choose domestic capital with deep background and financial institutions with international norms to cooperate. In order to pave the way for Renren to list on the Hong Kong stock market in the future. As a wholly owned subsidiary investment bank under China Construction Bank, China Construction Bank International plays an important role in the investment banking industry in Xinjiang. Especially in corporate financing, mergers and acquisitions and restructuring, they have achieved outstanding results. As for Citigroup, in recent years, most of the institutions of Guanfang have cooperated with Citigroup. Many companies with official skins choose Citigroup as their underwriting when they go public in Xinjiang. During Renren's financing process, many venture capital companies also tried to join. But with official support, Citigroup eventually became the leading investor. The reason why Renren has such a high valuation is not only because it is one of the largest social networks in Oriental, but also because it has a strong profit model. In addition to traditional advertising revenue, it has gradually entered the field of web games. This part of the business not only attracts a large number of users, but also creates rich revenue. At the same time, Renren.com has laid a solid foundation for the development of the platform by building a rich knowledge and ecological network to meet the needs of students and higher education groups. This is also the reason why Zhong Zhen actively promotes Renren to establish cooperative relationships with many universities. The purpose is to deepen the cooperation between the two parties in the field of knowledge sharing. Very good, you should take full control of this. Du Sheng said. This time we have successively obtained 1 billion in advance funds. You should start planning for technological improvement, right? Have the board of directors raised any objections? As Skyworth's net profit fell sharply by 42.6% in the past year, and TV sales also fell by 2%, to 8.71 million units, it has attracted the attention of Star Technology. Based on insight into the future market, Du Sheng knew that the TV market will continue to grow in the next 10 years. This is not only a good opportunity to expand market share, but also complements Phoenix TV's strengths and weaknesses. In addition, by implanting invisible advertisements on TVs, it can also effectively improve the ratings of your own dramas and expand related commercial promotions. In addition, Skyworth's current market value is less than 2.5 billion, far less than 12 billion at its peak. Therefore, he also agreed to invest 1 billion yuan and firmly sit in the second largest shareholder. When it comes to physical industries, Zhongzhen's eyes shone with light and his speaking speed has also accelerated. None of them opposed it, I have communicated in advance. We will develop in the direction of smart chips and plan to carry out in-depth technical cooperation with Hua University, and at the same time. Her words revealed strong confidence and expectations. At this time, the University of China was in the leading position in the research of smart chip TV engineering. Thanks to Professor Guo Qinglei, a famous senior engineer and one of the pioneers in promoting the development strategy of Oriental smart chip TV, Skyworth Dafang investing is right. Zhongzhen mentioned that behind the in-depth cooperation with Hua University, there are undoubtedly some mystery. But this is also mutual benefit and win-win, and it is even beneficial to the long-term development of the country. Du Sheng made some suggestions. If you have time, you can have an in-depth understanding of the current situation of smart chips so that you can make smarter decisions. Its key technologies lie in chip design, display technology, and operating system. Regarding chips, I suggest you can inspect some companies in the Bay City area, such as TSMC, which have advanced technologies in this regard. TSMC later became the main supplier of many high-end electronic chips. The current output value is not high, and the cost of cooperation is relatively reasonable. It is crucial to find partners with mature technology but reasonable prices, and can further promote technological innovation. Zhongzhen nodded in agreement. I will think about it seriously. Du Sheng gently stroked Zhongzhen's hair and smiled gently. The company is now having more and more business. You need to pay attention to talent training and let more management participate, otherwise it will be too hard. Zhongzhen replied with a smile. Don't worry, the company is now full of talents, and I don't actually have that much pressure. For example, we recently acquired Xingma Network Company, and the company's deputy general manager led the team to join us. Given the rapid development of star media in the internet industry, it is natural to attract many outstanding talents to join. Du Sheng said with emotion. No wonder you want me to attend the company's decision-making meetings and annual party, and the company has indeed ushered in many new faces. Zhongzhen did not answer, but made a uniform breathing sound. Under Du Sheng's comfort, she quickly fell asleep. It was obvious that she couldn't hold on to practice yoga tonight. Speaking of which, Zhongzhen still has forward-looking vision. Although she may not be the best at the internet field, she has long had ideas and layouts in physical manufacturing industries such as TVs, mobile phones and automobiles. Combining the resources and support at her family, Du Sheng believes that she will be able to show her strength. Early the next morning, Du Sheng handled the backlog of important matters and then went to the capital to participate in the Spring Festival Gala recording. On the way to the airport, Wang Jinhua, who was accompanying him, received several calls. After hanging up, she said to Du Sheng, "For Huai, there is only one agent who is willing to change jobs. Li Xiu, who you mentioned specifically before, is unwilling to come." She also persuaded her sister Li Ou to stay in Huai so that she could stand out. Du Sheng nodded to express his understanding. It's enough. Add to the Lu Yian and Shi Jinhong you brought out before, the 4 agents are enough to meet our current needs. The number of artists in star media is not very large. The increase in agents is to prepare for attracting more talents in the future. Du Sheng thought of the recent news and shook his head with a smile. Feng's puppies are back. With him here, Huayi will not collapse easily. Wang Jinhua knew that he was talking about that matter, so she thought about it. The article you prepared has been completed before. When will it be appropriate to publish it? It is better to choose a day than to meet the day. Just today, and give Huai an annual gift so that they can feel our kindness. Du Sheng said with a smile. The period when Wang Jinhua and Feng Xiaogang left Huai one after another was the most turbulent period for Huai. This has caused a serious impact on Huai's artist agency and film business. However, this is not enough to make Huai fall completely. Recently, Wang Zhong signed back to Feng Xiaogang again with the conditions of 4 million yuan guaranteed plus 2.88% of shares and exclusive. This made Huai, which was in a volatile decline, gain a firm foothold again. Faced with this situation, Du Sheng would not stand idly by. He hopes that by making some real comments, more people can have a more objective and real understanding of Huai. Of course, relying on a few articles and rumor is not enough to completely destroy Huai. After all, after Feng Qiuzi returned, Huai had the ability to produce content. In addition, Wang Zhong has recently established a friendship with Ma Yun. This will also last a lifelong wave. Ma Yun's treasure has been frequently advertised in Huai's movies recently. For example, the various peripheral products and celebrity signatures of The World Without Thieves are currently selling hot on Doubai. Ma Yun also invested in Huai in his previous life. After the latter went public, he cashed out and left the market, reaping a wave of profits. Now it seems that Huai and Doubai are in the stage of good brotherhood. The former focuses on Ma Yun's funds, while the latter looks at China Yi's celebrity and advertising capabilities, and each takes the needs. Ma Yun is about to welcome a large investment from Yahoo, which means he will have more funds to operate. Against this background, Du Sheng understood that he could not be rushing to achieve success, and it would take time and strategy to completely defeat Huai. After arriving in the capital, he did not go to Yangshi immediately, but met with girls' generation so that the few little girls would not be resentful. He was rumored to promote the album in Lighthouse Country some time ago, but he was rumored back if nothing unexpected happened. Qian actually took the lead in teasing Du Sheng's romantic and happy life abroad and didn't know how to return. This is simply no room and tiles are removed for 3 days. He must go and educate. At the same time, it is a different scene within Huai Company. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, and Wang Zhong still stayed at the company and did not leave. The office was filled with a strong smell of smoke, and the ashtray was piled up. The cigarette butts were full of, reflecting the anxiety in the hearts of several executives. Over the past period of time, their mental state has been as melancholy as it snows in June. In the past, the New Year holiday was the most glorious time in Huai. With Feng's comedy films, Huai has made a lot of money in this period for several consecutive years. It was just that there was an exception last year. Although The World Without Thieves achieved a box office of 130 million yuan and the audience responded enthusiastically, Huai's overall revenue was barely the same. Because this is Feng Xiaogang's last work left the nest. Moreover, due to the failure of many films, there was not much money when investing in The World Without Thieves, and the big one was given to China Film and World. However, Wang Zhong refused to admit his failure not long ago, and claimed to the outside world that even if Huai lost anyone, it would still work well. But only he himself knew how much harm Wang Jinhua and Feng Xiaogang's departure had caused to Huai. After all, Huai is not like interstellar media, which can ensure that every work becomes a hit. Therefore, it relies heavily on celebrities and famous directors. The popularity of many projects often needs to be maintained by the hype of celebrity directors, thereby ensuring the basic performance of the project. In addition, the artist brokerage business is also an important part of the company's revenue. But with Wang Jinhua leading the team away, all this was seriously affected. The general manager put down a document and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Qi politely declined our contract proposal, and Zhou Sun's contract will not expire next year, and there is no plan to leave Rongxinda at present. As for Nai Yuan, his contract will not end until the next year, but he expressed his idea of joining, but the liquidated damages are very high." Wang Zhong shook his head and said, "It is difficult to find a suitable star to boost the company's morale in a short period of time. It is better to set up a music company according to the previous preparations. We can invite artists such as Pan Weibai and Taoji to stand on the stage, which will also attract a lot of attention." The resignation of Wang Jinhua and Feng Xiaogang made Wang Zhong deeply aware of the company's problems in business management. The risk of over-reliance on individuals is obvious, and the company must be promoted to develop in multiple dimensions. Just as he was about to continue consultation, the secretary knocked on the door and entered. Mr. Wang, some negative public opinion suddenly appeared on the internet today, all of which are related to the company. Please check it out. The secretary handed over a newly printed document. After taking it, Wang Zhong took it and browsed it quickly. Revealing the secret, why Wang Jinhua and Feng Xiaogang left Huai one after another, there is mystery behind it. Huai is suspected of violating duties and is undergoing investigation by relevant departments. As he read in depth, his face became more and more ugly. Even the coffee cup in my hand was tilted. Lu Chuan accused the two kings of breach of trust and revealed the dark side in the industry. Detailed description of the rules of the film and television industry. Huai is suspected of bribery in project bidding, award evaluation, etc. Huai falsified financial statements to cover up the decline in performance. Lu Chuan has recently fallen into a low point in his life. A few months ago, he was injured by driving while drunk. One of the victims is still unconscious in the hospital bed, and the high daily medical expenses required make him feel stressed. Not only that, he also faces huge compensation from civil lawsuits, and his economic situation is getting worse. Lu Chuan believes that the root of all this misfortune lies in the failure of the previous work, and Huai did not provide enough support and defense. Especially Wang Zhong's indifference to him, he felt extremely disappointed and angry. After experiencing many setbacks, Lu Chuan felt that he had nothing to lose. Previously, he had made a public apology statement in the newspaper, admitting his plagiarism mistakes, but this did not seem to alleviate the criticism of him from the outside world. Driven by this desperate mood, Lu Chuan hated Huai. He accepted an exclusive interview with reporters and publicly exposed many inside information. These revelations not only confirm many rumors on the internet before, but also further damage Huai's reputation. In this series of actions, Lu Chuan pushed Huai to the forefront of public opinion. Huai, which was originally greatly reduced by Wang Jinhua's departure, has now suffered a significant loss in its brand image. How to repair the damaged brand image and regain market trust has become a major problem facing Huai. Wang Zhong trembled his hand and realized that his finger was burned by hot coffee, and finally came to his senses. He handed the documents in his hand to the general manager and instead asked the secretary, "Which platforms are these news released from? Can we track down the planner behind the scenes?" Chapter 545, Being Arrogant When You Get Power. The secretary observed Wang Zhong's reaction and replied carefully. Multiple platforms are involved, including Renren, Yahoo, Taiba, Tianya, YY Forum, etc. The specific operator has not been determined yet. The main ones that compete fiercely with us recently include Rongzinda, Xinbeiyuan, Bona, and Star Media, which are the most suspected. Huai was unable to find any valuable clues for a while. There is nothing to do even to delete these posts. What's worse is that these remarks have caused widespread discussion on the internet and have become extremely popular without any incentives. People are born to like gossip, and Huai and the big kings are not well known, so such news naturally caters to the public's interests. Even what's more, the competitors mentioned by the secretary will not let go of Huai's current dilemma and take the opportunity to increase the offensive. Damn it, what's the matter? Seeing that the public opinion storm became more and more intense, Wang Zhong felt extremely headache. The bad things ahead have not been dealt with yet, so there is another wave. Is there any end to it? It can be seen that this annual gift sent by Du Sheng made him feel great good intention. After recording the Spring Festival Gala, time came to February 3 without realizing it. In the afternoon of that day, Cao Yanyan, a software engineer of Star Network Technology, invested thousands of yuan to conduct a comprehensive image update. In the economic environment in 2005, such expenses were quite large for ordinary families. Cao Yanyan also decided to give herself a chance to transform after an ideological struggle. It was not until 5 o'clock in the afternoon that this gorgeous transformation came to an end. Looking at herself in the mirror, Cao Yanyan felt extremely satisfied. Especially the naturally drooping wavy hair adds a bit of feminine charm to her. Put on her carefully selected coat, she happily checked out and left, and took a taxi to the Interstellar headquarters building. As a member of the company and also a loyal fan of Du Sheng, Cao Yanyan has joined Star Network Technology with her outstanding abilities since graduating from university. Although she has been working in this company for nearly 10 months, she has not been able to see her idol with her own eyes. Tonight is the company's annual celebration, and Cao Yanyan knows that Du Sheng will definitely attend. In order to leave a beautiful first impression on her idol, she made careful preparations in advance. Even though he knew in his heart that it might not attract Du Sheng's attention, Cao Yanyan still hoped to do her best to show her best. After arriving at the headquarters, she found that the venue was already full of people and bustling. Following the instructions, we found the area where the Dangdantang project team is located. The company currently develops 2 web-related mini-games, both of which are used on YY Voice and RenRen.com. Ball Hall is a cartoon-style shooting game that combines elements of Tank War and Adventure Island. Another Gold Miner is a casual puzzle game, which is also widely popular among young netizens. The development momentum of these 2 games is very good, which has caused the relevant team members to be invited to tonight's grand event. Everyone was excited to attend and arrived at the scene early. Due to the need for image adjustment, Cao Yanyan arrived relatively late. When she entered the seating area of the project team, her closest colleague Su Xia immediately exclaimed, "Oh! Who is this great beauty? It's completely changed." People around him looked at him. Is Cao Yanyan? The changes have been too big, they are simply too charming. I really didn't expect that IT women who don't pay much attention to their appearance usually look so distinctive when they dress up. Among these words of praise, there are both open praise and private discussion. Cao Yanyan usually always has black-framed glasses, like a dry man. Now she looks so beautiful. And he has a very good figure, he really doesn't show his appearance. Facing the comments of colleagues, Cao Yanyan remained calm on the surface, but was very happy inside. She looked forward to meeting her idol tonight. She sat down on Su Xia's left and looked up. Several leaders have not arrived yet? I thought I had the opportunity to take a photo. Su Xia knew who she wanted to ask, and smiled, and shook her head. The time has not come yet, I should have a chance later. I have to say that you are really a loyal fan of Mr. Du. For this meeting, you even match the high heels you don't usually wear. Cao Yanyan explained. I heard that employees with outstanding abilities had the opportunity to come on stage and received the commendation from President Du, and I am not sure whether the news is accurate. Hearing Cao Yanyan's question, the project manager Liao Yanling smiled and said, "There are indeed commendations tonight, and outstanding employees will come on stage to receive the award. It is hard to predict which boss is responsible for the commendation. Maybe it's Mr. Zhong or maybe it's Mr. Ye, don't hold too much hope." Shen Yi, who was responsible for the maintenance of the computer room, interrupted. "We have a unique seat here, right next to Star Media and Miracle Records, it's not easy to watch stars." Before he finished speaking, a slender and outstanding girl passed by everyone and walked towards the direction of Interstellar Media. Many people's eyes were attracted by her, as if they were shocked by her beauty. In contrast, the attention Cao Yanyan attracted when she appeared just now seemed much more dull. Su Xia asked curiously, "Is this one from our company too? Why didn't you remember it before?" Although Cao Yanyan, who was overwhelmed by the beauty, was a little disappointed, but she was in a pretty good mood. She is Tong Lia, who plays the heroine in The Kiss of a Prank and is a newcomer signed by the company last year. Shen Yi came to his senses and couldn't help but sigh. A Tong Lia is already so charming. How amazing would it be if Fan Ou or a member of Girls' Generation appeared here? Liao Yanling added after hearing this. There are all kinds of postures and their own beauty. Celebrities are not only naturally beautiful, but also the energy and money spent on beauty care every year is not something that ordinary people can bear. In addition, they have to receive professional physical training and interpretation courses. Although Liao Yanling's words were meaningful, no one present responded. Because the scene suddenly became extremely quiet. Liao Yanling turned her head and was stunned. It turned out that Fan Ou held Jia Xuan's hand, and the two of them walked over with smiles. These two are recognized as stunning beauty. At this moment, I walked past everyone in a close distance, so beautiful that it was almost like a fairy tale. People were immersed in admiring the beauty, and even the air seemed to freeze, and some even held their breath. After a moment, Shen Yi said excitedly. These female stars are more charming than on TV. It is a huge reward to meet them inside the company. No, I have to share it on renren.com quickly. As he said that, he took out his mobile phone and prepared to release the status. Unexpectedly, when he looked up again, he found that Liao Yanling had already plucked up the courage to go forward and ask to take a photo with Fan Ou. Cao Yanyan, who had been carefully dressed up, bravely walked towards Jia Siwen. Faced with these real star beauties, Cao Yanyan realized that the difference between talents was indeed difficult to completely make up for through acquired efforts. However, she quickly adjusted her mentality. At least they can't compare to my specialties. Thinking of this, it will be natural to seek a group photo. In fact, due to the inspirational effect, big stars like Fan Ou and Jia Xuan usually reserve requests for photos from the opposite sex. But he is more friendly to the same-sex people and always follows the shadows with a smile. As time goes by, more celebrities such as Gao Yuan, Lu Tao and Zhang Baji are here one after another, surprises are coming one after another, and more people take photos. Especially when Zhou Huimin appeared, the scene reached its climax. As a music goddess in the youthful memories of many people, Zhou Huimin not only has a moving singing voice, but also has a more mature and charming outfit, becoming the focus of the audience. The annual celebration has not officially begun, and the atmosphere on site is already very warm. Those who have successfully taken photos with celebrities can't wait to share their joy on their social platforms. Tonight's interstellar annual celebration, I finally met the three generations of goddess Zhou Huimin, who is really elegant and beautiful. Pictures. Zhao Min and Zhou's Hiruo gathered again, and were more beautiful than Hua Jiao. Finally, I understood why Zhang Wuji became a scumbag. Zhang Baji actually came to attend the mainland annual celebration? But I have to say that her appearance is indeed the ceiling. Lu Tao appeared as a guest and actually agreed to take a photo. From then on, the snowflake goddess dragon has been my idol. These joyful states quickly spread on social media. The popularity of related topics such as interstellar annual celebrity, female celebrities fight for beauty, and best rally of the year has increased sharply. Time gradually moved forward to 7 p.m., and the annual celebration officially kicked off. Under the introduction of Tang Yan, the guest host, several important figures from the company appeared one after another. As the co-founder, Du Sheng also came to the stage to deliver a speech. He briefly reviewed the company's achievements in the past year and highly praised all employees for their efforts and contributions. Also particularly emphasized, there is a saying that material foundation determines superstructure. I think only when the wallet is full can the heart be fulfilled. Only then can we have the time and energy to pursue higher goals and plan the company's long-term plan. Therefore, tonight we will pay a bonus of 12 million yuan on site to reward employees and artists who have made special contributions to the company. On the rostrum, the 12 million cash stacked up was like a hill, and the scene was very eye-catching. At the beginning, Du Sheng was concerned about this practice, worried that it would leave people with the impression that they would become arrogant if they were in power. However, Zhong Zhen and Yesi said that the company's development momentum has been too strong recently and faces a lot of attention and pressure. Using this intuitive method can effectively motivate and break the situation and attract more outstanding talents to join. As Du Sheng announced that the bonus was distributed, the atmosphere at the scene immediately became extremely warm. Outstanding employees went on stage to receive bonuses in batches and took photos with senior executives. One of the group of star media artists also received commendations. For example, FANFIC and Girls' Generation have created great benefits to the company, and it is reasonable to award and commend it. The whole process lasts about 25 minutes, the last bonus is paid and the dinner officially begins. At the same time, various wonderful literary performances were also staged one after another. Zhong Zhen took the lead in singing an English song Baby, which was thorough and won applause. Seeing her return to the seat, Du Sheng quipped and said, "Why don't you worry about employees complaining about destroying their image when you choose this song?" Zhong Zhen has always shown herself as a cold and strong woman. Now she is singing pop songs, which is somewhat cute. But I have to say that the on-site effect was unexpectedly eager. Perhaps this is why people feel refreshed when they are happy and easier to live in a good life. Zhong Zhen responded with a smile. If I sing songs like 10,000 Reasons and Who Will You Think of When You Are Lonely, would you have to laugh? Besides, you, the big boss, is a rich boy tonight, and they are not too late to be happy. While talking and laughing, we entered the next process. In fact, the annual celebration planning plan is basically the same, with year-end summary, motivation, encouragement, and lottery waiting is essential. At this moment, the lottery has started. First of all, there are third prizes, and a total of 50 lucky winners won the latest S700 mobile phone sponsored by Sony Esports as prizes. This thing has just been on the market for more than 2 months and is sold for 6,550 yuan, which is also worth it. The first winner was Shen Yi, who was developed and maintained. He jumped up excitedly and shouted to his heart's content. The colleagues around him were also infected and cheered. After the third prize ended, a series of programs written and performed by company employees were immediately followed. It includes street dance, sketches, and orchestra performances, etc., and lasts until 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Huimin and Zhang Beizi also joined in the fun, and each presented the songs Fairy Tale Town and Confession Balloon. The latter even felt unsatisfied and took Du Sheng on stage to sing together, as if he had regarded this place as a nightclub. During this period, 10 second prizes were drawn, and the washing machine and New Year's goods jointly sponsored by TCL plus Wahahaha. And 3 first prizes, each awarded a Cartier watch worth 50,000 yuan, filling the atmosphere. Finally, the 4 beautiful girls from Girls' Generation joined hands to take the stage. The 2 classic tracks Water Moon and The First Time Lover brought the party to a climax. When the music fell, the host invited them to help win the special prize tonight. A 132 square meter luxury villa located in Zhejiang City has a market value of up to 1.08 million. All the staff were waiting with breath, and everyone hoped to be lucky. In the end, Lu Yifei drew a note on behalf of Girls' Generation and announced loudly. Number 668, Cao Yanyan. At this moment, Cao Yanyan seemed to be in a dream. It was not until the host called her to come on stage that she woke up like a dream and walked towards the stage with her mouth covering her face. The host looked at the audience and asked Du Sheng to present the award to the winner of the special prize. Congratulations to our lucky koi, continue to work hard next year. Du Sheng was in a good mood at this moment. He smiled and patted Cao Yanyan on the shoulder, then looked at the audience. Don't be discouraged if you don't win the award this year. You will continue to increase your stake in the celebration next year. You will strive to achieve another success. I believe you will be favored by luck sooner or later. When everyone heard this, they clapped their hands excitedly. The lottery will continue to increase next year, and it's just a matter of waiting. What is heroic spirit? Now, that's it. Cao Yanyan's mood fluctuated, she held Du Sheng's hand tightly, and took a photo with a smile on her face. The host asked her how she felt at the moment, and she still kept asking the photographer to post the group photo she had just taken first, causing a burst of laughter at the scene. After being satisfied, she made a speech. "I am an ordinary girl from a rural background, and the only thing I can do is programming skills." The original intention of joining Star Network Technology at the beginning was to get close to the idol Du Sheng in his heart. But then again, I have never even tried the third prize when I bought lottery tickets. Today I won the huge prize. I think it was Du Sheng who gave me good luck. At this moment, I just want to say that as a fan of Du Sheng, I feel extremely happy. In the future, I will continue to work hard and strive to come and take photos and draw prizes again next year. Cao Yanyan's words were full of sincerity, which made everyone at the scene feel quite touched. Although it is not common to chase stars in the workplace, especially as skilled otakus, it is rare to be happy tonight and no one will say anything more. Besides, the other party is a fledgling little girl. After all the awards were awarded, Zhong Zhen took the stage to make a summary speech again. This marks the successful end of this annual celebration. Although the annual celebration has come to an end, discussions about it have just emerged online. Long before the Interstellar Annual Celebration, many company employees shared photos with leaders or celebrities on social media. Because most of the celebrities participating were first and second tier cities, they attracted a lot of attention from netizens in an instant. As the annual celebration begins, the popularity of related topics has increased rapidly. Moreover, in order to expand its influence, the company not only encourages employees to shoot and make free speeches, but also specially arranges more than a dozen media reporters to report. As a result, various exciting moments at the annual celebration, including photos and videos, soon spread on the internet, causing widespread discussion. On renren.com, netizens rushed to express their opinions. "I don't know if I don't look at it. It turns out that 12 million piles up really look like a hill. Du Sheng is definitely the #1 king in Asia tonight. Who has any objection? Even if there is no word king, I have no objection to saying that Du Sheng is the #1 in Asia. He was so cool when he gave out the bonus. Who wouldn't want such a generous boss? Oh my god, an outstanding award is as high as 60,000 yuan, which is more than I have been moving bricks for 2 years. I really can't sleep tonight." Du Sheng is possessed by the leader of the crocodile gang at this moment. Who else is there? Not only are there many prizes, but there are also various prizes, especially the Villa prize worth millions. I really envy Jill Purple. Is Star Media still recruiting? I'll go to join tonight. Who doesn't want to see so many big stars up close at the annual celebration for free? Brother, don't be discouraged. Come and learn cooking from me. Maybe you are the next wizard to be hired. The promotion of this annual celebration was perfect. Not only does it eliminate the snooping and malice from the outside world, but it also makes Du Sheng's image more outstanding. At the same time, Star Media and its subsidiaries have become completely famous for providing high salaries and high-quality benefits. This not only enhances the company's attractiveness in the talent market, but also greatly enhances the brand image. In this era, the public has always had a strong interest in wealth and success stories. It is undoubtedly an unprecedented gimmick for a company to pay tens of millions of bonuses and set up real estate worth millions as a huge prize. Therefore, not only media in various fields are rushing to report on this matter. Even the media in the entertainment industry have paid great attention. The topic of the Interstellar Annual Celebration quickly broke through the original circle and continued to rise. It also made the company and artists feel a lot of popularity, which can be said to be very happy. However, some people are happy and some are worried, and other companies even hate it. Chapter 546, Incorporating Private Goods. As the end of the year approaches, many well-known companies have planned large-scale events. For example, when Feng Xiaogang returned to Huai specially invited a group of big names to hold a grand welcome ceremony for him. This matter should have become hot news. This is indeed the case with things. At the beginning, it attracted a lot of media attention and public discussion, and Hui Ai's name frequently appeared on major media platforms. Wang Zhong, who manipulated all this behind his back, felt very proud. He even believed confidently that the company's road to listing was near. However, good times don't last long. The news popularity that night faded rapidly, and was replaced by topics related to the interstellar annual celebration. Du Sheng's heroic actions at the annual celebration, even spent 1 million prizes, quickly became the focus of hot discussion among netizens. Hui Ai's first shot at the beginning of the year was quietly submerged in a massive flow of information. For Wang Zhong, this was undoubtedly a heavy blow. He originally thought that this event would bring a good start to the company, but he didn't expect that it would be Waterloo. In contrast, the situation of the new Golden Melody Awards in Bay City is even more miserable. This music award, which had a certain influence in the mainland in the past, has almost not caused much trouble this time. Both the mainland media and the public have focused their attention on the interstellar annual celebration. Even the local residents of Bay City showed greater interest in Du Sheng's generosity. After all, getting rich overnight is always the most attractive thing. The ownership of music awards often seems monotonous, and the winners' faces are relatively fixed, making it difficult to arouse strong resonance from the public. 80% of the awards of this year's Golden Melody Awards were won by local singers or musicians in Bay City, and none of the important awards were awarded to the mainland. This obvious regional limitation makes the Golden Melody Awards slowly lose their cross-regional appeal, becoming a typical closed-door kick. In this case, there is a lack of freshness and diversity, and no one deserves it. Of course, although Du Sheng, Zhou Women and Girls' Generation received relevant nominations, they finally chose to participate in the company's annual celebration. This decision seems undoubtedly correct now. Moreover, this annual celebration not only won numerous praises for Du Sheng, but also surpassed the return of Hui Ai brands and the Bay City Golden Melody Award. I can only say that his popularity is already unique. After the annual celebration, Du Sheng was unable to leave. Due to the expansion of Miracle Cinema, interstellar network technology, Renren financing, Skyworth stock acquisition and other matters, they must be implemented. In addition, the operation and coordination of Star Media and Phoenix TV in the first half of the year must also be arranged. Director Lai has basically implemented it, and the filming will be started after the 8th day of the Chinese New Year. Wang Jinhua came over and said, "If you don't play the unruly princess, you only invest in it," he will ask Su Yupeng to act. For the two heroines, it is likely to refer to Fan Ou and Jia Swen you recommended. Is it okay? Du Sheng put down the financial report of Miracle Studio and thought for a while. So that's it, what about the investment amount? The drama The Unruly Princess has quite good ratings, and it ranked among the top 10 in the year in the previous life. However, he is now focusing on concerts and movies, and he can't find much time. We invested 10 million in this three-party investment. Wang Jinhua briefly explained a few words and said. In addition, the drama struggle has been almost done. Ho Hongliang also serves as the producer and director, and has initially selected David Tong and Gao Yuan to starring. This drama is adapted from the novel of the same name. Ho Hongliang started preparing 2 months ago, and the time is almost done. Du Sheng naturally had no objection to this. After all, Gao Yuan was recommended by him, which can be considered selfish. The show also had good ratings in its previous life and won 2 grand prizes. This girl has acted in many youth-themed works, and her fresh, refined, intellectual and elegant temperament and beauty are also quite suitable for the heroine Xiaolin. In addition to the above, The Hidden Witch also won the adaptation copyright, as well as the sequel Legend of Spiritual Realm, The Legend of the Spiritual Realm, are also in the process of preparing. If we add the filming of The Great Song Dynasty Criminal Officer and Phoenix TV's Forensic Pioneer, then the first half of this year will be arranged properly. Speaking of this, Wang Jinhua remembered something and said. By the way, Ye Wuxin said before that Chapelang has been produced in the late stage, so you can take the time to see it look. Du Sheng nodded and said. I will go there smoothly when I run for publicity later. The movie is expected to be released during the summer vacation, and there are not many months left. If we include early publicity and promotion, many things should be implemented. In addition, if the quality is determined to be good and the box office is roughly determined, the sequel Fuse must also enter the preparation stage. As for the Wanted Order originally planned to be filmed this year. Although director Timo has initially agreed to take over again, the screenwriter is gone, and the script and Kaijing are required to be sorted out, and it is estimated that it will take the second half of the year to film. Okay, I'll make arrangements for you first. Wang Jinhua knew that he would be very busy next time, so she didn't bother to discuss it with Ye Shizi. After the banquet, the crowd gradually dispersed and everyone began to say goodbye to each other. The holiday is coming, and colleagues who have no notices or business can't wait to embark on their journey home. In this era, the New Year atmosphere is still strong. Going home to accompany your family and friends during the Spring Festival is still the first choice for most people. Brother Sheng, remember to come to Beijing to play with us in a few days. Yang Mi said excitedly when Du Sheng sent a few girls into the car. Although Lu Shishi and Tang Yan did not speak, their eyes were full of expectations. In addition to the Spring Festival Gala stage, they have several announcements to be completed, so they cannot relax for the time being. Cousin, my mother and I are spending the New Year in Beijing this year, so don't forget to visit us. Lu Yifei blinked her beautiful eyes and reminded her. She and Lu Zili moved to a villa in Beijing to facilitate school and publicity. Remember, don't worry. Du Sheng agreed to the request one by one, and the girls left with satisfaction. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Fan Ou and Zhang Baji walked over with a smile on their faces. Du Sheng knew in his heart that these beauties had been waiting for a long time. He thought about it, walked to Ye Shizi and Zhongzhen and greeted him, and then took a few girls out. It is rare for Zhou women and the others to come. They are probably unable to travel around, play, and practice tonight. The next morning, Du Sheng, who had experienced a hard battle, rubbed his body and got out of bed. Fortunately, he tried 1 vs 30, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with it. This time I am congratulating the New Year in advance, and I am most likely not to congratulate or give gifts everywhere like in previous years. After all, the tour will be held after the Lantern Festival, and it must be promoted and distributed before this. Before the Chinese New Year, you have to visit popular cities in the mainland. After the second day of the Chinese New Year, I went to major cities in Hong Kong, Macau, Neon, and Kimchi. After saying goodbye to the girls, Du Sheng became completely busy. Fortunately, the publicity methods are relatively fixed, and the routines are just that. In addition to the 4 major online platforms, offline will also be carried out simultaneously. For example, post-concert posters in bustling areas of the city, commercial streets, subway stations, bus stops and other places with crowded traffic. Cooperate with local sponsors, such as companies, brands, etc., to conduct joint publicity. Yezi and the others have done this in advance, and Du Sheng does not need too much intervention. There are 3 main things that require him to run away. First, hold press conferences in special venues in major cities. Invite local newspapers, television stations, radio stations, and other traditional media reporters to participate, publish relevant information about the concert, such as performance time, location, repertoire, ticket sales, etc., and answer reporters' questions. This method can quickly and accurately convey information to the public, and use the influence of the media to expand the scope of publicity. Last year, before holding a concert, Zhou Jialun held press conferences in many cities, attracting widespread attention from fans and media. Second, participate in entertainment programs, interview programs, etc. of local TV stations. Many singers will play programs such as Happy Book and Everyday Brothers when holding concerts, expanding the coverage of publicity methods. Third, hold small concerts, fan meetings, etc. in local universities or large shopping malls to increase fan stickiness and loyalty. In his previous life, Mayday had conducted road show promotion in shopping malls in many cities, attracting a large number of fans to participate. Du Sheng had to go to 8 major cities before the new year, and it can be said that he was either catching up or taking the plane. He was busy until the 29th year of the year before he finished his dizzy trip. "Cousin, I promised to come in 3 days, it's been 10 days. After returning to the capital, Du Sheng was not able to breathe a sigh of relief when the resentful Lu Yifei came to him. He couldn't stand the other party's soft and hard work, so he simply went shopping and watched the show as he wanted. After buying a bunch of New Year gifts, the two of them randomly found a cinema and bought tickets to watch Himalaya Star, which was considered as contributing 2 movie tickets to Zhang Beizi. This movie is the sequel to Big Boy, and is still directed by Wei Jiawei and Du Kefeng. It is an absurd comedy that takes place in India. Du Sheng even knew why Du Kefeng made this movie. The reason is also very weird, but it is because of the incredible bone-shrinking skills in Big Boy. Wei Jiawei then developed a strong interest in Tianzu, so the script Himalaya Star was born. At the beginning, Du Sheng and Zhang Baji were invited to star in the role. He was filming Initial D at the time, and he was also criticized by Zhang Baji for this. What scared her even more was that the film was filmed in India, and the sanitary conditions there shocked her. Moreover, all the food in India is inseparable from spicy curry, so she has to rely on instant noodles to satisfy her hunger every day. During the last interstellar annual meeting, Lu Yifei heard Zhang Baji complain, so she became interested in this film and decided to see what was going on. I have to say that her funny point is really low. Even though the plot was bizarre and weird, she was still very happy to watch it and laughed from ear to ear in the cinema. After the movie was over, Lu Yifei was still immersed in the joy brought by the film and said excitedly, "Bai's Hijaz peacock looks are amazing, and the image of the male actors playing the role of the Indian San is also hilarious. The whole movie is like a dream without boundaries, it's so interesting." Du Sheng responded with a smile. "What do you think if you were asked to play the role of Hate to Marry a Daughter? This character has a relatively willful personality and is generous in behavior, but has a heart of hatred for marrying, which is similar to the longing of several girls from the girls' generation." "I don't want it," Lu Yifei said coquettishly. "I finally got out of the role of Xialong Nu, and I want to play a daughter who hates marriage. Can't I play a normal person?" Du Sheng gently touched the tip of her nose. "Perfect things are often not as good as the world, and down-to-earth characters can demonstrate their acting skills. Then I don't want to be that perfect." Lu Yifei smiled and held Du Sheng's arm. "I want to be an ordinary person in the fireworks of the world and enjoy the fun of life. The short-term experience is okay, but I may not be able to see it in the long run." Du Sheng laughed softly. "Don't forget that ordinary people will be bothered by the food, and salt, and you may become a yellow-faced woman." "Humph, I'm not a yellow-faced woman." Lu Yifei snorted and took the lead in getting on the bus. "That will lead to no feelings. I can only watch you and other women have sex with each other." "That's not necessarily true." Du Sheng smiled and said. "Aren't you a descendant of Nuwa? You're not going to sacrifice for love." "Ha ha!" Lu Yifei blinked. "Brother Xiling, have you recognized the wrong person?" Du Sheng smiled and tapped the naughty girl's arm, then started the car. "Oh, Brother Xiaoao is bullying Linger." Lu Yifei pretended to be angry and muttered, covered her cheeks with both hands, and sat in the passenger seat and stomped her feet gently. Looking at her appearance, Du Sheng couldn't help but be amused and cooperated with. Okay, Brother Xiaoao was wrong. Come on, I'll give you some medicinal medicine, and it won't hurt if you press it." Lu Yifei leaned her head gently, and Du Sheng reached out to rub her shenting, Baihui and other acupoints gently. I want to kiss you. Mew duck. Du Sheng leaned over and left a kiss on her cheek lightly. It's not enough. How did Sister Yan kiss you last time? I want it too. Du Sheng was caught and hurt his feet, so he had to give him another kiss. You still don't accompany us after the annual meeting, so you have to compensate. Du Sheng suddenly stretched out his finger and tapped her forehead gently. Oops. Lu Yifei covered her forehead and looked at him with a little aggrieved look. If you kiss again, you will have to make up. Du Sheng started the vehicle and prepared to set off. Go back quickly, Aunt Li is still waiting for us to have a meal. Humph. If you don't kiss me, you won't kiss me. Lu Yifei sat in the passenger seat with her arms held and looked angry. Du Sheng shook his head and smiled. This girl was really unpredictable. Immediately, he drove the car slowly to the side of the road and stopped. What are you up to? Lu Yifei looked out the car window in confusion. Let me confirm if the seat belt is tied. Du Sheng turned off the engine, turned on the double flashlight, tightened the handbrake, unbuttoned his seat belt, and tilted his body slightly towards the passenger seat. Silence is better than sound. About 5 minutes later, the vehicle was driving smoothly on the road again. At this time, Du Sheng seemed particularly leisurely and at ease. Lu Yifei, who had been a little resentful before, had a blush on her face at this moment, as if she was drunk, and her breathing was a little rapid. Zixi, your kissing skills are not good, you need to practice more. Du Sheng commented inadvertently. Humph. I won't practice. Lu Yifei muttered in a low voice. In a few months, she will turn 18. As the threshold for the adult world approaches, her courage is gradually growing. In the past, she was always like a cute girl who had not grown up in front of Lu Zili and Du Sheng, eager to be hugged, touched, and kissed. But now, she is more like a kitten growing up, with her curiosity and vitality increasing. Especially, it is vaguely seen that Tang Yan and Du Sheng's curiosity is becoming more and more prosperous. She always wants to tease Du Sheng, and then act coquettishly before asking for forgiveness, or pretend to be angry and let Du Sheng coax her. Although Du Sheng guessed the reason, he was still a little amused and crying when facing such cute behavior. What Lu Yifei likes to watch the most is Du Sheng's expression that is helpless and reluctant to blame her. However, she also knew that Du Sheng was very busy recently, so she got along with her in private and occasionally did it. From another perspective, it is not a pleasure to have a beautiful little girl who occasionally acts spoiled in her busy schedule. It's just that during the new year, many things cannot be handled by themselves. Before she arrived at home, Lu Yifei's cell phone kept ringing. All of them are greetings and family conversations from classmates and friends. Since she has been filming in the past few months, she rarely has the opportunity to go back to school, and there are few opportunities to meet with classmates and friends, so she can only contact us by phone. The classmates also joked that she became a big star and it was difficult to meet each other when she was wandering. In fact, Lu Yifei's popularity has indeed increased rapidly during this period and was named one of the new 4 little flowers. Especially after the identity of Girls' Generation, various related news reports emerged one after another. However, even the biggest star has to face the learning task. Lu Yifei is facing the upcoming final exam, and her final sketch has not made any progress. Of course, the school often gives more understanding and tolerance to famous alumni such as Lu Yifei and Du Sheng. As long as you take the exam on time, you can usually pass the formalities smoothly. However, basic etiquette and respect are still essential. For example, visiting each other. After dinner, Du Sheng and Lu Yifei were considering whether to go to the teacher's house. A sudden call summoned them to Yangshi again. The last rehearsal must be ensured to be in place. As one of the largest publicity stages, the Spring Festival Gala plays an immeasurable role in enhancing personal image and popularity. This year, not only Du Sheng, but also Cheng Long and Liu Yingguan Buletin participated. This is also one of the reasons why Du Sheng accepted the invitation. His schedule during this period was extremely compact and he failed to take time to prepare the program independently, so he simply joined the team. For example, Cheng Long's Top Gun. This program combines martial arts performances and song singing, which is very suitable for people from action backgrounds. Specifically, it is a carefully arranged martial arts display plus half of the song men should strengthen self-enhancing. Since the program contains martial arts elements, Du Sheng incorporated some of the martial arts movements he designed for The Legend of Condor Heroes into it to enrich the content of the program. The first rehearsal half a month ago, and the program successfully passed the review. Although the two failed to attend the subsequent rehearsals for some reason, the last game must be in place, otherwise it would be unreasonable. Fortunately, during the filming period, Du Sheng and Liu Yifei practiced these movements together, and the two of them cooperated well. Their performance won the recognition of the director team, and everyone's hearts were slightly relieved. After all, this show brings together three well-known artists, Cheng Long, Du Sheng, and Liu Yifei. In addition, the group performance of hundreds of students in the martial arts school is one of the highlights of the Spring Festival Gala. Any mistake may have unpredictable impact. In fact, Cheng Long had long foresaw possible problems. During his coordination with the martial arts school, he had already reserved performance space for Du Sheng and Liu Yifei in advance. Therefore, as long as their martial arts cooperation does not make any mistakes, the success of the entire program will be guaranteed. Chapter 547 Is it so popular overseas? When Liu Yifei arrived at the rehearsal site, seeing those martial arts students having already been scarred in order to adapt to the program, she was deeply touched. She knew very well that the hardest things in the Spring Festival Gala program were martial arts and acrobatics. Because unlike sketches and singing that can match lip-like styles, you have to be proficient in both. If there is a mistake on the Spring Festival Gala, it will be a serious performance accident, which is equivalent to embarrassing in front of all Chinese people. Inspired by these martial arts students, Liu Yifei was unwilling to fall behind. She pulled Du Sheng to practice martial arts over and over again, pursuing the ultimate perfection. Seeing this girl so devoted and serious, Du Sheng was naturally happy to see her success. Taking this opportunity, he also showed her the carefully designed movements he had before. When Du Sheng guided Liu Yifei to practice boxing, Jiao Neiji observed carefully. As a martial arts school coach and the planner of this program, he has been responsible for the planning of the Spring Festival Gala martial arts program for 3 consecutive years. But unfortunately, I have not won the award in the past few years. This year, he invited 2 action masters, Cheng Long and Du Sheng, to join, hoping to stand out on the Spring Festival Gala stage and win a trophy. At first, Jiao Neiji was somewhat dissatisfied with Du Sheng and Liu Yifei's consecutive absences in rehearsals. But when he witnessed Du Sheng's actions designed for Liu Yifei with his own eyes, all the complaints disappeared instantly. Once a real expert takes action, he can immediately see the extraordinary. The actions designed by Du Sheng not only have outstanding visual effects, but also contain murderous intent behind each action, which is far beyond ordinary routines. Here is probably the difference between practical combat and acting. Jiao Neiji took the initiative to ask Du Sheng for advice, hoping to learn more about different schools of martial arts so that he could use them in the future. Du Sheng did not reserve and generously shared the skills and knowledge obtained from the lottery. Most martial arts schools will reserve some reservations when teaching externally and will not fully disclose the most core technology. But if martial arts are not real, it will not only lose its practical significance, but also greatly reduce the ornamental value. Real Kung Fu is killing skills, not fancy moves. Du Sheng pointed out that although the Shaolin martial arts he practiced were both internal and external, the external cultivation was particularly critical, and the core was the body technique. After Jiao Neiji corrected several misunderstandings in his footwork, he seemed to suddenly become enlightened and felt even more grateful. But he knew Du Sheng was not pedantic. Those who are so proud of their desire to repay, pass on the new knowledge they have learned to other students, and integrate them into the program. Du Sheng saw that everyone was in high spirits in rehearsals, so he did not intervene. This time, Jiao Neji corrected the misunderstanding, and only regarded it as compensation for not participating in the rehearsal before. The ecology of these martial arts schools is very positive, but the foundation is still a bit weak. Too much guidance will make the gains not worth the loss. As New Year's Eve approaches, the air is filled with a strong festive atmosphere. The atmosphere in the Spring Festival Gala studio reached a climax. Du Sheng and Lu Yifei would hear countless sounds of Happy New Year every time they rehearsal, so that on New Year's Eve, they all had a physiological reaction to this blessing. After countless intense rehearsals and formal recordings, the official performance finally arrived. Although I am already familiar with the entire process, everyone is extremely focused at this moment and strives to be perfect. With the expectation of countless viewers, Du Sheng and his team's program was scheduled to debut in the 8th place. Many fans who have watched the program list have been waiting for it. When he saw Du Sheng wearing strong clothes, he let his head out with great energy. He couldn't help but exclaim. Because he started with a series of somersaults, turning straight from the back court to the stage. The momentum is like a rushing army and a horse, and it is like a dragon going out to the sea, majestic and majestic. The overwhelming momentum strongly impacted the audience's vision. Only those who have real skills and can be as murderous as 100 can be so murderous. When the show ended and walked down from the stage, even the experienced Du Sheng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. In the future, I would rather participate in a few boxing competitions than experience the troubles of the Spring Festival Gala again. It's really too energy-consuming. Brother Long, Brother Hua, walk in the Beijing hotel. Du Sheng looked at Cheng Long and Lu Yingye and Rizu, who were packing things. I have already booked a private room, so no one can escape. During the Spring Festival, almost every major hotel in Beijing was full of customers. Many families choose to celebrate the New Year in hotels or restaurants because they have many members and are unwilling to work hard. As one of the top restaurants in the area, all the private rooms were booked out. The largest banquet hall is particularly lively, with waiters frequently coming in and out, busy serving and pouring wine. As the door opened and closed, laughter came one after another. There are neat dining tables on one side of the banquet hall, and karaoke facilities on the other side. The Spring Festival Gala program was playing on the TV screen, and the host counted down passionately to welcome the arrival of midnight. 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year everyone! With the cheers on the TV, the sound of clinking cups also sounded in the banquet hall. Cheers! Happy New Year! Du Sheng and Cheng Long drank all the wine in their hands. Lu Yingmao, who had a slightly lower alcohol tolerance, also tried his best to drink half a cup. As the host, Du Sheng naturally had to fulfill his friendship with the landlord. Especially considering that this is the first time that Cheng Long and the others have celebrated the New Year in the capital. In addition, after rehearsing in the studio for so many days, everyone has long been tired of that closed environment. Sheng, give me some time. I'm ready in advance. Cheng Long was already a little drunk, hugging Du Sheng, his tongue was a little knotted. Didn't it be agreed that the shooting will start after the summer vacation? I will leave it to you all the schedule. Du Sheng guessed that he was referring to a new movie that he planned to start filming this year. Baby Plan. Cheng Long received this script last year, but because the filming is difficult, he has been preparing for it. In his previous life, this movie was jointly invested by Cheng Long, Ying Huang, and Hui Ai, and Ying Huang was promoted by Ying Huang. Because Ying Huang is interested in Du Sheng's popularity in the mainland and Asia, as well as the miracle cinema behind him, he has been lobbying since December last year. Boss Yang even asked twins to use his own tricks to convince him to play, which shows how much attention he attached. Du Sheng knew that this movie had restored Cheng Long's popularity a little, and later received an invitation from Rush Hour 3, so the box office reputation was quite good. It's just that with international celebrities like Cheng Long, the investment is not low even if they cut their salary. According to Boss Yang's opinion, raising more than 100 million yuan is inevitable, so the three companies plan to share the same. Du Sheng had no objection to this. Although he has gained popularity in North America with his records, he must have a steady stream of works if he wants to last. I'm not talking about this. Cheng Long smiled vaguely and said. I'm asking you when you will make your girlfriend public? I can prepare gifts for them. Haha, then you have to wait. Du Sheng knew he was joking, and looked at Lu Yifei who was chatting and laughing with Yang Mi, and fought back with a smile. Of course, it depends on what gifts Brother Long has prepared. If it is heavy, tomorrow will not work. Hehe, I can't say it now. Cheng Long smiled. It's a surprise you'll never expect. He is an expert in the middle school, but he can't achieve Du Sheng's elegance, so he is very envious. Can't it be a few villas in Qingshui Bay? Lu Yingzi Sarao, who was standing beside him, interrupted with a smile. Brother Long will definitely not be stingy, and even those under 10 million cannot be taken out. Huazi, do you really think I am the richest man in Xiangjiang? Although Cheng Long was drunk, his mind was still clear and he was not trapped by this sentence. However, with his temperament, as long as it is something he thinks is worth giving, it will definitely not will be easy. On the other side, Lu Yifei was having dinner happily with Yang Mi, Gao Yuan, and others. Jia Siwen sat aside, looking a little depressed. Recently, she has lost significantly, but she is still far from her ideal weight. This is because she is about to join the crew of the unruly princess and plays the lively and kind Princess Ning. For the role needs it, she must continue to lose weight. Although I haven't overeat recently, my cheeks are still slightly round due to my superior living conditions and relaxed mentality. Therefore, she decided to let Du Sheng continue to block her taste buds, and she would not lower her requirements even during the Chinese New Year. Seeing Jia Siwen's depressed look, Lu Yifei couldn't help but suggest. Why would you please help me relax and eat a little bit and continue your weight loss plan tomorrow? This is not possible. I have been persisting until now and can't give up halfway. Jia Siwen shook her head firmly, picked up the chopsticks and said. I can eat too, but I don't have much appetite. As she said that, she picked up a piece of fried golden pepper and put it in her mouth. The spicy taste was the only taste she could feel. Therefore, during this period, she mainly relied on peppers to satisfy her appetite. The spicy taste spreads rapidly. She took a breath, picked up the teacup and took a sip of water, and then asked. A Sheng asked you girls' generation to be the guest of the concert? Probably when? She thought in her mind that if there was no work arrangement at that time, she would definitely go to the scene to experience the atmosphere. Lu Yifei thought about it and answered. It should be the first stop in Modu. According to the planning of Miracle Records, Du Sheng's first concert was set in Modu, followed by Beijing. After that, we will tour the major inland cities and finally return to coastal cities. Then it will take us a long time to meet again. Jia Siwen sighed. Because she also has to join the crew early after the new year. In the plays directed by Lai Shuiqing, reading the script is an indispensable part. We can call. Lu Yifei smiled and said. It will only take half a year at most. Is half a year not long enough? How many 6 months can a person have in his life? Jia Siwen sighed, held her chin with her hands, and said with some depression. In a blink of an eye, I'm 1 year older. Yang Mi nodded in agreement. Everyone can be a mother. Every time she speaks, she can accurately hit Jia Siwen's sensitive points. You little girl, are you itchy? Jia Siwen smiled and scolded her, saying with a hint of arrogance. My goal is to become an independent woman, so I don't want to fall in love and get married so early, let alone have children." Yang Mi curled her lips, not even believing in punctuation. At the annual meeting before, Jia Siwen said she was going to ask for a BB, but now she spoke so righteously. Too fake. The premise is that someone is willing to marry you. Gao Yuan added lightly. Jia Siwen immediately became excited. Who said no one wants me? Those who want to chase me can line up from here to Paris. And they are all rich bosses. Snort. Well, indeed. Gao Yuan made up another knife and said. But those big bosses are very realistic. They think that girls are a little plump and more suitable for having children. Joe's hero, I think you are itchy. Jia angrily rolled up his sleeves and prepared to compete with Gao Yuan. Okay. Sister Wen, you are not fat at all. Lu Yifei hugged Jia Siwen and comforted her with a smile. Jia Siwen and Gao Yuan are like a pair of happy enemies. They bicker when they meet, but after they are separated, they are intimate. It looks very similar to Zhao Min and Zhou's hero in The Legend of the Condor Heroes. After Lu Yifei's teasing, Jia Siwen gave up in disappointment. Yang Mi looked at Du Sheng, who was chatting and laughing with Cheng Long and others, and changed the topic. It would be great if I could have half of Brother Sheng's talent, then maybe I would have the chance to star in Brother Long's movie. With such a big investment and so many people are thinking about it, it's better to save money. Jia Siwen said disapprovingly. And if I had his talent, I would rather eat less meals a day and sleep 2 hours less. Last year, Du Sheng's personal annual income exceeded 9 digits. And this is all net profit, not counting as the company and dividends. If you count it, you will probably become the richest man. But he is relatively low-key and is too young to Forbes. Seeing Du Sheng talking and laughing, Lu Yifei felt a little sweet in her heart. This is her cousin. Unique cousin. The kind that Yang Mi can't even hate. After the second day of the Chinese New Year, Du Sheng became more and more busy. After running for the mainland's publicity and promotion, it does not mean the end. On the contrary, important cities such as Hong Kong, Macau, Neon, and Kimchi country must also be in place. So he didn't have many opportunities for his children to have a long love life, so he came to Xiangzhong for the first stop. On February 11, Xiangzhong International Airport. As soon as Du Sheng arrived, he aroused a warm response at the scene. Hundreds of enthusiastic fans flocked to welcome his arrival. In order to ensure Du Sheng's conscience, Xiangzhong not only dispatched police vehicles to escort, there were more than a dozen men who were escorting along the way. During the trip, there was always a team of vehicles driven by fans following Du Sheng's special car, sometimes as many as a dozen. There were even frequent overtakings, and the scene was once very tense. On February 13, Du Sheng went to Aokeng to participate in the event. The TV series Sword of Fairy has created a peak viewership rate of up to 38% in the local area, with an average viewership rate of 32%, setting a new local record. Du Sheng was also personally received by King Qingjin and 2 special leaders. I enjoyed the treatment of state guest level throughout the visit. Kui Yi and other entourage members were both surprised and nervous about this. After all, such courtesy exceeded their expectations. Du Sheng's promotional activities in Neon also achieved great success. Thanks to the popularity of the 2 series Full House and Sword of Fairy, coupled with the inspirational song Bluebird being deeply loved by Neon audiences, and the profound influence of the last Real Fight video, Du Sheng's popularity has risen sharply, no worse than local big stars like Takeya Kimura. On February 15, the royal family of Mala Kingdom could not hold back and sent a tour invitation to Du Sheng. When Du Sheng arrived in the country, despite the strict protection of the royal guards, the scene was still surrounded by enthusiastic fans. This led to the convoy being able to move forward slowly. During the publicity period, the royal family expressed their love for Du Sheng and mentioned that he had become one of the most popular stars in the area. At the same time, I hope to take advantage of Du Sheng's popularity to hold a concert in Kuala Lumpur to save the local economy, attract surrounding Chinese people to revitalize the tourism industry, etc. Because the financial crisis has just left, everything is in vain. The entourage is almost Spartan. So Du Sheng is so popular overseas? Since its broadcast, Full House has also been on the Du Sheng's sales of records and film and television works exceeded 9-digit baht in just 2 months, setting an astonishing record. Therefore, neighboring countries such as all hope that Du Sheng will include them in the ranks of tour concerts to conduct publicity activities. They hope to attract more international tourists through Du Sheng's influence and promote the recovery of the tourism industry. Next, Du Sheng will go to his last destination, Kimchi country. This was an important challenge for him. Because Kimchi country is not only a fiercely competitive market, but also an important test for him. According to statistics, after Full House was broadcast in Kimchi country, the number of unofficial Du Sheng fan club exceeded 200,000 in just half a month, prompting KBS TV to decide to replay the show. In order to communicate with idols, a large number of fans are spontaneously reviewing Chinese. Faced with such high enthusiasm, Du Sheng hopes to further consolidate his status as an Asian idol through this Asian trip. And show the Kimchi people what is the true Asian star style. Kimchi country, Seoul International Airport. Du Sheng's flight has not yet landed, and the entire airport has been squeezed out by his loyal fans. They hold various support slogans and posters, waiting for the arrival of their idols. Sisters, although we were unable to participate in the real fight. 1 vs 30 defense operation, our support for Du Sheng and Appa is by no means inferior to that of Neon people. OPA is coming. We must show a more intense passion than before, so that he can feel our sincerity. Several excited female fans shouted loudly. In the airport meeting room, a man on duty was a little nervous and hurriedly reported to the person in charge. General administration, the number of fans and fanaticism far exceeded our expectations. The existing security forces at the airport are simply not enough to deal with this situation, nor can they be persuaded to leave. Now that multiple flights are handed over, it is difficult for passengers to enter and exit smoothly, and the operation of the airport has been hindered to a certain extent. Once Du Sheng appears, the airport may fall into full chaos. General Director Huang rubbed his eyebrows. He once heard about the sensation caused by Du Sheng abroad, and thought that those places were just small countries and few people, and had never seen a big scene. Unexpectedly, the people in the country of Kimchi were even more intense. Just as he was worried about this, his phone suddenly rang, and he immediately answered with a correct attitude. I understand. I will handle everything properly and make sure there is no mistake. But when he put down the phone, he still couldn't figure out why his superiors suddenly asked about this. Chapter 548, Just Kill Yourself. On the other end of the call, the police secretary respectfully said, Your Excellency, I have informed the airport. But I still can't figure it out. Since the above firmly insists on cultural output as the foundation, why do we still care about this star from the East? To implement the policy of cultural output, we need an opportunity to awaken domestic opposition. Faced with the secretary's questions, the head of the police department explained lightly. The greater the influence of Du Sheng, the more it can inspire domestic reflection and awakening. The secretary seemed to understand and said, Will this tolerate traitors and let dragons go into the sea? What should we do if we can directly suppress our stars if we let him form dominance in the country? Haha, then you're over-concerned. The above has long been implemented, and cultural export is a long-term plan. The head of the police department shook his head and smiled. No matter how powerful a Du Sheng is, he cannot be with him. The cultural industry in the entire Kimchi country competes. What we want is a colorful situation, not a short-sighted competition. There is a saying he hasn't said yet. He wants to export culture to other countries, but he doesn't even pretend to be like this. Who is this special mom? As soon as Du Sheng got off the plane, he was politely stopped by several staff members. Mr. Du, welcome to our country tour. The leading middle-aged man smiled and said. The people who came to welcome you were very enthusiastic, which led to severe congestion at the airport, and the original arrangements were difficult to implement. To this end, we specially arranged a special vehicle to take you to the hotel. Bulletproof vehicle. Du Sheng was a little surprised. During the previous tour promotion, although I had enjoyed various luxury transportation, it was the first time I had experienced the special vehicle pickup and drop-off. In the past, only high-risk VIPs, such as national leaders and important business tycoons, would use bulletproof cars to escort them. Are you worried that you will be trampled or squeezed? Will this be too troublesome? General Administration Huang replied with a smile. Please rest assured that the convoy is already at the airport exit and can leave at any time. Du Sheng nodded and expressed his gratitude, and asked as if he had pointed out. General Administration Huang, how many fans have gathered outside now? General Administration Huang spread his hands and said helplessly. It's everywhere, and many people are still squatting a day in advance. However, as the number of people continued to increase, the airport almost fell into a state of stagnation. Du Sheng immediately understood the other party's meaning and shook his head. Since that's the case, I can't leave it alone. If they don't meet with their fans and let them down, what stress response will they make? He made a comeback in advance, which was a part of publicity. If you choose to avoid it when you are worried about problems, it is really hard to predict what fans who are disappointed will do. Moreover, fans' enthusiasm and thoughts are cooled down, who will still think of him in the future. General Director Huang was stunned when he heard this and tried to dissuade him. Mr. Du, I understand your worries. But if you appear here, it may cause worse trouble to the airport and may even lead to accidental injuries. This is definitely not the result you want to see. Du Sheng smiled slightly and put forward a compromise suggestion. General Administration Huang, why not? In the waiting hall crowd, the two girls were talking softly. Sister Yunzhen, didn't you say that Du Sheng and Appa's flight arrived at this time? Why haven't he seen him appear yet? Did he leave in disguise? Yona, fans are staring at all channels, so feel free. Lin Yunzhen yawned, feeling helpless. And since your Appa is here to go on tour to promote, it is impossible to act in a low-key manner. This weekend she wanted to rest at home, but was caught by her old sister and came here, and she felt a little resentful. Lin Yuna responded firmly. As one of the recognized #1 fans, she cannot miss this opportunity today no matter what. Near the entrance of the passage, some excited fans had already greeted the security staff cordially. Don't stop us, we want to welcome Du Sheng and Appa. Mr. Du Sheng has left, you can disperse too, otherwise it will be a violation of public order. Security personnel blocked the crowd while warning. Just as the atmosphere became more and more tense, a familiar voice suddenly sounded at the airport radio. Hello, dear Sheng fans, I am Du Sheng. At first, because the broadcast was too sudden and the scene was noisy, many fans did not hear it clearly. But soon some fans with sharp ears recognized the voice and shouted excitedly. It's Du Sheng and Appa. It's Du Sheng and Appa's voice. The news spread quickly in the crowd, causing a bigger commotion. The live broadcast that popped up later confirmed the news, and the enthusiasm of fans reached its peak. Oba, it's really Appa. Why did Appa go to the control room? We miss you so much. Du Sheng Appa, Song Hai Kyo is here too. Don't you want to see her? Various shouts came one after another. All the passengers at the airport were shocked by this scene. I thought to myself, which international superstar is coming? But the airport staff were irritated and had known that they had asked for leave today. Du Sheng seemed to notice the sensation, and the voice sounded again. Dear Sheng fans, first of all, I would like to thank you for your enthusiastic pickup. I also really hope to see you, but my arrival seems to have affected the normal operation of the airport. I think meetings should be true and happy, rather than inconvenience to others. Therefore, on behalf of the team, I apologize to all the passengers and personnel present." Hearing these words, the passengers who were originally dissatisfied with the delay gradually calmed down. Some fans even kept bowing to the people around them to express their apology. "Oba, this is not your problem, it's because we are too anxious, sorry." A female fan was moved by her idol's considerateness and shouted red eyes. "Dear Sheng fans, although we cannot face each other directly at this moment, I try to convey my voice with my singing." Du Sheng continued. "Next, I hope this song Fate can make up for everyone's enthusiasm, and the signing and concert will be reunited. Please follow the instructions of the on-site staff and leave the scene in an orderly manner for the time being." As the guitar melody sounded, Du Sheng was warm. The voice echoed in the airport. "I know nothing about love. I never thought it would be so close. Even my heart cannot do it in the face of fate." The singing sounded like the spring breeze blowing on my face, making everyone on the scene begin to immerse themselves in it. Fans spontaneously waved their arms to the projection screen and sang together. Even some passers-by were infected by this enthusiasm and joined the chorus. For a time, most of the airports were covered by the chorus of Fate, and even the roar of the aircraft engine was suppressed. The passengers at the scene were moved and did not forget to take out the camera to take a picture of this scene. At the end of the theme song Full House, Du Sheng's voice came again. "Dear fans, I'm very moved to see your enthusiasm. But I'm sorry that I can only do this today. Tomorrow, we will see you in Seoul Square." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers rang out at the scene. Many fans were trembling with excitement. Appa was indeed the best and most polite person in the world, and he was full of gratitude and love for him. The music and singing are endless, and the stars are immortal. Hold the hand of the Sheng, and accompany you forever. Many people shouted slogans while cooperating to leave the venue. Lin Yuner jumped up excitedly and said, "Sister Yunsen, you're right, Appa did not leave us behind. I am very happy today and I will add Smita tonight." Lin Yunsen rolled her eyes. "What I said before was a slander. Asian idol superstar appears. A sensation in Seoul." Du Sheng's arrival in Korea caused great paralysis, and the super chorus was deafening. Special vehicle protection, Du Sheng enjoys royal treatment. Dear viewers, this is the publicity venue for Du Sheng's tour concert. You can see that the surroundings are crowded, and it even seems extremely difficult to turn around. Since the broadcast of The Sword of Fairy and Full House, Du Sheng has set off an unprecedented frenzy in our country. According to incomplete estimates, his number of fans has surpassed Hyun Bin. His English album Fate, published not long ago, has not only achieved great success in the lighthouse country market. In our kimchi country, the sales volume easily exceeded 800,000, and all 4 singles entered the top 10 of the Tomato Music list. At present, only the combinations of Bauer, Dongfang Shenkai, and G.O.D that can be compared with them in China. Bauer has already gained a foothold in Neon, and the Eastern God is a rising star. But you have to understand that Star Media owns 8% of SM. In other words, Du Sheng is still their boss. The G.O.D group of JYP's company, the original Seoul concert, had to be postponed due to Du Sheng's arrival. Du Sheng, an Oriental, became popular quickly and had a wide influence, which is rare. On TV, the reporter reported excitedly. Looking at the reporters talking on the screen, Park Jin-young's face became more and more gloomy. The so-called Du Sheng's concert was forced to be postponed by the other party. In fact, some members of the G.O.D group were injured and had to postpone it. Despite this, a strong sense of crisis still surged in Park Jin-young's heart. As the founder, major shareholder and president of JYP Entertainment, he has devoted all his attention to the G.O.D combination in recent years. Although some people in China try to compare the Dongfang Shenkai with the G.O.D combination, in Park Jin-young's view, the combination is just a puppet from SM, and it will be disbanded due to internal problems soon. In the long run, it will not be much threat to the G.O.D combination. However, facing Du Sheng, the popular Asian idol, Park Jin-young felt unprecedented pressure. Charity boxing champion, 2 actors, 2 gold belts, album sales exceed 5 million. Especially the video of Really Beat 1 vs 30 that Sheng fans is happy to discuss has spread throughout the Kimchi Country network. Ordinary audiences may only lament Du Sheng's popularity. But for experts, this is mostly what Star Media has set up in Asia. By leveraging the enthusiasm of fans, he not only defeated his competitors, but also greatly improved his popularity and the cohesion of fans, pushing Du Sheng to an unmatched height. This series of operations is brilliant. Of course, a blacksmith must be strong himself. Others are really capable. It is possible to play with the development of the 4 kinds of people, and most people are already exhausted. In addition, Park Jin-young has heard of the album Destiny, and every song is a masterpiece, without any work to make up for the numbers. Originally, Park Jin-young planned to let the G.O.D combination go to the international market. After all, the market in Kimchi Country is limited, and he hopes to expand his territory in an oriental country with a large population. However, Du Sheng was the first to enter their market and still acted like a direct attack on the dragon. Among them, there is probably another insider, SM Company. How could no one cooperate if the airport can have such a big effect today? This situation of leaking winds is just a big deal. Park Jin-young had to reconsider his strategy. At least we must first stabilize the domestic market of kimchi, even if we use some illegal means. Thinking of this, Park Jin-young's eyes flash, ready to go out. He plans to contact those senior officials who have eliminated Eastern culture and see if they can put pressure on them. In recent years, with the growth of the economic strength of the country, nationalist sentiment has become increasingly high. The government has ordered the ban on all Chinese languages to demonstrate the unique cultural status of the country. Some radicals even felt that the treasures and relics from the East were passed down to them by their ancestors. Park Jin-young believes that this power is good and can control Du Sheng to conquer the city and plunder the land here. Just as soon as I walked out of the company's door, a reporter surrounded me. "President Park, do you think you should boycott the storm caused by Du Sheng in the country of kimchi? Can your company's G.O.D combination cope with the collision caused by Du Sheng?" Faced with the question, Park Jin-young remained calm. Du Sheng is a very outstanding artist. I recognize him bringing high-quality film and television and musical works to Kimchi Country. The reporter did not give up and continued to ask. Du Sheng has created many firsts, such as actors, idol boxing champions, super choruses, national guest treatment, etc. These are things that the G.O.D combination has never enjoyed. Even in terms of music alone, his sales on Neon have exceeded 1.3 million, and his sales in Asia have reached an astonishing 5 million, which is 3 times more than the G.O.D combination. May I ask, will the G.O.D combination feel ashamed? When Park Jin-young heard this, he cursed in his heart. Is there any idol representative who criticizes his country like this? You are Han Jian. As the representative of the G.O.D combination, he has to make a strong response now. As the saying goes, there are many things that people are famous, but it is not necessarily good to become popular too quickly. After all, a tall building must have a foundation. In this regard, the G.O.D combination has never stopped working hard. In addition, I don't think Du Sheng will bring an impact to the G.O.D combination. Because the G.O.D group has a unique fan base, they can resist all external forces. Du Sheng's popularity is composed of film and television, songs, boxing competitions, and other aspects, and his cohesion is too scattered. If we rely solely on the music field, I think he still has a long way to go. Of course, I also hope that he can continue to be popular, so that he can stimulate the stimulation of 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 the stimulation of. After saying that, Park Jin-young left directly, leaving behind a group of satisfied reporters. His words undoubtedly laid the groundwork for the subsequent public opinion war. KBS TV station, evening news will be broadcast on time. Du Sheng, who had just joined Song Hye-kyo, naturally noticed the relevant reports. Park Jin-young's words were obvious, and he thought to himself that his foundation was not solid enough and that he became popular was due to the complexity of refutations and could not last long. What's worse than the G.O.D combination, the number of fans is mixed, and there is no personality. It just suddenly became popular with luck. This is not only a statement made by Park Jin-young on behalf of the G.O.D group, but more like a demonstration to Du Sheng. The G.O.D combination is a local snake from the country of kimchi. No matter whether you are a cross-river dragon or a flying crane, it is best to lie down obediently. After reading this report, Song Hye-kyo was suddenly helpless. This is the bad habit of short-sightedness. If you don't have a high-minded vision, you will only be arrogant. We don't seem to have any conflicts with the G.O.D combination, right? Wang Yeyang asked in confusion. It's just the opening concert, is it all threatening it? Du Sheng replied with a smile. It's normal for us to enter their market now. As peers, we will naturally compare ourselves with both media and fans. Kui Yi couldn't help asking. So do we want to make a response? Du Sheng's mouth slightly raised. There is no need to make a joke, reality will give an answer. Song Hye-kyo smiled slightly when she heard this. Indeed, responding to such things will only be described by people. She is telling the truth, Du Sheng is from outside after all. When fighting with local snakes, you can't show too aggressiveness, otherwise the viewing will be bad. Wang Yeyang nodded and said. Then follow the scheduled promotional plan. Next, Brother Sheng, you and Miss Song form a couple in Full House and go to variety shows to browse memoirs. In different countries and regions, there are always a few popular variety shows. For example, the Domestic Happy Blog and Same Song. Kimchi Country is no exception. XMAN is currently the most popular variety show. Most of the guests are proud to participate in it during the publicity period. Du Sheng and Song Hye-kyo were actually invited as early as the broadcast of Full House, but their busy schedules were not achieved. This time, the program team learned that Du Sheng was coming to Kimchi Country to hold an Asian tour, so they had an idea and brought up the old story again. Considering that Du Sheng's time schedule is compact, it also makes priority recording and broadcasting. Du Sheng saw that Song Hye-kyo was very interested, so he nodded in agreement. After a short rest that night, the two of them went out to record together. That night, Lin Yuner, who received the wind, was guarding the TV early in the morning. When she saw the extremely handsome Du Sheng being taken away by Song Hye-kyo, she exclaimed in surprise like countless fans. Especially when host Lu Zishi introduced Du Sheng's series of achievements, she couldn't help but admire her and felt a sense of pride. This is the idol I first saw. At this time Kim Jong-kook, the guest host who was responsible for sporting the atmosphere, interrupted. Brother Shi, Du Sheng's achievements are more than that. What you mentioned is the tip of the iceberg. Oh? What else do you have to add? Lu Zishi asked curiously. Kim Jong-kook is a singer and smiles mysteriously. Everyone who cares about the international music circle should know. Seeing that everyone was a little confused, he simply added. Do you know who the latest Sundown Empire singles chart is the champion? Can you? That's right. It's Du Sheng's You're Beautiful. This song was extremely popular among Europeans as soon as it was released and has been ranked among the top on the list for 2 consecutive weeks. As Kim Jong-kook said, he imitated the classic melody in a few lines of the song, which made the audience laugh. Chapter 549 Breakthrough of the Siege. Really? Kim Jong-kook, you are right. Yoo Ja-isuk asked in surprise. I'm lying to you to have money, of course it's true. Kim Jong-kook still cares about his singer status, and he has some honor. And in addition to this song, Du Sheng's other song Bad Day also ranked 4th. What is even more surprising is that on the world's most authoritative billboard, Du Sheng's title song Let Me Love You officially topped the list. Yoo Ja-isuk and the audience both showed incredible expressions. Then he thought of something and burst into warm cheers and cheers. Speaking of which, the people of Kimchi have a very strange feeling about the Lighthouse Country. First of all, they need the support of Lighthouse Country, and they have to call Barba if they have anything to do or not. Secondly, the Lighthouse Army stationed in the country of Kimchi often commits angry behaviors that tramples on their dignity. For example, killing a woman with a sharp murder, driving drunk but being acquitted, etc., but the relevant parties are even partial. Therefore, those who can succeed in the Lighthouse Kingdom are all noble and noble in their hearts. Du Sheng not only swept the imperial music scene, but also achieved excellent results on the Billboard list of Lighthouse Country. What an exaggeration! You should know that even the local singers in Kimchi have never reached such a level. There are only a few neon singers in Asia who have made it to the Billboard list. But in the end, it also stopped in the top 10. So after comparison of Kim Jong-kook, the audience with a certain understanding were stunned. This includes Lin Yuner staring at the TV screen. However, her brain circuit is a bit special. She thinks that Du Sheng can become her idol, so it is natural to have such achievements. The members of the G.O.D group are also watching TV for rest after training. Kim Ta-woo asked Park Jin-young in shock. President, is this fake? Park Jin-young was also surprised when he looked at the TV screen. He had not paid special attention to Du Sheng's performance internationally before. At this time, Sun Haoying, who was born in the Lighthouse Country, ran to the computer to tinker with it, and then got a piece of data. Number 1 on the Billboard list Let Me Love You, number 5 on This Love. Number 1 on the list of the empires that the sun never sets You're Beautiful, number 4 Bad Day. The members were stunned and incredible. Yin Kixiang even wiped his eyes and sighed. Oh my god! President Park, this is a monster. Is it really possible for us to do it? The other members were also a little unconfident. This is more than just a mountain. It's simply unattainable. Park Jin-young seemed to be fucked silent too. He knew very well that the G.O.D combination has not even conquered the kimchi market yet, so how can he go abroad? Du Sheng not only swept the mainstream Asian market, but also expanded his influence to the Lighthouse Country. This gap makes anyone feel the huge gap. In the TV screen, Kim Jong-kook suddenly jumped to Du Sheng. His burly figure half squatted down, pointed his arms flat at Du Sheng, and announced loudly. A Sheng's Niu Pen, I think you should be called the strongest man on the surface. He gave his title without any difference. Lin Yuner in front of the TV was also so excited that she was incoherent. Opa is so great. Lin's father was also a little surprised. No wonder I'm praised by Yoanat, a little girl who is above the top. This young man is indeed amazing. Unfortunately, he is not a citizen of our Dajaki country, which is a pity. He knew very well how difficult it was for the yellow race to conquer the market of the Lighthouse Kingdom and the Sundan Tea Set Empire. I'm afraid that looking at the entire Asia, one may not be able to be produced in 10 years. Moreover, the contempt, prejudice, hatred, etc. are definitely not something that ordinary people can remove. The audience in front of the TV, whether Du Sheng's fans or ordinary audiences, all felt deep respect at this moment. After all, Du Sheng's skin color was there. It represents the achievements of Asian and yellow people fighting in the mainstream Western music market. After the atmosphere at the scene calmed down slightly, Lu Zixi looked at Du Sheng with a surprised look. Mr. Du, since you have achieved such amazing achievements, why is there no publicity in Asia? Du Sheng smiled slightly and replied. In fact, these data have been updated recently, and I didn't expect to reach the top of the empire without setting sun. Maybe this is a bubble. The Sheng fans of Kaiguo brought me good luck. Hearing this, many fans were surprised. They think Du Sheng and Appa are really caring for them. Even some of the guests of the show no longer had competitive hostility towards Du Sheng, but had a little more recognition. Lu Zixi continued to ask. Mr. Du Sheng, your English album Destiny has been on the market for more than 2 weeks. How many have been sold in Europe and the United States at present? I'm not very clear about the specific numbers, but it has exceeded 1.9 million 2 days ago. In fact, these 1.9 million pictures are mainly the data of the 4 main singles. However, in North America, single sales are included in album sales. So Du Sheng did not deliberately clarify this point. Despite this, there was another burst of amazement at the scene. Yun Yunhai, one of the regular guests, even more worshipped and sincerely admired. If others had achieved this, they would have been very popular. I have to say that you are really indifferent and clear about your ambitions. I never show off easily, because I believe that people with ability can listen carefully even if they speak indifferently. No one cares about a person who is incapable even if he is hoarse. Although Du Sheng's words were harsh, they won warm applause from the audience. Lu Zixi sighed in his heart and continued to ask. Mr. Du, we have also heard a lot of words that reject you recently. How do you view these voices? Everyone has the right to choose what they like or dislike, including my music, performance, and abilities. But please don't question the efforts I have made to this day. Du Sheng said lightly. Have you ever felt the airport atmosphere at 2 or 3 in the morning? I have experienced it in Neon and Malaguo these days. Under the dim street lights, it is where dreams ferment in silence. When Lu Zixi heard this, he immediately felt awe. He sighed while giving a thumbs up. The sea of knowledge is endless, and diligence can make up for shortcomings. It is indeed the truth of the world. I think it's difficult for most artists to catch up at 2 or 3 in the morning every day. Kim Jong-kook, when did you get up every day when you were a professional singer? Kim Jong-kook was full of emotion and said. I usually get up until dawn. This may be the reason why I can't last long, but Du Sheng can reach the top. Lin Yuner, staring at the TV, heard this and felt full of respect and distress for Du Sheng. It turns out that Du Sheng has worked so much for his dream, and his achievements are definitely worthy of them. At the same time, she was proud of having an idol like Du Sheng. Lu Zixi remembered that he was still hosting the show and said to Du Sheng with a smile. Mr. Du, it's been a difficult time to catch up during this period, right? You should be able to relax when you come here. Du Sheng shook his head slightly and said. I can't relax. It's past 1 a.m. today, I have to practice a single for the concert here. In fact, he was worried that fans of Kimchi Country would not understand Chinese and English songs very well, so he simply made another local song. So, is this single your latest work? Is it dedicated to fans? Can we give it a look in advance? Lu Zixi asked curiously. Yun Yunhai and others were also very interested. Du Sheng smiled and said. This song is called Rising Sun, which is dedicated to fans here, and it also responds to some media doubts. I think no matter what kind of stage life gives you, don't give up on your pursuit. Just like the rising sun, one day you will stand on your own stage and shine. Several members of the G.O.D group exchanged glances with each other, and were a little shocked. Even Park Jin-young on the side was a little messy. Du Sheng specially created a song to respond to doubts? Do you need to be so exaggerated? As the picture gradually dimmed, the spotlight in the center of the stage focused on Du Sheng. Since the program team is so generous, he naturally won't waste publicity. I immediately held the microphone and brewed my emotions. Can anyone tell me how to hide? How to break through the siege? Chase forward bravely. Looking for mine. Du Sheng used this lyrics alone to let the audience in front of the TV understand that this was a direct response to Park Jin-young's doubts. Didn't Park Jin-young accuse Du Sheng of not working hard enough and hyping up only by relying on miscellaneous but unspecialized development? Now, Du Sheng uses this song to prove that he is not only professional, but has reached this day and night after countless days and nights of hard work. Youth wanders with the years. Just like love never returns with the wind. Don't leave regrets for youth. Swallow the anger that arises from loneliness. Du Sheng held the microphone and looked at the camera firmly, as if telling everyone, no matter what the outside world says, I will unswervingly walk my own path without fear of any challenges. You said my success depends on hype? Do you think you are the only Chinese artists in kimchi who work hard for their dreams? Whose success is not based on countless hard work and sweat? The melody of this song is smooth and dynamic. The lyrics are both personality and inspirational, making people feel the positive energy of striving for progress. When Yin Qixiang heard the melody, his mind was still echoing. Murmur. It's really impossible to compare. The other members of the group were also shocked and did not speak. They have never created songs yet, and their representative works are all bought for a lot of money. But Du Sheng can sing and produce such high-quality works in a short time. How can he compare? With such outstanding abilities, which competitor is not desperate to meet? Park Jin-young stared at the screen without saying a word. Although he didn't want to admit it, this song is indeed a unique Korean style. Moreover, there are only a handful of people who can create this quality lyrics and music in the entire country of kimchi, and no one will sell it to Du Sheng casually. Of course, Park Jin-young didn't know that Rising Sun was one of the classic songs of Oriental gods' rise in his previous life. The lyricist is Yu Yongzhen, the master of SM Company. Yin Qixiang swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty, President Park, do we really want to compete with such top-level people? To be honest, I have such a versatile talent, and I have won 2 actors in the movie Hero Plus Gold Belt, and are handsome, and I have to worship them. Park Jin-young stood up expressionlessly and said, since you admire him so much, then from now on, practice it again every morning and evening. After saying that, he turned around and went out of the door despite everyone's bitter taste. In fact, Park Jin-young also knew in his heart that with the current ability of the G.O.D combination, he was not qualified to challenge Du Sheng at all. The audience is not stupid, he can only contact those anti-Chinese institutions now to try it. When Kim Ta-woo saw the president go out, he immediately slapped Yoon Kaising on the shoulder. You are so rude. President Park was already full of anger. Are you asking for trouble? Yin Qixiang looked like a fool and said, but we really can't compare to this Du Sheng. As the team leader, Park Jun-hyung waved his hand and said, okay, there's no need to argue about these again. Others are so awesome and so diligent, we can't be complacent if we have some grades. I will practice further until 1 a.m. tonight, and I will supervise it myself. On the other side, after Park Jin-young got into the car, he couldn't help but call again. But before he could speak, the other party said calmly, don't mention this kind of thing again. It's impossible for the superior to issue a policy for someone alone. Why? If you ignore it, Du Sheng will really have a huge impact on the cultural industry of our big kimchi country. Park Jin-young said anxiously. Although he was selfish, he still had a hint of worry. Some people above appreciate Du Sheng quite a bit and even strengthened trade with the East. What are the ones that Samsung Group has won over? Park Jin-young's face frowned slightly when he heard this. He naturally heard about the scandal between the little princess of Samsung and Du Sheng, but he didn't expect that he could still alarm her father. And not only do you not stop it, but you also consider cooperating? What a weird behavior this is. Park Jin-young said unwillingly. If those people suggest this, they are not afraid of damaging the fundamentals of our cultural country. There are public opinions on these things, so don't be short-sighted. A warning sound came from the other end of the phone. Sorry, I'm superficial. Park Jin-young apologized quickly. He pondered for a moment on the other end of the phone and said slowly, if you really want to talk about it, this may be an opportunity for your JYP company to rise. Park Jin-young put his posture very low. Please give me some advice. I heard that the superiors are preparing a longer-term cultural export policy to enable our entertainment culture to be implemented globally. If the implementation is in place, you will definitely be the first beneficiaries. When Park Jin-young heard this, his heart suddenly became alive. As for Du Sheng, I think this is a catfish that the superiors deliberately threw in. If you can be stimulated by his catfish effect and grow up faster and healthier, it will be worth your good intentions. So that's it. It seems that my previous worries are redundant. Our JYP company will definitely not miss this opportunity to work hard for the rise of cultural output. After some communication, Park Jin-young was filled with sighs. If the support the other party said was really so strong, it would be an opportunity. If you can take this train steadily, JYP will definitely take off. Just as he thought about this, he felt a little mixed. Isn't the above worried that the catfish would swallow all the shrimps in the fish pond? However, if you can't control yourself in this situation, you are too lazy to worry about Du Sheng's problem. If you have this kind of spirit, it is better to consider how to gain more benefits in this pond. But what he didn't know was that at this time, the internet of Kimchi country had already caused an uproar. The cause of public opinion is naturally the friction and collision between loyal fans of G.O.D and the fans who support Du Sheng. Haha, it's really timely to slap in the face. Du Sheng Oppa's song Rising Sun is indeed very inspiring and the fight back is also very powerful. Didn't Park Jin-young implicitly mocking Du Sheng for being a poor foundation and only knowing how to hype it? Why don't you jump tonight? Have you forgotten Park Jin-young's nickname? But the famous lame monkey, just wait. That's right. Park Housie and G.O.D are also matched with Du Sheng. Are you taking advantage of the situation to hype? Tell me about incredible data. Shenfa. The number of NS in the Kimchi country is far more than that of the G.O.D combination, not to mention the whole of Asia. Not long after, fans of the G.O.D group could no longer sit still and angrily responded. Are you splashing? Compare a foreigner with our local artist. Our G.O.D group has won the Net Asian Music Awards and the SBS Song Awards. What's the matter with Du Sheng? Don't forget, this is the territory of our big Kimchi country. It's still so rampant after crossing the border. Du Sheng's fans immediately sarcasticed. Oh, can't you win and start your personal attack? Tisk tisk, didn't you want to mess with Du Sheng before? Is this a coward? Please recover, I still like your rebellious appearance before. The list of pheasants in the country of Kimchi is also comparable to the billboard? You haven't woken up. So it's the group of frogs in the well combination of God. Do you really think that the country of Kimchi represents the entire universe? Open your eyes and take a look. Axi. I admit that Du Sheng has crushed all the strength, but there is no need to belittle his artists like this. Do you know how to respect his seniors? The fans of the G.O.D combination were a little bit overwhelmed and began to move out of borders and stomp them. I can't beat it and start making trouble again, right? What are the highlights of the G.O.D combination that deserves my high glance? The captain took the lead in the evening and night scene and was also abused and raised. Don't show off your shame. To be honest, I have long wanted to report the G.O.D combination. Every day, Shamit is unconventional. Don't you know how to teach children badly? These words completely angered the fans of the G.O.D group. Assy, a bunch of shameless dogs. The G.O.D combination is the honor of our big Kimchi country and represents the national pillar. You are going to go against the sky. The fans laughed and were not willing to be outdone. When will the G.O.D combination become the pride of Kimchi country? He really can boast about himself. Can your G.O.D combination break abroad? Can it be recognized by all races internationally? Can the album be sold in the European and American markets exceed 1 million? Have you ever won a movie award or a boxing champion? Only Du Sheng is the real Asian superstar. We fans are just placing our dreams and hopes. These righteous words made the fans of the G.O.D group speechless for a while. They either roll on the national flag or turn into rogues to attack. Subsequently, this public opinion war quickly fermented, almost sweeping the internet of the entire country of kimchi. Lin Yuner, who had finished training, saw the news and her face turned red with shame. She didn't get tickets to the fan meeting today, and she was a little angry, and her air pressure was rising now. No matter what duty of national boundaries, she started to shake people and shouted to her teammates who returned to the dormitory. Everyone! Come and help, those people dare to slander Du Sheng and Appa. Come and fuck them. Kim Taeyeon, Choi Soo-young, Young Soo-yeon, and others looked at each other, but in the end they couldn't resist and were forced to join the battlefield. However, they were also very curious about the man who had a scandal with the Samsung little princess and who had intervened in the acquisition of shares in SM. And if you round it up, this is also helping your own people. They feel very at ease. Chapter 550 The Explosion Effect. How is Du Sheng's coaxing effect compared to several kings? It is worthy of being the light of Asia, who can stop his rise. Du Sheng's Asian parade triggered a tsunami, and the explosion is about to begin. In a lively public opinion war, Du Sheng, who ended the publicity and promotion, temporarily bid farewell to this land. On the way back to China, he glanced at the online and offline reports a little. It was found that not only the country, Neon, Nanyang and other places were reported one after another, but the slightest For example, the airport paralysis incident and online verbal wars that occurred in the country of kimchi during this period were talked about by many people. Some people even joked that Du Sheng had once again brought glory to the country. After all, the mainland has always been a passive indoctrination party for entertainment and culture. How could it have really opened the doors of other countries? And this time, Du Sheng is definitely unprecedented. Not to mention that this is just promotion, we can foresee how sensational the upcoming tour will be. It is precisely because of this that no matter how jealous people or competitors are, they are unable to doubt his status and appeal. Many people even call him the only one. Du Sheng saw these jokes and just smiled and focused his attention on the reputation of his vision. Reputation value, 526,398. It seems that half a month has passed since the last time I cleared my reputation value. Du Sheng recalled that when the last time the Shen Diao was settled, his reputation was not retained at all. From this calculation, at least half of the reputation value of more than 500,000 is the income from the recent soaring tour promotion. Not bad, at this speed, it's just a little while to break 1 million at the end of the tour. Brother Sheng, Woolen Wei Chuan has been produced and is expected to be broadcast next month. Female assistant Kui Yi flipped through the itinerary, suddenly handed the notebook to Du Sheng, and said with a smile, "Now the main creative team has started to promote and I mentioned you in the show." Speaking of which, the drama was filmed 40 episodes at the beginning of last month, which took more than half a year, 1 month faster than the scheduled one. This is so much that the director Chang Jing is a veteran comedy and is good at teaching artists. And thanks to the investment of Star Media, the set are much better than in previous lives, and the scheduling is convenient. In addition, the starring Yanni, Jia Sai-wen, Tong David, and Zhang Xin are not new players, and the filming is getting smoother and smoother in the later stage. When Wang Yeyang, who was dozing off, he looked in surprise and looked at him. "Hey, they participated in Brothers every day. Sister Wen didn't seem to go. She has joined the unruly princess, it's normal that she doesn't have time. Du Sheng did not participate in the discussion, but looked at the trailer of the program Daily Brothers. Xiao Xin, what do you think of participating in the Brothers of Everyday this time? The host asked with a smile. To be honest, this is the first time I have participated in such a high-end variety show, and I feel a little nervous. When I came here, I was thinking about what kind of self should I show. Is it lively and cute, or unique and interesting? Zhang Xin acted generously and said with a smile. In the end, I chose to be the truest myself, but I didn't expect everyone to be so friendly. Actually, Xiaoxin is also very refreshing in private, not inferior to her image on the screen at all. David Tong interrupted. Yanni took the microphone and added. Xiao Xin is quite similar to the female detective in her play in private, and she is always happy. When she was resting in the hotel these days, she always smiled while reading the newspaper, saying that she was reading how she praised her in the newspaper. The host and the audience laughed after hearing this. This is indeed in line with Zhang Xin's image in everyone's mind. Although she has always played supporting actresses, both Mu Wangqing in The Legend of the Condor Heroes and Zhao Yun in The Water Moon Cave are so impressive. You arrived yesterday, didn't you take the opportunity to walk around nearby? Director Chang Jing laughed. Yes, your Mango Station's reception was quite attentive and arranged for us to visit and shopping experience. But the fans here are so enthusiastic. No matter where you go, you will be surrounded by crowds, so in the end, I decided to stay in the hotel and rest. He didn't say he was a fan of David Tong, but everyone could guess it. So what are your biggest feelings about Shat? The host joked. Zhang Xin answered first. Spicy. What makes me happiest is trying various local specialty foods. There are many types of food here, and every meal makes people eat full. I feel like I have gained a lot of weight in 2 days. The host brought the topic back to the crew and looked at Zhang Xin and said. Bai Zhantang said you are very naughty in private. What do you think of him as his junior sister? When David Tong heard this, his eyes turned to Zhang Xin, with an expectant look on his face. Zhang Xin glanced at David Tong, sighed deliberately, and said. I feel like my dream is broken. Why do you say that? Did you like him very much before? The host asked. You may not know anything. I used to like his image in Jade Guanyin, and his posters were hung on the walls of the room. Last year I heard that I could work with him, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. When I first joined the group, I bought a new skirt just to take a photo with him. So David, how did you respond at that time? The host continued to ask questions. Of course I'm happy. David Tong replied. After all, it feels very good to meet your fans on the crew. The host asked Zhang Xin again. Why did Xiaoxin feel like her dream was shattered later? After getting familiar with him, I found that he was actually quite stupid. I remember when I first started filming in the countryside, there were a lot of bubbles on his mouth, and everyone thought it was because he was not adapted to the local conditions. Later I learned that he especially likes to eat crab cakes. Even though he already has a lot of bubbles on his mouth, he still has to eat them every day, and he has no idea what the problem is. After hearing this, David Tong helped to hold his forehead with his hands. I can't blame it all. Who knows that eating too much will cause this situation? This is obviously common sense. Zhang Xin retorted with a look of looking at the naive. After everyone in the crew became familiar with each other, they naturally would not care about such jokes. The audience laughed out loud, and these interesting things behind the scenes were what they were most interested in. Who is your idol Xiaoxin now? The host continued to ask. Of course it's Du Sheng. Zhang Xin said excitedly. The reason why I joined Star Media was to take photos with him close-up, except for Zixie's invitation. David Tong pretended to be hit hard. What words should be used to describe this? You are dying in the morning and in the morning and in the face of strange things. I can't blame me for this. You are really not as handsome as brother Sheng, and you don't have the same talent as him. Zhang Xin spread her hands and acted innocently. David Tong covered his chest as if he had suffered a severe injury. The host laughed. Haha, it seems that this is the mainstream idea of young people. I heard that Du Sheng's first concert held at Moda Stadium was hard to get more than 70,000 tickets. Yes, we are all artists of star media, but internal votes are far from enough. Zhang Xin was a little disappointed. When talking about this, Yan and I also showed some annoyance. Renren released tickets 3 times online, but she didn't even get them once. This is really no luck. Seeing this, the host took out a few tickets from behind to show it, and smiled mysteriously. Don't be discouraged, you guys, there is a special gift waiting for you today. Dang dang. This is specially prepared by Du Sheng for you, tickets for the front row of Moda concert. Zhang Xin immediately covered her mouth, and Yan and I also seemed extremely surprised. The 2 girls who looked very much like star-chasing girls, their eyes shining with excitement. The audience was amazed. Wow, it's so heartwarming. As soon as the tickets for Du Sheng's concert were released, they were sold out. Not only domestic fans, but many overseas fans have also arrived, and the ticket prices have been hyped to sky-high prices. The front row position of Moda Stadium is particularly precious. Not only is the view clear, it also has the opportunity to get close to Du Sheng, and may even be invited to interact on stage. Therefore, these front seat tickets are valuable to the outside world, and some people are even willing to pay tens of thousands of yuan to buy them. The reason why the program team arranged this series was obviously the result of careful discussion with Interstellar Media. Zhang Xin took the ticket, her eyes shining with tears. I am so grateful to brother Sheng, and I am very grateful to the program team for their return. This means a lot to me. Warm applause immediately erupted at the scene. Although the first 4 students, David Tong, was sour, he knew that he could no longer compete with Du Sheng, so he also smiled and applauded Zhang Xin. Yanni has a further understanding of Du Sheng's influence and love for the house and the Wu. If you go to Star Media, will you also be in the future? On the other hand, similar scenes are constantly being staged. She. Can you think of a way to get a few more votes for us? It's really not possible. I only have 3 photos this time, which is barely enough for the family. I finally squeezed out 2 more photos. Tickets for brother Sheng's first concert were so difficult to grab. Even the subsequent shows were hard to get tickets, and the scalpers' tickets have reached a sky-high price. Lu Shishi tried her best to explain to her phone. Ah! Shi, we all want to cheer you up and witness your debut. Please, don't use me as an excuse. Even if I want, I can only give you 2. You might as well wait for brother Sheng to tour in other cities, as tickets should be easily bought at that time. That's different. Okay, we know you've tried your best. Come on, Shi, you must do your best and don't let brother Sheng down. Listening to the other party's rapid hang-up call, Lu Shishi felt mixed feelings. This is the first time I have seen this way of encouraging votes. In fact, there are girls similar to her, Lu Yifei, Yang Mi, and Tang Yan. The constant calls from close contact made them dare not make any promises. Although Du Sheng's concert this time is very large, there are not many tickets left. The advertisers, customers, TV executives, partners, etc. alone account for 60 to 70% of the cooperation. The rest is a good idea to have 5 tickets in their hands. However, they didn't care about anything else and worked hard to carry out the last rehearsal to avoid becoming a guest. Xiao Yao, the ticket price for the first game is too high. Let's buy the remaining games, right? A girl traveling across the country suggested to her friends in Yu. But the girl on the side disagreed. No. How can the next game be compared with the first game? This is Du Sheng's debut, and it means a lot to him. The same is true for us fans. I will never miss every moment he stepped on the ladder. That's right. This kind of experience is too important, no next time. Another girl echoed. The girl who spoke before took a deep breath, thinking of the idol that made her heart moved. She decided not to care about this little money anymore. For Du Sheng, you should do whatever you want. At the same time, Du Sheng's loyal fan Tang Ji is also discussing the upcoming concert with her friends. Ji, it's such a shame. We waited for more than an hour, but we only got the second ticket. We probably would have missed Brother Sheng's debut. There's no way. Brother Sheng is too popular. It's already great that we can buy tickets. Yes, many of them in the fan group didn't even get a ticket. Tang Ji nodded and agreed, trying her best to calm everyone's emotions. But she was a little happy inside. Although I only bought the second ticket today, the group manager who was responsible for maintaining Du Sheng contacted her and said that there was an additional ticket that could be transferred at the original price. This sudden news surprised her very much. It was almost like giving it to her for free. After a brief excitement, she immediately asked the group manager if there were more votes. But she was told that there was only one picture, and she decided it herself. Tang Ji then woke up. This ticket is probably related to her previous help to maintain Du Sheng's reputation. The real storm created by Du Sheng in Neon last time caused a lot of controversy on the domestic internet and was besieged by several big VS and well-known critics. There were so many of them working together to make the other party delete the post and apologize. This time I gave her a vote. It should be a recognition of her outstanding organizational skills in the last event. Or a kind of win-over. No matter what the reason was, she did not go into it. However, the price of this ticket is at least doubled now. After some inner struggle, she finally decided to keep the matter secret, and it will not be sold in the hand market. She silently told herself that this is not sharing, but protecting pure friendship. Moreover, in order to prepare for entry, she also came to Moda Stadium in advance to explore the way so that she could lead the sisters to build a team. This is a huge venue covering an area of about 170,000 square meters and can accommodate 72,000 spectators. It is not only the main venue of the 8th National Games, but also one of the landmark buildings in Modu. Its unique wavy saddle-shaped design can be said to provide the audience with the best viewing angle. The super-large LED screen hanging in the center of the venue provides the audience with a visual enjoyment beyond the real thing. It also supports close-up, replay, and slow-motion functions, greatly improving the viewing experience. Because of this, Moda Stadium has become the first-choice venue for many large-scale events. However, because it is too big, only Zhang Suiyu, Zhang Tianwang, and Wanchinj Zhang may have held concerts here. Now, Du Sheng has become the third artist to hold a concert here. At this time, at Moda Stadium, a huge curtain with Du Sheng was hanging down, and could be seen hundreds of meters away. Around Moda Stadium, huge publicity posters are also everywhere, with the words, Du Sheng Yi Sheng has you concert. Looking at the banner waving in the wind, Tang Ji was in a state of great excitement and wished she was the concert today. But tomorrow is good, it's the weekend. On February 26th, the crowd gathered from Moda Stadium in all directions. The person who bought the ticket was excited and looked forward to the arrival of the moment of entry. Those who failed to buy tickets were full of disappointment and were waiting near the entrance. Many people who have not purchased tickets are still lucky and keep asking passers-by for any remaining tickets. But unfortunately, even the tickets in the hands of scalpers have been sold out. As time approaches, 200 security personnel have already been in place. At 6:30 p.m., a large number of fans began to check tickets in an orderly manner. Little beauty, do you want to buy a fluorescent stick? It only costs 8 yuan. Miss, come and take a look at this Du Sheng-themed support card. Sir, this person next to you must be your girlfriend. Buy some snacks. The concert will last for more than 2 hours later. Don't let her be hungry. Outside the stadium, temporary stalls are filled with both sides of the street, selling various concert-related products, from glow sticks to souvenirs. They obviously liked Du Sheng's appeal, so they bought stalls early and increased their supply. I have to say that they bet right. The business of these stalls is extremely popular, and some shop owners are even too busy to touch the ground. After all, most of the fans who came to watch the concert have good financial conditions. And they mostly come together and have a strong desire to buy small items worth a few yuan. Zhang Xin, Yanni, and others also came in teams, looking at the hot scene in front of them, feeling deeply moved. They are also artists, and of course they are eager to reach this level one day. But they also understand that this is probably a luxury. Because Du Sheng's influence in the two sides of the Taiwan Strait and the three regions has long been a unique level. Zioxin, let's go, otherwise you will have to queue up to enter the venue later. Yanni pulled Zhang Xin away, who was looking around everywhere with laughter and cry. Zhang Xin withdrew her gaze with some nostalgia and followed the guidance. There are people coming and going here, and it is not easy for them to stay. Fortunately, Modu Stadium also sent additional staff to ensure the safety of the entire concert. It turns out that some minor problems will indeed occur during the period. For example, when famous artists such as Fan Ou, Tong Dapo, and Deng entered the market, they caused many people to scream. Even Zhang Xin and others were recognized by several fans. Fortunately, I just shouted enthusiastically in the seat, but it did not cause congestion. After all, today's protagonist is their idol Du Sheng. As the countdown approaches, the staff guided the fans present in an orderly manner. As soon as Zhang Xin found her seat, she noticed an elegant girl sitting next to her. After a closer look, he turned out to be a company artist, Tong Lia, who joined almost last year. Although the two sides have no intersection, they have seen each other several times. Speaking of Tong Lia, Zhang Xin couldn't help but feel a little envious. After all, the other party became popular quickly because of the hit prank kiss, but we have to admit that the other party is indeed very beautiful. Since the filming of The Kiss of a Prank, and after Du Sheng came forward to stand on the stage, Tong Lia, and the battle with the Bay City boss Yang Okui, this drama is destined to attract countless attention. Especially with Du Sheng taking the lead in publicity and Phoenix TV's full promotion, many people went to watch it, whether it was some literary and artistic film lovers or Du Sheng's diehard fans. Tong Lia, who plays the cute girl Yuan Xiongqin in the play, has gained a lot of attention. Her exotic appearance and temperament are remembered by many people in the circle. In the past month, Star Media has received many consultation and quotation requests for her cooperation, but most of them have declined. Because most of them follow the trend and want to eat her popularity. More importantly, Tong Lia has clear plans for her future development. The cooperation project between the Great Song Dynasty criminal officer and Yangtze is being prepared and filming is about to start. Her role is also very important.